A new story began with an encounter in the school building's resource room. A girl stood by the bookshelves in the resource room. A guy opened the door and gasped. He stared at the girl sitting on a chair while she muttered the name AI Tan. He attended Shubai Private High School, one of the top schools in the prefecture. But that was not the only reason he chose to go there. Hajime Takahashi stated that the extremely popular manga Love Mav featuring the heroine Ai Akasaka was modeled after this school, which was why he enrolled without a second thought. Hajime thought that no one was around yet, and that coming 2 hours before the entrance ceremony had paid off. He took photos of his surroundings, thinking that everywhere he looked was holy ground. He noted that the main attraction was still out there. He recalled that the sacred place where AI Tan had her base of operations in the story was the resource room on the first floor of the south building. He ran down the hallway toward the resource room, panting. He threw open the door to the resource room and announced his arrival, finding the girl inside. The girl sat on the chair and let out a questioning noise as Hajime looked at her. The girl looked up from her clipboard and started to say a name while Hajime stood in the middle of the room. She finished muttering the name AI Tan as she stared at him. Hajime apologized, explaining he did not think anyone would be in the room, and asked her what she was doing. She replied that she had some time before the entrance ceremony and had gotten permission to use the resource room to learn about the school's details like evacuation routes. Hajime thought about how this girl who looked like his favorite character, AI Tan, was a new student like him as she began to speak again. She asked him who or what AI Tan was. Hajime nervously tried to explain to the girl that AI Tan was a character from a manga. The girl questioned what a manga was, prompting Hajime to excitedly ramble about how much he loved a series called Love Mav, calling it a deep masterpiece that transcended its cute appearance. The girl stared blankly and asked him to get to the point. Hajime felt a wave of dread, recognizing her expression as the same disdain his middle school classmates showed when they called him a gross otaku. He completely lost his nerve and stammered into silence. Hajime bowed deeply and yelled out an apology, taking the girl by surprise. The scene transitioned to the exterior windows of the school building. Hajime retreated to a hallway and crouched on the floor in despair, cursing himself for letting his guard down and exposing his creepy otaku side on the very first day. Looking up, he found a sliver of hope, reasoning that the school was massive and he might be able to graduate without ever running into her again. The view shifted to the fluorescent lights on the classroom ceiling. Hajime took his seat in his new classroom, completely frozen, as he realized the exact same girl was seated at the desk right next to him. He stared blankly ahead, internally screaming about the terrible odds of this happening. He imagined a worst-case scenario where she would expose his secret to the whole class, repeating his middle school nightmares. Hajime slowly turned his head to look at her, praying for the slim chance that she had completely forgotten about their encounter. The girl glared at him with an intense expression and told him that she had found him. Hajime recoiled in pure terror. The girl silently stood up and walked away from her desk, leaving him sweating nervously. Hajime completely misread the situation, terrified that she planned to bully and extort him for money just because he was a gross otaku. 2 other girls standing near the doorway watched her, go completely shocked that Kurokawa had spoken a full sentence instead of her usual simple yes or no answers. The girls started squealing in excitement about hearing her voice and being in her class, leaving Hajime utterly confused by their reaction. Hajime nervously asked the other students if Kurokawa was really that amazing of a person. A girl furiously yelled at him that he could only address her as Kurokawa-sama, prompting Hajime to immediately apologize. The students explained that Yayoi Kurokawa was beautiful, talented, and the ultra-rich daughter of the Kurokawa Zaibatsu chairman, adding that she excelled in both academics and sports, and that many people enrolled in the school just to follow her. The girls leaned in closely and stated that because of all her status, they intensely told him that it was outrageous for an unknown commoner to sit next to her. Hajime sat stiffly at his desk and quietly apologized for sitting there. Hajime looked on in confusion as the girls ignored him and complained to each other about how much they wanted to sit next to Kurokawa. As his classmates clicked their tongues at him in disapproval, Hajime realized he had gotten involved with a very important person. Hajime walked down the hallway, cursing the constant praise of Kurokawa and wondering if her followers were a cult, while other students whispered about him being the guy who sat next to her. Someone suddenly grabbed the back of his uniform jacket. Hajime stopped and looked back in surprise as a hand pulled him toward a sliding door. He let out a yelp as Kurokawa forcefully dragged him by his jacket into the room. Hajime shouted Kurokawa's name in shock upon realizing they were back in the resource room. Hajime stood nervously across from Kurokawa in the aisle between the tall bookshelves. Kurokawa stared at him with a blank expression and formally greeted him. Hajime stammered a greeting back, feeling unable to resist her intense pressure and worried about what kind of threats the granddaughter of a super-rich family might make against him. Kurokawa slightly raised her hand, causing Hajime to flinch backward in fear. Hajime was confused when Kurokawa just stood there silently fidgeting with her hair instead of doing anything to him. Blushing and looking down, Kurokawa started to mumble a word, prompting Hajime to ask what she said. Kurokawa squeezed her eyes shut and loudly begged Hajime to show her the Love Mav manga. Hajime stood there looking completely confused. Kurokawa enthusiastically explained that she could not help but get curious after hearing him talk about it, and she begged him to show the manga to her. Hajime stared back at her in absolute shock. He realized that her intense stare earlier was not full of disdain at all, but rather that she was completely locked in when he called the series a super-duper masterpiece. Hajime stammered uncertainly while Kurokawa stared at him with wide, expectant eyes. He finally told her that he did not have it on him right now, which caused Kurokawa to recoil in shock. Kurokawa frantically asked why not accusing him of lying about his whole manga-loving persona, to which Hajime defensively shouted back that it was not a lie and questioned what she was even saying. Hajime thought to himself that her image of manga lovers was incredibly biased, and then awkwardly explained that bringing manga was against school rules. Kurokawa tried to argue but quickly deflated, admitting that he was right and quietly apologizing while Hajime watched her in silence. Hajime gently asked her if she actually liked manga. Kurokawa looked down with a heavy blush, sweating nervously. She confessed that she had never read one in her entire life, explaining that it was because she was Yayoi Kurokawa, the granddaughter of the Kurokawa Zaibatsu chairman. She explained that she had to excel in her studies and was only allowed to like high-class hobbies as both her parents and her classmates expected that from her. She continued saying that she had always been holding back and trying her best to meet those expectations. Clutching her chest emotionally, she revealed that she really wanted to do what she liked too, adding that seeing Hajime talk about his interests without a care in the world made her think how nice it would be to read manga as well. She trailed off, looking down dejectedly while Hajime listened to her with a sympathetic expression. Kurokawa suddenly forced a bright smile, waving her hands as she stated that there was nothing they could do if he did not have the manga, and she thanked him for listening to her story. She apologized for stopping him and then nervously asked if he could keep what they talked about a secret, saying she would really appreciate it. Hajime agreed to keep it a secret and walked toward the door, his mind repeating her heartfelt confession about wanting to do what she liked. He grabbed the handle of the sliding door to leave. Hajime realized she wanted to enjoy manga secretly and asked if that was the case. Hajime told her that if she did not mind reading on a manga app, he had Love Mav on his phone, which took her by surprise. He pulled out his phone and offered to lend it to her while they were at school. He asked if that was okay with her, and she frantically replied that it was no problem at all. However, she nervously asked him what a manga app was. Hajime looked at her in mild disbelief and told her she had a lot to learn. He downloaded the app on her phone and explained that she just needed to tap the icon to make the manga appear. Kurokawa held her phone with both hands, staring at the screen in pure amazement. Her eyes went wide with wonder as she began to stammer. She let out a gasp of awe, completely enchanted by what she saw on the screen. She shoved the phone toward Hajime and excitedly yelled that it was a manga. She immediately caught herself covering her lower face with her phone in embarrassment and apologized for letting her true self show instead of acting composed. Hajime smiled gently and thought to himself that he understood now. She nervously asked if it was weird to get excited over manga, and Hajime immediately assured her it was not at all. He explained that he felt the exact same way when he bought his very first manga. Scratching the back of his head, he confessed that otakus were happy creatures when they found friends, and that he was glad she was enjoying it as much as he did. Kurokawa repeated the word friends in shock, causing Hajime to panic and tell her not to worry. He quickly promised that he would keep everything a secret and that nobody else would know. He nervously said his goodbyes and slid the door open to leave. Walking down the hallway with his head hung low, Hajime worried that his approach might have been a bit too forceful. Hajime looked out the window at the cherry blossoms and realized he recognized the spot, thinking to himself that he did not want to be a bother to a girl who was trying so hard. He recalled that it was the exact spot from the manga where the heroine stopped the protagonist. He reasoned that something like that was not going to happen in real life and kept walking. Kurokawa suddenly grabbed the back of his uniform jacket and yelled that that was not it. Hajime looked back in shock as Kurokawa kept her head down and admitted that she had always been alone. She blushed and told him that being able to talk to him so casually and learn so much from him made her happy. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes and a bright expression as she spoke. She added that she was really glad she enrolled in this high school, leaving Hajime completely stunned as he tried to convince himself it must have been a coincidence. Kurokawa continued speaking as Hajime realized that her words were the exact same lines that had pierced his heart in the manga. Kurokawa enthusiastically shouted that she wanted to be friends with him, leaving Hajime wide-eyed. Hajime stammered and pointed out that he was just a gross otaku unsure of how to respond. Hajime noted that despite his doubts, he officially became friends with Kurokawa as she told him she looked forward to spending time with him. Sometime later, Kurokawa rushed into the classroom and loudly asked Hajime if he had a moment. The entire class froze and stared at them in utter shock. As Hajime and Kurokawa walked out into the hallway, his classmates whispered among themselves, assuming she was going to severely scold him for not understanding the honor of sitting next to her. Once they were alone outside behind the school building, Kurokawa nervously asked Hajime a question. She held up her phone to show a scene from the manga, excitedly asking if their school was the model for the one in the story, to which Hajime enthusiastically confirmed it was thrilled to finally talk about otaku topics with her. Kurokawa playfully held her phone up to her forehead with a gentle smile, stating that she was as happy as she could be. Kurokawa remarked that the recent efforts by manga corporations were quite impressive, causing Hajime to ask what she meant. She explained that originally readers had to pay for the second chapter of Love Mav, but by partnering with other companies for ad revenue, the app now provided it for free. She added that if someone was not paying attention, the way the world worked could change in the blink of an eye, making Hajime internally exclaim that she sounded like an old person. Kurokawa then eagerly asked Hajime when AI Tan appeared in the story. Hajime smiled warmly in response. He explained that AI Tan was the nickname of the manga's heroine AI Akasaka. Hajime thought she probably assumed AI Tan was some kind of mascot before transitioning the topic to the heroine. He pointed out that the heroine from the manga actually resembled her in a way. Kurokawa stared at him in stunned silence. She suddenly yelled that his claim was a load of baloney. Flailing her arms frantically, she insisted she was not that cute and that Akasaka was much more charming, warning him not to make weird jokes. Hajime smiled and told her that AI Tan would appear soon, adding that he was really glad she was getting into the manga. Kurokawa recalled his earlier words about otakus being happy when they find friends and warmly agreed. Hajime suddenly gasped as he noticed something. He looked toward the courtyard area they were standing in. He recalled a scene from Volume 5 of the manga where AI Tan excitedly pointed out plum trees mixed in with the cherry blossoms in that exact spot. Hajime wanted to tell her about it, but decided against spoiling the story, hoping they could discuss it next year instead, until Kurokawa suddenly called out his name. Kurokawa struck the exact same pose as the manga heroine, pointing up and telling him to look at the plum trees mixed in with the cherry blossoms. She glanced back at him with a soft smile and asked if he saw them. Hajime stared back at her with wide eyes in absolute shock. Hajime suddenly got a massive nosebleed as Kurokawa apologized, saying she was just a bit overwhelmed with emotion over some plum trees. Covering his bleeding nose with a handkerchief, Hajime asked Kurokawa to let him know her thoughts when she finished reading Chapter 2. Kurokawa smiled softly in response. 6 days later, at Kurokawa's large mansion, Kurokawa cheered in excitement as she collected her daily login bonus on the app, thrilled that she finally had 80 points. Sitting on her large bed in her nightgown, she panted nervously and noted that she could finally read Chapter 2. She recalled Hajime asking for her thoughts on the chapter and firmly agreed to herself. With an intense stare, she tapped the screen to spend her points and unlock the chapter. A massive scream suddenly echoed through the mansion, startling her butler and maid. The butler threw open her bedroom door and asked what happened, claiming he heard a scream like a cat in heat, but Kurokawa frantically lied that she was just sleep talking. The butler apologized for the intrusion and closed the door as Kurokawa told him it was okay. Her trembling hand reached for her phone, which was lying on the bed displaying a slightly lewd manga panel. She covered her deeply blushing face in absolute shock, wondering what she was going to do now. The next day at school, Hajime walked down the hallway wondering if Kurokawa had read the chapter yet, when someone suddenly grabbed his jacket. He turned to find a very flustered and sweaty Kurokawa who nervously asked if he had a moment. She asked him to confirm that he had purchased all the chapters of the manga, which he did. Completely embarrassed and looking away, she asked him if there were any lewd scenes after chapter 2. Hajime looked confused and asked if there were really any scenes like that in the manga at all, prompting Kurokawa to loudly yell that there definitely were. She forcefully shoved her phone screen in his face, pointing at a panel and stammering about the character's exposed cleavage. Hajime stared back at her with a blank, confused expression as she desperately tried to prove her point. Hajime stared in realization, noting to himself about Kurokawa. He realized that she had absolutely no tolerance for even the most mildly erotic content. Kurokawa showed him the screen again, pointing out the cleavage and asking if it was naughty. Hajime told her that the manga was completely wholesome on every page, taking her by surprise. As she muttered in disbelief, Hajime thought to himself that he never expected her to react so strongly to such vaguely erotic content. He realized he needed to convince her it was not an erotic manga so she would keep reading. Kurokawa then loudly asked what he would think if she did the exact same thing. Hajime immediately imagined her exposing her chest, prompting her to panic and tell him not to actually think about it. Changing the subject, she stated that she just did not expect to see such a shameless scene. Hajime started to respond to her concern. Kurokawa loudly confessed that she made a really weird noise when she first saw it. Hajime panicked, worrying that she would drop the series at this rate, while briefly questioning what she meant by a weird noise. Deciding he needed to change her mind quickly, he pointed out that even fashion magazines showed cleavage in their lingerie sections. Kurokawa argued that those magazines were targeted at women, but since this manga was also read by men, it had to have an ulterior motive. Hajime stared in absolute shock at her reasoning. She added that while such revealing fashions existed, she could not even look at them because they were too naughty. Hajime clutched his head in exasperation, frustrated that she was getting worked up over something so mild. Seeing her innocent demeanor, he wondered if it was completely impossible to persuade her. Hajime internally urged himself not to lose confidence, believing that where there was a will, there was a way. He then called out to Kurokawa, who nervously responded. Kurokawa asked Hajime if she was naughty too, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Hajime let out a confused noise as Kurokawa, severely flustered, explained that she definitely took her clothes off when changing. She continued asking if exposing her chest during that time made her naughty, causing Hajime to stare in sheer disbelief. Kurokawa's face flushed deep red as she panicked over her own logic. She muttered that she did not know anymore, while Hajime clenched his fist, triumphantly realizing she was wavering. Deciding to strike while the iron was hot, Hajime pointed at the scene on the phone and insisted that there was no naughty intent whatsoever and that the character was just changing clothes. He declared that AI was not the type of character who enjoyed showing her cleavage to the opposite sex, making Kurokawa widen her eyes in realization. Hajime passionately argued that manga was about glimpsing the characters' personal lives and watching them grow, adding that thinking something like that was naughty made her the dirty-minded one. Kurokawa looked at him with wide, teary eyes and lamented how foolish she had been. She promised to discard her impure thoughts and continue reading chapter 3. Hajime agreed aloud while internally celebrating his victory. Suddenly, the school bell rang. Hajime pointed it out and Kurokawa agreed, saying they needed to hurry back to the classroom. As they rushed, Kurokawa tripped and accidentally tossed the phone across the floor. Hajime scrambled to catch it, wondering if she had aimed it at him. The phone landed face up, displaying the cleavage scene perfectly, and Kurokawa let out a horrified gasp. A female teacher picked up the phone, stared at the manga panel, and asked if the phone belonged to her. Kurokawa stared back in absolute terror, sweating profusely. Hajime suddenly stepped in front of Kurokawa and claimed that it was his bad. He raised his hand with a nervous smile and told the teacher that it was actually his phone, leaving Kurokawa staring at him in shock. Hajime made up an excuse, claiming that Kurokawa had just been scolding him for walking while looking at his phone. Kurokawa looked at Hajime with a deeply touched expression, tears beginning to form in her eyes as he took the blame for her. The teacher gave a playful wink and told Hajime that she understood he was at that age, but warned him not to go showing such naughty things to girls. Hajime stood frozen in disbelief, while Kurokawa stared blankly and muttered the word naughty. The teacher slid the door shut, leaving the two of them standing alone in the hallway. The teacher walked away down the hall with her materials, humming curiously to herself. Hajime dropped to his hands and knees in defeat, apologizing to Kurokawa and admitting that the scene was naughty after all. He frantically explained that among Otakus, Love Mav was evaluated more for its cuteness than its eroticism. Looking up at her, he promised that he would never betray any of her expectations. He trailed off as Kurokawa looked down at him with a soft expression. Kurokawa knelt down to his level and told him with a warm smile that she would expect that of him. Hajime teared up and loudly shouted his absolute compliance, which slightly startled Kurokawa. Kurokawa nervously held out her hand and asked for her phone back, prompting Hajime to quickly apologize and hand it over. Kurokawa silently looked down at her phone screen. Hajime waved his hands and told her not to worry about it, apologizing for earlier when the teacher called her an airhead because of his actions. Hajime gave her a bright smile and a thumbs up, declaring that they could pump as much air into his head as they wanted because until now he never had anyone to talk about the manga with. Kurokawa stared at him with wide, emotional eyes. Hajime suddenly panicked, yelling that he messed up, and spun around to head to the classroom first while she watched him in confusion. Kurokawa remained kneeling alone in the hallway, looking at her phone as she replayed his words in her mind. She blushed deeply and pulled the phone close to her face, quietly wondering to herself what she had been expecting. Hajime looks over a flyer listing various school clubs, including the Culture Study Club, and realizes it is already club recruiting season. Hajime buries his face in the paper in absolute panic, realizing he had completely forgotten that clubs existed, and admitting he had no intention of joining one. He remembers their regular meetups to discuss their favorite manga in the resource room and wonders if those casual sessions could actually count as a real club activity. Hajime worries about the possibility of Kurokawa joining a proper club, realizing he would feel incredibly lonely without her company. He clutches his head in frustration, scolding himself for being too dramatic, and resolving not to show Kurokawa any more of his pathetic side. Kurokawa holds up a chemistry flyer, and their eyes meet across the room, causing the entire world to suddenly feel silent around them. Hajime walks into the room, reflecting on how lucky he is that she even speaks to him after school, and decides he will support whatever club she chooses to join. He prepares himself to happily send her off with a smile, but his thoughts are interrupted as she begins to speak. Kurokawa holds a handout close to her chest and asks him what he thinks about the Manga Research Club. Hajime is stunned and asks her if she has changed her mind about keeping her love for manga a secret from the rest of the school. As Kurokawa hides her blushing face behind the paper, Hajime panics, internally wondering if she wants to find new otaku friends because he was not good enough for her. Though he is heartbroken, Hajime forces himself to stick to his decision to happily support her and prepare to send her off to any club. He tries to enthusiastically say that the Manga Research Club sounds great, but his voice suddenly cracks at the end. An awkward silence fills the room as Kurokawa stares at him in confusion after his voice cracked. Hajime rubs his head and frantically apologizes, explaining that he was just surprised because he never expected her to be interested in a club like that. Kurokawa looks down, clutching her pamphlet, and asks him how she is supposed to take that response. Hajime realizes he messed up his attempt to be positive and tries to laugh it off, waving his hands and insisting he did not mean anything deep by it. Hajime struggles to find the right words to say while Kurokawa tightly grips her paper in silence. Hajime cowers as an incredibly intense pressure emanates from Kurokawa while she continues to stare at him. Hajime finds it impossible to lie under her swirling gaze, but then pauses to ask himself if he even needs to lie to give her a positive response. Hajime decides to be completely honest about his feelings instead of lying, but Kurokawa stops him in his tracks by grabbing his uniform jacket. Hajime looks down at Kurokawa, who is blushing deeply as she looks up at him. Hajime clenches his fists, looks down, and confesses that he does not want her to join the Manga Research Club. Hajime explains that it has only been a few days, but he has had so much fun with her, and admits he will be sad if they have less time to talk. Hajime admits that he knows his request is pathetic and selfish, but felt that he should be completely honest about how he truly feels. Kurokawa remains silent, hiding the lower half of her face behind her club pamphlet. Kurokawa turns around and reassures him not to worry because she is not going to join any club, meaning they will still have plenty of time to talk. Hajime stammers that it is good news, but internally notes that her speech pattern suddenly sounds unusually robotic. Kurokawa asks him what club he is planning to join, and Hajime replies that he is joining the Going Home Club. Kurokawa suddenly drops to her knees on the floor, prompting a panicked Hajime to ask if she is okay. Kurokawa raises her hand to stop him, gasping out a request for him to give her a second, as Hajime looks on in confusion. Kurokawa confesses that she was so relieved that she completely lost her strength, adding that she must be making a very weird face right now. Kurokawa explains that since she now knows Hajime is not joining any clubs, either her weird face is not going to go away, so she decides to head straight home for the day. Hajime is struck by a sudden realization, wondering if she actually never cared about the club activities from the very beginning and was only asking for his opinion to see if he was joining a club. As Kurokawa heads out of the resource room, Hajime smiles and calls out her name. Kurokawa tells him she will see him tomorrow in a slightly awkward syllabic tone, and Hajime enthusiastically bids her goodbye. The sliding door shuts, leaving Hajime standing alone in the quiet resource room. As Kurokawa walks down the school hallway, other students whisper in curiosity, while Hajime's internal narration wonders about the weird expression she was trying so hard to hide. Though Hajime wonders what kind of face she was making, Kurokawa walks away with an incredibly sweet, blushing smile of pure happiness. The chapter begins as Hajime finds himself watching Kurokawa walk away. The class ends and the students stand and bow to the teacher as they are dismissed. The students begin packing up their things, talking about their after-school plans. Kurokawa turns to look at Hajime, hoping to her thoughts on the third chapter of the manga, but hesitates as he yawns and gets ready to leave. A classmate suddenly approaches Kurokawa, asking her to explain a math problem she did not understand. Kurokawa politely helps her classmate with the trigonometry problem, but keeps scanning the room to look for Hajime. Kurokawa flinches as another student suddenly begs her for help with English. The girls glare intensely at Hajime as a worthless nobody who does not belong near Kurokawa, terrifying him into leaving immediately. Kurokawa begins helping her classmates step by step with their English lesson, but realizes that Hajime has already gone. Kurokawa looks down in dejection as she realizes they missed their chance to talk. The sun sets and night falls over the school building. The classmates enthusiastically thank Kurokawa for her valuable time as they finally leave the room. Left alone, Kurokawa lets out a tired sigh and quickly pulls out her phone. She gasps in shock upon seeing that it is already nearly 7 in the evening, realizing time passed much faster than she had expected. She clutches her uniform jacket, wondering if Hajime might still be waiting for her in the resource room. Kurokawa begins running down the empty hallway toward the resource room. She slides open the door of the dark resource room and lets out a soft gasp. She stands in the doorway, panting heavily from running and blushing in anticipation. Hajime greets her warmly, complimenting her on her hard work for the day. Kurokawa looks at Hajime with emotional, tear-filled eyes, deeply moved by his presence. Kurokawa frantically asks where he has been, and Hajime nervously laughs, explaining that he had to go to the restroom and also had to grab his backpack, since he could not leave his wallet unattended. Kurokawa is overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that he actually stayed behind and waited all this time just for her. Just as Kurokawa gathers her courage to her thoughts on the manga, the PA system announces that the school is closing, and Hajime hurriedly waves goodbye, explaining that he has to run to catch the last bus. Kurokawa stands alone in the empty hallway, watching him leave in silence. She feels deeply disappointed that she was unable to talk to him, even though he had gone through the trouble of waiting for her. The scene transitions to the city skyline at night, glowing with countless skyscraper lights. Kurokawa rides in the back of her luxury car, reflecting on the day. She rests her head and quietly wonders if there is a way their communications could be handled a bit more smoothly. Her sudden sigh causes her driver to panic and frantically apologize for his driving, prompting Kurokawa to quickly reassure him that nothing is wrong. Kurokawa explains to the driver that she made a mistake and wasted someone's time, and asks him if there is a better way to stay in touch with people. The driver suggests sending a message, but Kurokawa bashfully responds that she heard high schoolers do not really use email anymore. Fidgeting with her fingers, she explains that they have gotten closer, and she has learned so much, making it feel strange to worry about keeping up appearances now. Hearing this, the driver asks her if she has a communication application called Talk installed on her smartphone. The driver explains that the application is highly popular among young people for easily staying in contact and messaging each other. The next day, the school building is shown under a bright, clear sky. After school the next day, Kurokawa's classmates find her desk empty and wonder where she went, while Hajime is suddenly stopped in the hallway by Kurokawa calling his name. Kurokawa stands before Hajime with an incredibly dark and serious expression, stating that she has been waiting for him, which makes Hajime wonder if her old, unapproachable persona has returned. She steps closer and addresses him with a heavy, intense gaze. Kurokawa seriously asks him if he knows of an app that makes it easy to communicate and stay in touch, leaving Hajime completely flustered and struggling to respond. Hajime awkwardly turns away while Kurokawa stands frozen in absolute bewilderment by his unfinished sentence. Kurokawa gets completely flustered, thinking he said something inappropriate, and screams at him for cutting his sentence off at such a weird spot. Later, Kurokawa researches the application on her phone, finding out that while Talk is only available on Apple devices, SMA works across all smartphone platforms. Kurokawa is deeply impressed by this discovery, muttering about how exquisite it is and wondering if it is actually real. Kurokawa hesitantly asks Hajime if he was already aware of this fact, and Hajime smiles, admitting he had no idea either. Kurokawa beams with a bright, overjoyed smile, thrilled to another common detail with him. As Kurokawa cheerfully bids him goodbye and walks away, Hajime's heart beats rapidly as he wonders if this application will allow them to talk even more. Hajime stands alone in the room and realizes that she left without actually exchanging their contact information, leaving him embarrassed. The scene transitions to the quiet townhouses as evening falls. In the back of the car, the driver observes that she looks happy and asks if she achieved her goal, but Kurokawa is briefly puzzled by what her goal actually was. A sudden wave of shock hits Kurokawa as she realizes something important. She covers her face in absolute despair, wailing that she completely forgot her plan to ask for his contact information, while she blushingly confesses to her amused driver that Hajime is the only person she can talk to, without feeling tense. She recalls their conversation and explains that she was just so happy that they'd the same lack of knowledge about the app at the time. Kurokawa bashfully admits that she was simply so caught up in the happiness of the moment that her actual goals slipped her mind. The driver is deeply touched and lets out an emotional exclamation at her rare display of vulnerability. The next day, the high school building is shown during school hours. Kurokawa arrives at school determined to finally get Hajime's contact details, but as she approaches his desk and calls out to him, she is suddenly interrupted and surrounded by her classmates. Meanwhile, Hajime walks down the hallway past the school lockers, completely unaware of her attempt to reach him. Kurokawa looks up with wide, stunned eyes as she watches Hajime walk away. She stands surrounded by her classmates and wonders if Hajime is intentionally keeping his distance from her whenever they are around others. Looking at her phone, she wonders if he is keeping his distance to protect her secret, since she previously confessed how hard she tries to keep up appearances. Kurokawa desperately reaches her hand out to stop him, but her voice gets caught in her throat. Hajime continues walking down the hallway while Kurokawa is blocked from following him by her classmates. Her hand drops back to her side in defeat as she realizes she missed her chance to speak to him. Back in the resource room, Kurokawa laments that her voice could not reach him, but quickly masks her distress when her classmates ask if she is okay, reassuring them that she is fine. Later, as Hajime sits alone in the resource room, Kurokawa enters and politely greets him, telling him he did a great job today. Hajime senses that she has something important on her mind and asks if she has some business with him today. Squeezing her bag tightly, a blushing Kurokawa nervously asks him if he would be willing to use the talk application with her. Hajime screams in absolute shock, knocking over a chair as he frantically asks if she really means with him, which startles her into giving a confused nod. Kurokawa bashfully explains that she was too nervous to approach him earlier and felt bad for keeping him waiting, but then blushing deeply, she loudly declares that she wants to talk to him more. Overcome with embarrassment, Kurokawa grabs the back of his uniform jacket and buries her face. She looks up at him with teary, hopeful eyes, asking him if he does not hate the idea. Hajime enthusiastically shouts that he would love to, which brings a massive wave of relief to Kurokawa. They happily exchange contact details on their phones, and Kurokawa nervously volunteers to send the first message, which immediately pings on Hajime's phone. Hajime is completely shocked when he sees that her first message is an incredibly long wall of text detailing her analytical thoughts on the third chapter of their manga. Hajime begins reading through her massive detailed review, while Kurokawa stands beside him waiting anxiously and blushing. He finishes reading and beams with a huge, joyful smile, expressing his excitement that she already read chapter 3, and notice the part where the heroine earnestly does her best. Kurokawa looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, deeply touched and happy that she was able to her thoughts with him successfully. Kurokawa is overjoyed, closing her eyes with a huge smile as she celebrates finally being able to express her thoughts to him. Hajime happily asks her when she thinks she will be able to read the 4th chapter. Kurokawa replies on her phone that she will be able to read it in 4 days, and Hajime enthusiastically tells her she can definitely look forward to the next chapter. As she looks down at her phone, Hajime suddenly turns his gaze toward her in surprise. Kurokawa stares intensely at her phone with glittering, excited eyes, making Hajime grin nervously at her intense reaction. Kurokawa blushingly realizes that they will be messaging each other all day, while Hajime suddenly wonders what this development actually means for their relationship. Kurokawa receives a notification, quickly taps out a reply on her screen, and smiles happily at their ongoing conversation. Hajime looks at his screen with a soft, content expression, realizing how much closer they have become. Seeing her look so incredibly happy, Hajime decides that this arrangement is perfectly fine since they are both having a wonderful time. After school hours, Hajime enters the resource room only to find Kurokawa screaming in pure panic because she spotted a spider on her chair. Hajime stands frozen, internally screaming that this is a perfect recreation of a scene from the 6th chapter of the manga where the heroine is also terrified of a spider on her chair. Having a massive nosebleed from the sheer emotional overload, Hajime tearfully declares his eyes and ears are in heaven, prompting a bewildered Kurokawa to ask if he is really okay over a spider. As Kurokawa kindly hands him tissues to clean his nose, Hajime reflects on how happy everything she says and does makes him. Kurokawa smiles warmly and suggests they take things easy today because their midterm exams are coming up soon. Hearing this, Hajime suddenly freezes as a terrifying thought crosses his mind. For the first time, a dark sense of dread overshadows Hajime's happiness as he realizes that the exam season is already here. He recalls that their high school is a highly academic elite academy where the top university acceptance rate is strictly maintained through rigorous after-school support programs. Under the school rules, any student who scores below an 80 on exams must attend 3 hours of mandatory after-school remedial classes, which makes a devastated Hajime realize they will no longer be able to spend time together if he fails. Kurokawa clenches her fists in determination and reassures Hajime that everything will be fine because all he needs is a little bit of reviewing to score 80 points. Hajime holds a tissue to his nose and nervously apologizes, admitting that he only got into their school through pure luck and lacks confidence in his academic abilities. Kurokawa looks at him with a surprised and thoughtful expression as he struggles with his anxiety. Hajime explains that he still wants to keep talking with her, but asks if he can go straight home and focus entirely on studying just for the exam period, to which she readily agrees. Hajime enthusiastically promises to make sure he scores above 80, and Kurokawa cheers in agreement. Hajime walks home alone, carrying the weight of his promise on his shoulders. As Hajime heads off, he pumps his fist and resolves to get over 80 points while Kurokawa watches him go with a blush. However, as soon as he is out of sight, Hajime is overwhelmed by the daunting task of scoring 80 points and looks completely exhausted. Back in his room at night, Hajime slumps over his study desk in complete despair, admitting to himself that he does not feel capable of scoring over 80 points. He glances at his alarm clock and realizes he has stayed up studying until nearly 5 in the morning. He wonders if Kurokawa has already finished reading the latest chapter of their favorite manga, while her encouraging words continue to echo in his mind. He assumes that scoring 80 points is likely easy for someone like Kurokawa, who probably gets top marks without any effort. Morning arrives, and the high school building is shown at the start of a new school day. At school, Hajime notes that despite studying until 5 in the morning, nothing seemed to stick, and he is mortified to find massive dark circles under his eyes in the mirror. He slumps onto his desk in class, feeling inferior to his highly competent classmates, and assuming none of them are suffering from study-induced exhaustion. To his surprise, Kurokawa is shown sitting nearby with equally severe dark circles under her eyes. Hajime is completely stunned when he turns to look at Kurokawa. He is completely taken aback to see her looking so tired, wondering in shock if she also stayed up the entire night studying for the exams. Kurokawa quietly calls out his name, prompting a nervous response from Hajime. With an intensely serious gaze that sends shockwaves through their classmates, Kurokawa asks if she can borrow some of his time after school today, and Hajime immediately complies. Kurokawa thanks Hajime for his time despite his busy schedule, and Hajime replies that it is fine, internally noting that nobody was brave enough to stop her today, before she asks him if there is anything she can do to help. Kurokawa presents a highly detailed stack of handwritten study formulas and summaries, offering them for him to use. Hajime stares in absolute shock and disbelief at the incredibly thorough study material. Kurokawa blushes and explains that she tried to replicate a scene from the 5th chapter of their favorite manga, where the heroine made detailed summary notes for each subject to prepare for exams. Kurokawa proudly declares that the notes are quite well done and enthusiastically encourages him so they can both do their absolute best on the tests. Hajime is completely overwhelmed with emotion, staring at her in stunned silence. Embarrassed, Kurokawa quickly waves her hands to downplay the situation, claiming it was just a coincidence rather than an attempt to imitate the manga heroine. Hajime looks at the notes and asks if she read the chapter immediately after its midnight release and stayed up to compile all these detailed summaries. Kurokawa happily confirms it, prompting a deeply concerned Hajime to ask if she barely slept at all. Kurokawa cheerfully laughs off his concern, claiming she is perfectly fine because she got 30 minutes of sleep, though Hajime internally protests that 30 minutes does not even count as a proper nap. In a panic, Hajime suddenly grabs Kurokawa by her shoulders and loudly worries about what would happen if she were to suddenly collapse from exhaustion. He confesses that her gesture makes him incredibly happy, but desperately pleads with her to go home and get some proper rest. Staring up at him with a deep blush, Kurokawa is left breathless and quietly stammers out her compliance. Hajime suddenly realizes how forcefully he grabbed her and pulls his hands back in absolute panic. Hajime frantically apologizes for his behavior, but Kurokawa bashfully tells him that she was just surprised because it is very rare for anyone to actually worry about her well-being. Hajime softly replies that of course he would worry if she pushes herself too hard, leaving her in silent reflection. Kurokawa lets out a quiet, surprised gasp at his earnest words. Hajime watches her rub her tired eyes, realizing that pushing herself to study through the night is probably just normal for someone in her position. He reevaluates his previous assumptions, realizing that someone who achieves high scores easily would never have to push themselves to survive on 30 minutes of sleep. Clutching her handwritten notes tightly, Hajime resolves to match her dedication and promises to study incredibly hard for his exams too. Kurokawa beams with a bright smile, and Hajime notes that for some reason she lets her guard down and skips all the way home. Back at home, Hajime reviews her notebook and is amazed at how she managed to condense an entire page of complex material into a single easy-to-understand line all in one night. He recalls her cheerful confession about only getting 30 minutes of sleep, feeling deeply touched by how hard she pushed herself to help him. Tears well up in his eyes as he realizes she put in all this effort not just to assist him, but because she truly values their after-school meetings. Downstairs, Hajime's mother tells his younger sister, Mao, not to disturb him because he is studying, though Mao looks highly skeptical. Meanwhile, Hajime is shown groaning and struggling as he tries to force himself through the difficult material. Mao calls out to their mother that her brother is making strange noises, prompting Hajime to yell back in furious embarrassment. During school hours, Hajime studies relentlessly, determined not to waste a single second of his break time since Kurokawa put so much effort into helping him. A classmate approaches Kurokawa to ask if she has a moment to spare, and she politely agrees. Kurokawa's writing comes to a sudden halt as more and more classmates crowd around her desk, which Hajime observes from a distance. Hajime watches the group gather, noting to himself just how popular she really is among their classmates. He recalls her past confession about always feeling lonely, realizing that her words could not be further from the truth. Hajime tries to focus on his work, thinking that she seems to be doing perfectly fine without him as her classmates keep her company. Suddenly, one of the classmates asks Kurokawa if she reads manga and if she has any recommendations she would be willing to. Hearing the question, Hajime's heart skips a beat as he freezes in absolute shock. He sweats profusely and watches anxiously, wondering how she will manage to answer such a risky question. However, another classmate quickly steps in and scolds the girl, declaring that Kurokawa would never indulge in such vulgar things and forcing her to apologize. The classmates confidently declare that she must only be interested in pure literature, eagerly looking to each other for agreement. Kurokawa quietly confirms her classmates' assumptions with a simple yes, looking away slightly. Hajime watches in sheer bewilderment, completely baffled by the direction of their classmates' conversation. He realizes that while her classmates do not mean any harm, dealing with their high expectations all the time must be incredibly exhausting for her. Shaking off his distractions, Hajime tells himself to stop overthinking and focus entirely on studying. He forces himself to pay close attention in class, determined to succeed for both his and Kurokawa's sake. He continues studying long into the night, even listening to English audio summaries while lying in bed to maximize his study time. Mao watches her brother study relentlessly from the doorway as Hajime remains fiercely determined to score over 80 points when he heads to school the next day. On the day of the exam, the teacher stands at the front of the classroom and asks if everyone has received their test papers. Once the teacher gives the signal to begin, the students turn their test papers over, with Hajime mentally preparing himself for the challenge. He looks down at the test sheet, holding his breath as he scans the first few questions. To his absolute delight, Hajime realizes that the questions are exactly from the sections he studied, and he happily begins writing down the answers he knows so well. Watching him write confidently, Kurokawa looks over and lets out a soft, relieved smile. After the exams finally conclude, the classroom fills with sighs of relief as the students celebrate finishing their midterms. Hajime is pleasantly surprised to receive a message from Kurokawa on his phone asking him how his test went. He smiles warmly to himself before typing out his reply. He messages her back to report that he managed to score 80%, attaching a cheerful sticker to celebrate his success. Kurokawa stares at her screen in mild disbelief before turning to warn him that it might be too early to celebrate since they have not received their grades back yet. It turns out her hunch was entirely correct, and Hajime is left devastated when they hand the tests back and his answer sheet displays a score of 72. Hajime gasps in absolute horror as the reality of his failure sinks in. Kurokawa silently looks over her own paper while a completely defeated Hajime stares down at his score. Hajime remembers all of their D-study moments, promises, and the looming threat of being forced into remedial classes if his score fell below 80. Hajime sits in class, frozen in absolute shock and horror over his failing grade. He tearfully declares that his demise will serve as payment for his foolishness, prompting Kurokawa to ask what on earth he is even talking about. Before starting their review, the teacher stands at the board and admits that she accidentally included a topic they had not covered yet in the final question. She explains that she will make a one-time exception for the single student who got the last question wrong and scored a 77, passing them and telling them not to worry. Hajime looks down to see that his incorrect answer has been checked off and corrected. Realizing that he was the student who scored 77 and got the last question wrong, Hajime screams in a mixture of intense shock and relief. He stands up at his desk and holds his test paper high in the air, drawing bewildered stares from his teacher and the rest of the class. Kurokawa scolds him for being proud of his mistake and tells him to review the material, while a sheepish Hajime apologizes, feeling deeply relieved to have barely avoided remedial classes. Later, Hajime eagerly shows Kurokawa his test papers, proudly pointing out that thanks to her detailed notes, he managed to stay above the safe line in all of his subjects, and thanking her profusely. Kurokawa looks at his test papers in surprise, realizing that he literally scored right on the edge of 80 points in almost every single subject. Driven by his narrow escape, Kurokawa adopts an intensely determined expression, resolving to write even better study notes next time so he can achieve an even higher score. Hajime is slightly puzzled by her suddenly serious expression, but decides to change the subject, asking her if she has managed to read the 5th chapter of the manga yet. Kurokawa immediately blushes and enthusiastically confirms that she has indeed read the chapter. As she happily gesticulates and notes that the timing was perfect since the manga also covers the exam period, Hajime smiles to himself, thinking about how expressive she is. The scene flashes back to Kurokawa in her bedroom, nervously holding her phone and struggling to hold back her urge to message him during their exam study period. The view shifts back to the quiet hallway outside the school resource room. Hajime confidently gestures and brags about his study efforts, making Kurokawa cover her face and laugh softly at his antics. Back in the resource room, Kurokawa gestures frantically to Hajime as she continues their conversation. The wall clock shows that it is already nearly 5 in the afternoon. Kurokawa suddenly interrupts her thought, blushingly asking if she can quickly excuse herself to use the restroom, and Hajime politely agrees. The scene shifts to the empty, quiet school corridors. After exiting the restroom, Kurokawa is startled when a classmate calls out to her in the empty hallway. A classmate politely requests a moment of her time, and Kurokawa kindly asks her to step down so they can talk. The classmate panics and waves her hands frantically, quickly claiming that it is nothing important. The girl begs for forgiveness and runs away, leaving Kurokawa completely bewildered in the hallway. Puzzled by the encounter, Kurokawa returns and slides open the door to the resource room. She steps inside and is surprised to find that Hajime has fallen fast asleep on his chair with her notebook resting on his lap. As she approaches him, his notebook and loose test papers suddenly slide off his lap and scatter across the floor. Kurokawa kneels down to gather the papers, but is deeply moved when she notices that the notebook pages are wrinkled and the ink is fading from his sweaty hands. She clutches the worn-out notes to her chest with a blissful, blushing smile, realizing just how hard and often he must have studied them. Kurokawa sits quietly beside him, softly whispering her gratitude for all his incredibly hard work studying for their exams. She remembers him happily waving his test papers and telling her that he could not thank her enough, thinking to herself that she is the one who should be thanking him. Kurokawa softly confesses to his sleeping form that for the first time in her life, she actually found herself looking forward to the end of the school day. She whispers her heartfelt thanks to him for putting so much effort into studying for her sake as she tenderly gazes at his peaceful face. She quickly blushes and looks down in extreme embarrassment, quietly whispering to herself that she must be kidding. Kurokawa struggles with her growing feelings, quietly addressing his sleeping figure in the dim room. Hajime suddenly stirs in his sleep, letting out a soft mumble as he begins to wake up. Hajime suddenly wakes up with a loud gasp, startling Kurokawa, and immediately panics, asking if he said anything strange in his sleep. Kurokawa stands frozen with a pounding heart, blushingly assuring him that he did not say anything at all. Hajime is left looking confused while Kurokawa quietly sweats in embarrassment beside him. Kurokawa quickly and nervously insists that he definitely did not say a word, which causes Hajime to realize that she must have been the one talking to him. Desperate to change the subject, Kurokawa frantically begs him to continue their conversation from before she went to the restroom, and Hajime readily agrees. Hajime excitedly reveals that an anime shop is hosting a special 10th anniversary festival for their favorite manga. He explains that there are 4 limited edition stickers to collect and offers to pick one up for her on the opening Sunday, making Kurokawa hesitate in surprise. Hajime blushingly asks if it would be all right with her. Kurokawa blushes intensely and eagerly asks if she can join him at the fair, while internally worrying about whether this qualifies as a date. The story cuts back to a past moment where Kurokawa hurriedly runs away from Hajime to gather her thoughts in class. It recalls her past embarrassment, noting how even closing her manga application was an intense struggle for her. She is shown lost in space, like contemplation, trying to understand what his unfinished sentence meant. On her ride home, she smiles happily at her phone while her driver sheds tears of joy over her happiness. Suddenly snapping back to her senses on the way home, she blushes in embarrassment and desperately tells herself to stay calm and proper. Back in the resource room, Hajime holds up Kurokawa's test paper and praises her for scoring an incredible 95 points, making her blush in embarrassment. Kurokawa looks at her phone in surprise, realizing they can even make voice calls to each other using the talk application. As she blushingly wonders if they will ever exchange phone numbers and talk directly, her phone suddenly pings with an incoming notification. Kurokawa flinches in sheer shock when she hears Hajime's voice suddenly speaking to her through her phone. Astounded to discover that they can talk without even exchanging phone numbers, Kurokawa nervously greets him, identifying herself as Kurokawa speaking. Hajime is taken aback by her formal greeting but replies before Kurokawa quickly and awkwardly says she will excuse herself and hangs up. While Kurokawa wriggles on her bed with a pounding heart, Hajime stares at his phone in bewilderment, wondering what her sudden call was about. The story recalls the moment Kurokawa blushingly asked if she could accompany him to the 10th anniversary fair. Hajime suggests they meet up at the machai tree, leaving a confused Kurokawa wondering what a machai tree is. The scene transitions to a Nuo station with Hajime reflecting that there was simply no way for him to refuse her request. Standing outside the station near the machai tree sign, Hajime nervously awaits her arrival, constantly checking his reflection and crossing his arms in anticipation. He blushes and starts to panic, deeply anxious about whether his lack of fashion sense has made him look weird in his choice of clothing. Hajime stands there nervously trying to calm his racing thoughts as he waits. He wonders what kind of outfit Kurokawa will end up wearing for their meetup today. He recalls that a character from their manga wore all black on her first date, but he doubts Kurokawa would actually show up looking like a member of a secret organization. Figuring it would not hurt to do some research, Hajime pulls out his phone to search for trends regarding what girls and celebrities wear on their days off. He quickly stumbles upon an article claiming that the no-pants style is currently all the rage among overseas celebrities, leaving him thoroughly confused. Hajime stares closely at his screen in absolute shock and disbelief at the bold trend. Overwhelmed by the scandalous fashion trend, he crouches down in a complete panic, realizing it just looks like walking around in underwear, and frantically tries to process the information while hiding behind a pillar. A wave of dread washes over him as he realizes there is a slim chance Kurokawa might actually show up in that revealing outfit just before someone suddenly calls his name. Kurokawa arrives, happily greeting him and noting that he is a full 10 minutes early for their meeting. Hajime turns around and immediately blurts out how incredibly glad he is that she is actually wearing pants, heavily confusing her. Hajime frantically covers his tracks by claiming he just read a weird article while internally noting that her outfit strongly resembles the manga character AI Tan, right down to the specific hat she chose. As he looks at her blushing face, Hajime thinks to himself that she looks incredibly cute dressed like this as well. Hajime apologizes for staring so intensely, but just as he begins to comment on her outfit for the day, she hurriedly stops him in his tracks. Holding a finger to her lips, a heavily blushing Kurokawa nervously asks him if he can try not to say her name as much as possible for today. She quietly explains that she does not want the people around them to notice who she is. Hajime immediately assumes it would be troublesome for her reputation if people found out she was hanging out with him and quickly agrees to her request. Kurokawa immediately shouts a loud denial of his assumption, leaving Hajime completely shocked. She frantically clarifies that she simply does not want anyone to know she is out here at all, making a stunned Hajime realize she is actually perfectly fine with being seen beside him. Kurokawa then begins to a story from back when she was in elementary school. She explains that she once snuck out of her house specifically to buy a manga at a local bookstore in town. Kurokawa continues her story, explaining that her father found out immediately upon her return and threw the manga away, which heavily surprises Hajime. She explains that the bookstore owner had recognized her face from a photo and called to thank her father's company, noting that she cannot fully grasp her family's extensive social connections. Looking down with a deeply troubled expression, Kurokawa confesses that she does not think she could handle it if the things she bought today were thrown away, making Hajime realize just how strongly she feels about their favorite manga, before he enthusiastically declares that she can count on him. Hajime confidently promises that he will be extra careful to ensure her father and everyone else do not find out either, though Kurokawa feels bad for making him go through all this trouble. Hajime cheerfully brushes off her concerns, giving her a thumbs up and happily noting that it feels like they are celebrities on a secret date, which he finds thrilling and fun. Hearing his words, Kurokawa clutches her bag strap and nervously stammers out a question, asking if that means their outing today is actually a date. Hajime immediately enters a state of absolute panic, frantically waving his hands and screaming that his tongue slipped, loudly denying that their outing is a date. As he continues to desperately insist that it is totally not a date, Kurokawa stares at him with a visibly disappointed expression. Trying to explain himself, Hajime passionately declares on behalf of all guys that if he truly wanted to ask her out on a real date, he would have clearly and properly invited her instead of using vague tactics. Kurokawa stares at him with wide, shimmering eyes, deeply moved by his earnest declaration. She covers her mouth to hide her rapidly growing smile and heavily blushing face, softly replying that she understands. Hajime awkwardly laughs and expresses his relief that she understands, but suddenly falls completely silent as a startling realization hits him. He breaks out into a cold sweat as he realizes his passionate explanation sounded exactly like a direct declaration that he will eventually invite her on a real date in the future. Utterly mortified, Hajime holds his head in despair, realizing he got completely carried away and silently praying that she is not put off by his bold words. Unaware of his internal panic, Kurokawa simply tilts her head and looks up at him with an incredibly sweet, blushing smile. Seeing her warm and happy expression, a wave of immense relief washes over Hajime. As they begin walking into the train station together, Hajime lets out a loud sigh of relief, deciding not to care about his slip-up, since she seemingly did not notice his unintended confession, which leaves Kurokawa puzzled about what he is so relieved about. Checking the time on his phone, Hajime suggests they finally get going, and Kurokawa enthusiastically agrees. Hajime and Kurokawa set off together through the crowded station, making their way toward the anime shop. As they walk, Hajime nervously repeats to himself that their outing is definitely not a date. Kurokawa quietly glances over at him with a slight blush on her face. Hajime becomes intensely flustered, realizing that he cannot even bring himself to look directly at her. Pointing ahead, Hajime tells her that the anime shop is just around the corner if they head down the upcoming stairs. Hajime starts to say her name out of habit, but abruptly stops, as he remembers her earlier request to avoid saying it out loud. Pausing mid-sentence, Hajime turns around and is startled to find that she is no longer walking beside him. He looks around frantically until he hears her call out his name from somewhere within the busy crowd. Kurokawa hurriedly runs back up to him, apologizing for getting separated, but Hajime quickly takes the blame, admitting he was walking too fast. She explains that she was suddenly swept away by the flow of the crowd, which leaves Hajime slightly puzzled. Deciding it is fine, Hajime suggests they head down the stairs, but Kurokawa is suddenly bumped by a passing pedestrian. As the dense crowd continues to push past, Kurokawa gets bumped around again while Hajime watches in surprise. Hajime breaks into a sweat as he realizes just how thick and overwhelming the crowd of commuters actually is. He tries to call out to her, but Kurokawa is helplessly swept away by the sea of people once more. Kurokawa regroups and apologizes, confessing she has never actually walked through a crowded public area before making Hajime realize that people normally just step aside for her. Hajime smiles and points out that despite her lack of experience with crowds, she still managed to arrive early for their meeting. Kurokawa proudly reveals that she woke up at 5 in the morning just to prepare, leaving Hajime completely shocked that she got up so early for a 9:30 meetup. Determined to keep her safe, Hajime suggests they stick as close together as possible, which heavily flusters her, before he announces that he has a brilliant idea to help. He holds out the loose strap of his backpack and politely asks her to hold onto it. Kurokawa obediently grips the end of his backpack strap, staring forward with wide, surprised eyes. Kurokawa holds onto the end of Hajime's backpack strap as they stand together in the station. Hajime declares that it is time to go, and Kurokawa nervously agrees as they both internally reflect on how strange the situation feels. Kurokawa mutters that holding the strap feels exactly like walking a dog, which prompts a heavily blushing Hajime to exclaim that he was thinking the exact same thing, to which she bashfully agrees. Embarrassed by the realization, Hajime quickly changes his mind and tells her to just grab onto his clothes if anything happens, while internally berating his supposedly brilliant idea, as Kurokawa cheerfully agrees. Hajime asks her what he should call her to avoid drawing attention to her identity, and Kurokawa enthusiastically suggests he just use her first name Yayoi since it is not very well known. Hajime completely freezes up with a bright red blush, heavily stammering, as he tries to process the sudden first name basis. He awkwardly manages to utter the name Yaoi, respectfully attaching an honorific to the end of it while she watches him attentively. Suddenly embarrassed by the intimacy of her own first name, Kurokawa frantically suggests he use her elementary school nickname Yoi-san instead, which Hajime cheerfully accepts, as he leads the way to the nearby shop, internally savoring the moment he called her Yaoi. Kurokawa clutches her chest with a deep blush and wide eyes, struggling to calm her rapidly beating heart as she processes the interaction. The two of them finally arrive outside the entrance of the local anime and manga character goods shop. Stepping inside, Kurokawa looks around in absolute awe and excitedly asks if everything in the store is related to manga, which a beaming Hajime happily confirms. Kurokawa walks down the crowded aisles of the store, completely mesmerized by the sheer volume of merchandise surrounding them. She stares with large, sparkling eyes at the colorful displays of various character goods, letting out another soft gasp of amazement. Kurokawa continues to marvel at the unfamiliar sights and products, completely enchanted by the store's unique atmosphere. Trembling with excitement at the new experience, she remains speechless, while Hajime warmly smiles and tells her he completely understands the thrill of encountering unknown things. Suddenly, Hajime points forward with intense excitement and loudly calls out her new nickname, urging her to look ahead, which briefly startles her. Kurokawa gasps in sheer delight when she sees a massive dedicated special feature corner set up specifically for their favorite manga's anniversary fair. Hajime screams in absolute amazement that the store has placed every single volume of the series on a flat display, leaving an excited Kurokawa to wonder what a flat display actually means. Hajime enthusiastically explains that manga is typically displayed either on shelves or laid flat, emphasizing that seeing an already completed series given the prestigious flat display treatment is an absolute miracle. Overcome with deep reverence for the series' success, Kurokawa steps forward and literally bows in worship to the display, while Hajime spots the alternate cover versions nearby. Hajime excitedly points out that the display even includes the incredibly rare pre-alternate cover versions in stock. Hearing this, Kurokawa falls completely silent, staring forward with an intensely serious and focused expression. Hajime nervously calls out her new nickname, wondering what could have suddenly caused her joyful smile to vanish. The story flashes back to a desperate Hajime clasping his hands and frantically begging his younger sister for a girl's perspective on his outfit. His sister Mao, who is lounging on the floor with a magazine, looks up at her brother in sheer confusion. Hajime nervously holds up a heavily torn shirt with the words "Final Death" printed on it and asks for her opinion, prompting Mao to immediately call it gross and ask if he mugged someone to get it. The scene transitions to the start of a new chapter, highlighting the contrasting dynamic between the two siblings. Later at school, Mao loudly complains to her friends about being forced to help her brother pick out clothes for his Sunday outing, calling his fashion choices the absolute worst. Her friends try to cheer her up by pointing out that her brother is actually really impressive for studying at the highly prestigious Shubai High School. Mao immediately shoots down their praise, declaring that he is not impressive at all and is simply a gross otaku who has nothing better to do than study. A blonde male classmate approaches and teasingly asks if they are talking about her brother again, while another girl agrees that studying too much is just creepy. Mao's expression instantly darkens into a fierce glare as she aggressively asks the boy who he thinks he is to talk about her brother like that. One of the girls playfully hugs Mao and warns the startled boy that Mao is secretly very protective of her brother, a claim that Mao loudly and angrily denies. Changing the subject, a flustered Mao fiercely orders her friends to gather in front of the station at 8:30 on Sunday morning. Her friends stand around in complete confusion at her sudden and demanding instructions. On Sunday morning, Mao leads her friends to secretly spy on Hajime at the station, furiously denying her friends' assumptions that they are spying on his date. Mao fiercely declares that her brother is definitely being tricked and vows to take down whatever awful girl is trying to deceive him, while her friends sweat drop at her intense lack of trust in his judgment. Sporting a determined pout, Mao announces she is heading to the restroom and orders her friends to keep a close eye on her brother while she is gone. Mao steps out of the restroom with a relieved sigh, but suddenly cries out in surprise at a commotion nearby. A suspicious man aggressively harasses Mao, falsely accusing her of damaging something in his bag and demanding she take responsibility. But Kurokawa immediately steps in to defend the frightened girl, and fiercely questions if the man is even listening to reason. Unfazed by the man's aggressive demands, Kurokawa holds up her phone, already dialing the police, and firmly suggests they let the authorities confirm if Mao actually broke his belongings. Kurokawa points out that the nearby security cameras must have recorded everything, prompting the panicked man to quickly drop his accusations and flee the scene. Mao furiously complains about the fleeing man's behavior, but a smiling Kurokawa simply expresses relief that everyone is safe. Kurokawa casually explains that she had been keeping a close eye on the man, because he was suspiciously wandering around the restroom the entire time, leaving Mao completely stunned by her vigilance. Mao blushes and earnestly thanks Kurokawa for stepping in to help her, admitting that if she had been alone, she probably would have just frozen up and cried. Kurokawa chuckles softly, happily declaring that waking up at 5 in the morning to arrive early for her meet-up was completely worth it since she was able to help. Mao loudly questions what time her meet-up is scheduled for, and when Kurokawa proudly answers that it is at 9:30, Mao screams in absolute disbelief at the absurdly early preparation time. Mao decides that although her savior is a little odd, she is definitely a genuinely good person. Connecting the dots about her early preparation, Mao excitedly asks if the meet-up is actually a date. Kurokawa blushes heavily and looks away, hesitantly admitting that she is not entirely sure if their outing officially counts as a date. Blushing deeply, Kurokawa explains that since it is her first time going to a place like this, she simply wanted to make sure she was not late so she would not waste her companion's time. Observing Kurokawa's bashful demeanor, Mao thinks to herself that the girl seems to be firmly stuck in the awkward, not quite dating stage of a relationship. Mao cheerfully leans forward and enthusiastically wishes her good luck, playfully referring to her as a big sister figure. Kurokawa beams with a bright, joyful smile and warmly thanks Mao for the encouragement. Mao quickly runs back to her friends who are waiting nearby and frantically asks if her brother's date has shown up yet. When her friends confirm that she has not, Mao crosses her arms in determination, ready to judge whoever arrives. Mao suddenly stops and stares forward in absolute shock as she recognizes the person approaching her brother. Mao immediately grabs her friends and forcefully pushes them away from the scene, declaring that they are leaving, which leaves her friends utterly confused by her sudden change of plans. As they walk away through the city streets, Mao smiles confidently and assures her friends that if her brother's date is that specific girl, then he is going to be perfectly fine. Kurokawa pants heavily as she stops in front of a bookstore, recognizing the location. She remembers holding a copy of their favorite manga in her hands on that specific day. She recalls her younger self clutching the manga tightly, feeling it was the one book she absolutely had to have. She then pictures her younger self standing silently in front of a trash bin where the manga was discarded. Hajime pieces the story together in shock, asking if the manga her father threw away back then was actually the very same series they are currently reading. Kurokawa tearfully confirms his realization, explaining that she used to judge manga solely by their covers back then, which is why she never recognized it until today. Hajime thoughtfully points out that, for people who judge by covers, similar character art can make things incredibly confusing and cause them to forget the title entirely, while Kurokawa hesitantly tries to speak up. Forcing a strained smile, Kurokawa apologizes and nervously asks if it would be all right for her to just wait outside the shop. Taken aback by her sudden request, a confused Hajime awkwardly agrees to let her wait outside. Overwhelmed by painful memories of her manga being thrown away and the harsh scolding she received, Kurokawa stands solemnly outside the shop alone. Looking at the manga's image on her phone, she guiltily tells herself that, as someone who indirectly caused the book to be thrown away, she has no right to enjoy it now. Feeling that it is completely wrong for her to keep reading, she hovers her trembling finger over the button to uninstall the manga application. She hesitates as she recalls the happy times she spent cheerfully discussing the series with Hajime. A single tear traces down her cheek as she struggles with the painful decision to give it all up. Hajime suddenly bursts out of the shop carrying bags and loudly apologizes for keeping her waiting, explaining he rushed straight to the register with a prepared list, which startles Kurokawa into quickly canceling the uninstallation. Hajime excitedly holds out a set of character stickers, cheerfully announcing that he made sure to grab some for her as well. Kurokawa stammers in surprise as Hajime enthusiastically asks a tip, suggesting she hide the stickers inside a physical English vocabulary book to keep her parents from finding them, noting that no one checks physical dictionaries anymore. Hajime happily shows off the extra items from his haul, but Kurokawa hesitantly tries to decline his offer, pointing out that it might be impossible for him to get these limited items again later. Ignoring her protests, Hajime holds out a brand new plastic-wrapped volume of the manga and warmly reveals that he bought a copy specifically for her. Kurokawa stares at the offered manga volume in absolute shock, letting out a stunned gasp. Kurokawa clutches her bag and apologizes, telling Hajime she cannot accept the manga. She explains that even though she loves the series terribly, she cannot bring herself to read it anymore because she is sure it will simply be thrown away again. Looking down with a guilty expression, she adds that giving up on reading something she loves just out of guilt feels like such a waste. She recalls the past few days, telling him she has seen firsthand just how much he has genuinely enjoyed the manga. Kurokawa solemnly notes that while there are still people who might criticize him for reading manga, the manga itself will never judge him. Hajime smiles warmly and tells her that as long as she finds the series enjoyable, he wants her to keep reading it, even if she has to do so entirely in secret. With a soft blush, he pulls the manga back slightly and declares that he will hold on to it for now as a sort of wish. Kurokawa looks up at him in surprise, caught off guard by his sudden declaration. He earnestly explains that he hopes, when the day finally comes for her to read manga freely, without worrying about what others think, she will still love the series just as much as she does right now. Blushing, Hajime smiles and adds that when that day truly arrives, he hopes they will still be close enough for him to properly give the book back to her. Panic suddenly sets in as Hajime frantically stammers that this is merely his own wish, assuring her it is perfectly fine if she forgets about it. He then immediately realizes his mistake, remembering that he was supposed to be calling her by her nickname. Kurokawa stares at him in absolute silence, her eyes welling up with heavy tears as she processes his deeply moving words. Seeing her cry, Hajime immediately goes pale with absolute shock and sheer panic. As Hajime profusely apologizes for accidentally using her real name, Kurokawa covers her tear-streaked face and reassures him that she is just incredibly happy. Smiling brightly through her tears, Kurokawa thanks him from the bottom of her heart, asking him to take good care of the manga until that day comes and expressing how truly glad she is to have met him. Hajime's panic fades into a relieved, blushing smile as he enthusiastically agrees to her request. The heartfelt atmosphere suddenly shatters when Hajime brings up the payment for the merchandise. Kurokawa frantically tries to offer her money, but Hajime stubbornly insists on covering the cost himself, since he chose to buy the items on his own, while she desperately begs him to just let the beautiful moment end peacefully. Hajime fiercely argues back with a blushing face, declaring that he went through all that trouble to act cool, and if she pays for the items now, his entire effort will be completely wasted. While Mao secretly watches them from a distance and nods in quiet satisfaction at the outcome, Kurokawa is left staring at Hajime in absolute bewilderment over his sudden outburst. Kurokawa blushes intensely, completely flustered by his determination, while Hajime internally reflects that at that exact moment, he still had not noticed the significant change occurring within her. At a local cafe, Hajime orders 2 orange juices and suggests they use one of the establishment's semi-private rooms to cool off, enthusiastically calling her Yoi-san as the waitress guides them to their seats. Kurokawa stares at him with wide, heavily blushing cheeks, momentarily stunned. Flustered, she asks him how he knew she was feeling hot, and Hajime nervously begins to explain. He recalls watching her face grow increasingly red as they walked around outside. Hajime notes that as they continued their walk, her face had grown so red and sweaty that she looked like a boiled octopus. He admits he was secretly hoping she would have chosen to wear something a bit lighter and more comfortable for their outing. Hajime suddenly panics, realizing his comment might have sounded insulting after she put effort into her outfit. Unbothered, Kurokawa casually removes her heavy outer layers and politely encourages him to continue his thought. Hajime blushes furiously and repeatedly tells himself she is simply taking off her coat, though he cannot shake the feeling that he is witnessing something highly inappropriate. Now, in a much lighter top, self-conscious, Kurokawa nervously asks him if her outfit looks weird. Hajime stares at her in stunned silence, stammering out a surprised repetition of her question. Kurokawa bashfully explains that she usually has her maid pick out her clothes for her. She confesses that she actually chose today's outfit all by herself, which is why she is so anxious about whether it looks strange on her. Hearing that she picked out her clothes specifically for their meetup, Hajime's face erupts into a massive blush. He quickly looks away and enthusiastically reassures her that it is not weird at all and actually looks great, which brings a soft, relieved smile to her face. Changing the subject, Hajime cautiously asks if using her childhood nickname is risky, pointing out that if a classmate recognizes it, her parents might easily find out about her secret outing. Kurokawa gazes down with a slightly melancholic expression as she considers his concern. With a wistful smile, she quietly reassures him that it is completely fine. She explains her reasoning, cheerfully noting that she does not think she will ever cross paths with any of the people from her past again. Hajime sits in complete silence, clutching his hands as he frantically tries to think of the right words to say after Kurokawa mentions that all her past acquaintances are over there. Breaking out into a cold sweat, Hajime stammeringly offers her his greatest condolences, mistakenly assuming that the people from her past have passed away. Kurokawa processes his reaction with a blank stare before her face instantly flushes with anger and embarrassment. She leans forward and loudly yells that the people from her past are definitely not dead. Kurokawa frantically clarifies that she simply meant they are living overseas, leaving Hajime to profusely apologize for his bizarre misunderstanding and poor choice of words. After calming down, Kurokawa prepares to a story about her childhood. Kurokawa explains that back when she was in the first grade, she completely ruined her school life, which deeply surprises Hajime. She explains that during her elementary school years, her parents had her attend an elite private academy. Kurokawa looks down with a melancholic expression, admitting that she was incredibly naive about how the world worked back then. She reflects on how going to the same prestigious school did not guarantee that she and her classmates had the same values or outlook. She reveals that because her parents allowed her to spend money freely as long as it was not for frivolous things, she foolishly gave her classmates whatever money they wanted just to be liked by them. However, she realized the harsh reality of their dynamic when her classmates complained about her parents not renting out an entire amusement park, calling them stingy. Kurokawa looks back on the sting of that realization. She reflects on how she had completely failed at building genuine, healthy relationships with others. While Hajime is amazed by her deep thoughts on relationships, he sheepishly asks that his own first-grade experience consisted of making pillbug rice bowls and getting scolded. Kurokawa is absolutely flabbergasted by the mention of pillbug rice bowls while explaining that she ended up transferring to a school in England where no one knew her. She explains that Yoi-san was the nickname she received from her classmates at her school in England, which is why it would not be an issue to use it in Japan too. Hajime reflects on how different their childhoods were, but quickly tries to change the subject when Kurokawa brings up the pillbug rice bowls again. Kurokawa beams with a bright, joyful smile, happily declaring that this is the first time anyone outside of her family has ever bought her something. Hajime is left completely speechless, blushing intensely at her happy and sweet expression. Hajime is completely dumbfounded to learn that her first ever gift from someone is the somewhat Ekai series, while a cheerful Kurokawa finds the gesture incredibly sweet. Kurokawa enthusiastically declares that she was so happy she actually cried, before suddenly excusing herself to use the restroom for a moment, leaving Hajime slightly confused. Sitting alone at the table, Hajime reflects on her words, deeply touched by the fact that she cried over his simple gift. Hajime thinks to himself that even though he did not upset her, seeing Kurokawa's tear-streaked face made his heart feel incredibly heavy. He quietly acknowledges to himself that there is only so much he can do to help her with her struggles. He rests his clenched, sweating hand on the table as he processes his thoughts. Hajime firmly decides that no matter how difficult things might get, he ultimately still wants to see Kurokawa smile. Kurokawa reflects on her reading habits, noting that during the lewd scenes in her manga, she has recently resorted to closing her eyes because she is still not used to them. She reasons that it would be a complete waste to avoid such great works just because they are slightly lewd, especially since the art is so incredibly cute. She determinedly decides that if she reads more manga, the range of topics she can discuss with Hajime will expand even further. With sparkling eyes, Kurokawa eagerly continues to scroll through more manga options on her phone. As she continues to search, she suddenly flinches in surprise at something on her screen. Kurokawa shrieks in absolute terror after stumbling upon an incredibly shocking image on her phone. Her sudden loud shriek echoes down the hallway, completely startling her elderly butler. The butler slams her bedroom door open, frantically asking if she is all right, only to find Kurokawa lying completely flat on her back on her bed, frozen in absolute shock. The butler stares at her with a deeply bewildered and shocked expression. Kurokawa remains completely motionless on her bed, staring blankly with wide, sweat-covered eyes. The butler is left to wonder if she was simply talking in her sleep again, before the story announces that the first volume of the manga series was officially released on February 7th. Standing in front of the mirror in the restroom, Kurokawa covers her face in embarrassment as she notices that her eyes are slightly swollen from her tears. She splashes water on her face, desperately wondering if she showed Hajime an ugly face while crying and feeling completely overwhelmed by the embarrassing situation. While holding a wet cloth to her face to cool it down, Kurokawa tries to comfort herself by thinking that it is probably a good thing their outing today was not a real date. She gently dabs her face with the wet cloth, still feeling a warm blush on her cheeks. Back at their table, Hajime gives their order to the waitress, requesting 2 orange juices for them to start with. Still in the restroom, Kurokawa keeps the cloth to her face, as she fondly remembers how incredibly mature Hajime looked back at the shop when he refused to let her pay. When Kurokawa returns and mentions that he seemed mature, a heavily blushing Hajime frantically waves his hands and shouts that he is not mature at all, and is simply used to eating alone. He explains that he typically only visits local ramen shops and has never been to a stylish place like this before, which Kurokawa finds surprising. Hajime beams with a bright smile as he admits that he has always secretly wanted to eat pancakes at a trendy cafe, which is why he was so eager to choose this spot. He adds that it is usually very difficult for a guy to walk into a stylish cafe like this entirely on his own, which Kurokawa listens to with a soft blush. Kurokawa admits that she has never had pancakes at a cafe before either, prompting a delighted Hajime to enthusiastically declare how glad he is that they ended up choosing this place together. Kurokawa responds with a warm, joyful smile as she happily agrees with his sentiment. Struck by her incredibly sweet smile, Hajime stares at her with a racing heart before nervously looking down. Hajime nervously asks if she has some free time after this, tentatively suggesting they take a stroll around the area together if she would like to. Kurokawa looks up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, absolutely thrilled by his invitation. As they walk around the city, try on glasses, and drink boba tea together, they both happily realize that spending a day off with someone like this is far more fun than they ever could have imagined. Kurokawa internally corrects her thought, realizing that it was not just the general experience of spending a day off that made her happy. She admits to herself that the true reason her day off was so incredibly fun is because the person she spent it with was Hajime. The sky begins to darken over the cityscape as evening approaches. Hajime remarks that it is getting quite cold and asks if they should head home soon, and a quiet Kurokawa softly agrees that they should. Hajime explains that he will use his IC card to pass through the gates and asks what she plans to do, prompting Kurokawa to say she will go buy a paper ticket instead. At the machine, Kurokawa successfully purchases her train ticket and proudly holds it up for Hajime to see. Kurokawa carefully inserts her train ticket into the slot of the automated gate. Hajime watches her walk through the automated barrier, mentally noting that this is actually Kurokawa's very first time navigating a train station ticket gate. Having both passed through the gates, Kurokawa awkwardly prepares to say her farewells as they head toward their platforms. Hajime quickly offers to ride with her to the nearest station to make sure she does not get swept away by the massive commuter crowd and get lost again. Kurokawa defensively insists that she would not get lost again before hesitating and trailing off. Blushing, she softly asks him to take care of her, provided it is not too much trouble for him. Standing on the packed platform, Hajime notes how crowded the train is despite it being the weekend, which Kurokawa agrees is likely due to the popular amusement park located further down the line. As the train doors open, a sudden surge in the crowd bumps into Hajime, causing a startled Kurokawa to reach out. Determined not to get separated in the overwhelming rush of passengers, Kurokawa reaches forward and firmly grabs hold of Hajime's hand. She looks up in mild surprise as she processes her own bold action. Blushing intensely, Hajime stammers that they definitely will not get separated if they stay linked like this. Her face turning completely red, a thoroughly flustered Kurokawa softly agrees with him. Standing close together inside the moving train, both of their hearts beat rapidly as they continue holding hands. They keep their hands tightly locked together, both of them intensely conscious of the warm touch. As the train continues to move, both Hajime and Kurokawa look at each other with racing hearts as they quietly listen to the announcement that Shirasuji is the next stop. Kurokawa nervously remarks that they will be arriving at their stop soon, and Hajime softly acknowledges it. After stepping off the train, Hajime notes that the crowd thinned out incredibly quickly once they passed the amusement park, which Kurokawa agrees was rather amusing. Having safely reached their destination, they slowly release their hands and pull apart. Kurokawa looks down with a quiet, slightly melancholic expression as she feels the cold air on her released hand. Hajime asks which exit number they need to take, and Kurokawa quickly directs him toward exit number 1. They make their way through the station hallway, realizing that their time together is almost over. Walking behind him, Kurokawa internally admits that her current train of thought is highly selfish. Looking at his back with tearful eyes, she confesses to herself that she does not want their day together to end just yet. Hajime suddenly halts in his tracks, causing Kurokawa to stop behind him and look up in surprise. To her absolute astonishment, Hajime turns around with a heavy blush and sheepishly confesses that today was the first time he has ever spent a day off with someone outside his family, thanking her and admitting that it was so fun he does not want it to end either. A flustered Kurokawa quickly and happily agrees with his sentiment, but their moment is abruptly cut short when Hajime notices a dark silhouette standing near the exit gates. The elderly butler stands quietly behind the station barrier, exuding an incredibly tense and imposing aura. Kurokawa completely freezes up in absolute terror upon spotting her butler waiting for her. Noticing her shivering and sweating in sheer panic near the stairs, Hajime asks her what is wrong. Pointing toward the imposing figure, Kurokawa explains to a startled Hajime that the man standing over there is her butler who always takes care of her, and he has apparently come to pick her up. With a look of pure dread, Kurokawa stammers that she definitely did not notify him about her pickup, leaving her completely terrified as to how he knew where she was. Hajime stands in complete shock as he stares at the imposing butler waiting for them across the ticket barrier. As he looks at the butler, Hajime suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation, remembering that Kurokawa had snuck out of her house at 5 in the morning and dressed herself specifically for their secret outing. Hajime enters a state of absolute panic, frantically wondering if he is about to get caught and severely scolded for taking Kurokawa out on their secret date. Standing as a shield in front of her, Hajime nervously whispers back to Kurokawa, asking if her butler looks angry. The butler stands rigidly still, but his body visibly shakes as he radiates a terrifyingly furious and dark aura. Kurokawa tearfully confirms that her butler is indeed absolutely furious, leaving a horrified Hajime to nervously ask if she is serious. Believing he has just made an enemy of the powerful Kurokawa family, a terrified Hajime determines to take responsibility, stepping forward to face the butler while assuring her that everything will be fine. The butler looks on with a dark, terrifying expression, internally comparing Hajime's trembling stance to that of a helpless newborn fawn. Hajime flinches in sheer shock and terror as the butler's intense gaze locks onto him. Hajime panics, trying to process the butler's unspoken comparison of him to a moth drawn helplessly to a flame, wondering what exactly the old man means. Kurokawa sheepishly suggests that the comment was likely just her butler's personal observation of Hajime's trembling state, making a sweating Hajime sigh in confusion. Stepping forward to address him directly, Kurokawa asks if her butler has been waiting at the station the entire time, but Genai-san dismissively replies that he would never do something so highly inefficient. Hearing his answer, Kurokawa clutches her chest and lets out a massive sigh of relief while Hajime watches in curiosity. Genai-san explains that when Kurokawa declared she was going for a walk at 5 in the morning, he simply followed her as her bodyguard and arrived at the station ahead of her. Desperate to protect her, Hajime bows deeply and frantically apologizes to the butler, loudly claiming that it is entirely his fault and that he was the one who dragged Kurokawa around all day. The butler turns directly to Kurokawa and asks if she was forced to spend time with Hajime today. Kurokawa immediately refutes the suggestion, explaining that it was the exact opposite of being forced and that she was more than happy to spend her day off with Hajime. With a determined and flushed face, she loudly declares that she accompanied Hajime entirely of her own free will and volition. Upon hearing her earnest declaration, Genai-san smiles slightly and says that he has no issues whatsoever, adding that since he is only entrusted with her care, he sees no reason to report a mere morning walk to her father. Hajime lets out a sigh of relief, happy to hear that Genai-san was not actually angry with him, despite his terrifyingly intense body language earlier. The butler blushes in embarrassment, awkwardly admitting that his body was shaking earlier simply because he was feeling a bit hungry and was massaging his intestines, leaving both Hajime and Kurokawa completely speechless. Remembering the stickers they collected, Hajime pulls them out of his bag and happily hands them over to Kurokawa, who accepts them with a bright and joyful smile. Clasping the new stickers to her chest, Kurokawa warmly thanks him for the wonderful day, and Hajime replies that he will see her at school tomorrow as they say their final goodbyes. Hajime stands alone in the corridor, watching her walk away beside her butler. Overflowing with a sudden surge of motivation, Hajime grips his shirt collar and fiercely resolves to save up more money, do far more research, and wear much better clothes on their next outing. Walking beside her butler, Kurokawa smiles softly with a warm blush on her cheeks. She happily looks forward to their next time together. A sweet, happy smile spreads across her face. Kurokawa suddenly turns back toward him, and Hajime looks up in surprise as she calls out to him. With a radiant, blushing face, Kurokawa enthusiastically vows that on their next outing she will wear an outfit so incredibly stylish, it will knock his socks off. While a proud Chibai, Kurokawa stands firmly, her bold declaration leaves her butler in complete shock, and a bewildered Hajime stammering in confusion. Inside her family's luxury car on the drive home, Kurokawa sincerely apologizes for making her butler worry, and Genai-san gently reassures her that there is no need to worry. Genai-san calmly comments that since she is a young woman, she must always remain vigilant as the world is full of wild wolves, causing a sweating Kurokawa to recall her previous experiences. Genai-san softly asks if she truly had a fun time today as Kurokawa gazes warmly at the custom stickers she is holding. Clutching the stickers close to her heart, she smiles blissfully and replies with absolute certainty that she had a wonderful time. As the car drives through the quiet city night, Kurokawa curiously asks if he knows what a pillbug rice bowl is, leading her butler to wonder if it is some kind of exotic foreign dish. The story flashes back to the early morning of May 16th, tracing back to the beginning of Kurokawa's day. Kurokawa nervously tells Genai-san that she is simply heading out for an ordinary walk and asks him not to worry. Genai-san outwardly accepts her excuse of going for a walk, but internally he remains highly suspicious, knowing very well that this is not a normal stroll. Genai-san alerts his fellow security staff, explaining that the fact Kurokawa went out of her way to call this a mere walk implies she is up to something far more significant. The family bodyguards secretly spy on her as she leaves the estate, confirming that her excursion is indeed no simple stroll. Genai-san commands the security team to watch over her and ensure she successfully completes her objective. He strictly orders them to remain completely inconspicuous and hidden so she never detects their presence. Kurokawa waits at a bus stop, completely unaware that the people standing right beside her are actually her family's bodyguards in disguise. Checking her phone, Kurokawa nervously notes that this is her first time using public transportation alone, but she reassures herself that she has thoroughly studied the bus timetable and fare beforehand. When she boards, the bus driver politely informs her that passengers must pay their fare in advance for morning rides, catching her off guard. Flustered, Kurokawa quickly apologizes and drops a 500 yen coin directly into the fare box. The driver points out that the machine does not dispense change, leaving Kurokawa completely frozen in panic as she realizes her mistake. She dejectedly tells the driver that it is fine, quietly accepting her loss as she goes to find a seat. Sitting nearby in disguise, a bodyguard internally cries in shame, blaming his own incompetence for not reserving the entire bus for her. Kurokawa quickly shakes off her sadness and tries to mentally prepare for the rest of her journey. Arriving at Shirasuji Station, she tells herself that everything is fine because she has completely memorized how to buy a ticket to a Nuo station. She stares at the ticket machine screen, trying to figure out which fare button she needs to press. She quickly becomes completely overwhelmed and confused by the array of different numbers on the display. Seeing her struggle, a kind elderly woman approaches and offers to teach her how to buy a ticket, and Kurokawa warmly thanks her for the assistance. The elderly woman stares closely at Kurokawa, curiously asking if they have met somewhere before. A station voice announcement warns passengers that the train is arriving and requests everyone to stand behind the yellow line. The elderly woman wipes away tears of pure joy, explaining to Genai-san that she has served the Kurokawa family for 40 years and has seen the young lady before but never spoken to her directly, which leaves Kurokawa slightly worried about whether she asked a rude question. Just as Kurokawa comfortably settles into her train seat, her undercover bodyguards frantically report to Genai-san that they have run into a major problem. The express train speeds straight past Inuo Station without stopping. The bodyguards yell in absolute panic that Kurokawa mistakenly boarded the express train, which does not stop at Inuo Station, leaving a horrified Genai-san to scream out in dismay. Genai-san quickly composes himself, mistakenly concluding that the young lady must have foreseen everything and intentionally boarded the express train to evade their surveillance. Meanwhile, Kurokawa dejectedly gets off at the next stop and begins walking back while her bodyguards misinterpret her mistake as a carefully calculated tactical move. Convinced of her supreme cunning, the bodyguards continue to analyze her steps as she nervously makes her way back to her destination. Desperate to make it to her meeting on time, Kurokawa runs with all her might as the minutes tick down to the last second. The security team monitors the situation, noting that the boy and the young lady have safely arrived at their destination and hoping for smooth sailing from here on. However, the bodyguards are thrown into confusion when Kurokawa suddenly leaves the store almost immediately, with Hajime rushing out right behind her. They observe Hajime pacing back and forth in extreme panic outside the store while Kurokawa stands quietly nearby. Kurokawa quietly looks down at her phone, struggling to hold back her tears as painful childhood memories of her discarded manga resurface. Spotting her tears, the bodyguards immediately panic and ask if they should forcefully drive Hajime away, but Genai-san frantically tells them to wait and hold their position. Genai-san watches closely as Hajime's expression suddenly turns firm and resolute. Genai-san continues to quietly observe the boy's actions with a sharp eye. The scene briefly cuts to Kurokawa's past, remembering how she desperately protested against being sent to a new school. Crying uncontrollably, little Kurokawa sobbed that her old classmates claimed there was no point in playing with her if they could not spend her money, fearing that the kids at her new school in England would say the exact same thing, while Genai-san gently told her to rest assured. Genai-san bluntly told her that her past friend group was simply a result of unfortunate choices and bad company, completely shocking the young girl with his unusually coarse language. Genai-san firmly advised little Kurokawa to distance herself from people who can be bought with money, telling her that they are not worth keeping around and urging her to find someone who truly cares about her instead. When a tearful Kurokawa hesitantly questioned if such a genuine person really exists, Genai-san firmly told her to keep searching until she finds them, giving her hope for the future. Genai-san smiles warmly in the present as he brings his memory of that day to a close. Looking at Kurokawa happily conversing with Hajime, Genai-san realizes with quiet satisfaction that his young lady has finally found that special someone. Back at school, a teacher suddenly calls out to Hajime, handing him a document. Hajime is surprised by the sudden summons while his teacher looks back at him as she hands over his paperwork. She quickly brushes the encounter off as nothing, leaving a puzzled Hajime in the classroom doorway. The school day continues normally at Shubai High School. The teacher stops Hajime in the hallway, asking if he can take a bag of trash to the collection spot behind the north building, which makes him sigh in mild annoyance. She explains that she has a remedial class to teach and is counting on him, leaving a resigned Hajime to accept the duty. Passing by the remedial classroom, Hajime peers inside and notes that there are quite a few students attending, which some nearby classmates agree with. The teacher explains to him that they set the passing score quite high, noting that the first-year midterms usually result in the highest number of remedial students during their entire high school tenure. She explains that many students let their guard down after passing their entrance exams, prompting Hajime to realize just how much he owes his success to the detailed notes Kurokawa made for him. The teacher suddenly turns toward him with a wide, bright smile, catching Hajime completely off guard. She playfully asks what he thinks, confidently betting that all of his classmates must be treating him entirely differently now that he passed all his exams. She commends him, explaining that the tests were tough enough that most students barely scrape by even after cramming like crazy, making his achievement of clearing every single subject seriously impressive. Hajime suddenly realizes the source of the strange feeling he had earlier, noting that, at the very least, his classmates no longer look down on him or call him a worthless nobody. The teacher explains that while middle school social hierarchies were dictated by family background, high school is different because people will acknowledge you if you show hard work and results. Hajime comment that she is suddenly sounding very teacher-like, which prompts her to laughingly remind him that she is indeed a teacher. Her demeanor suddenly shifts as she forcefully grabs Hajime by his uniform collar. With a dark, intense look on her face, she commands him to succeed and get into a top university so that she can laugh triumphantly in the faces of her critics. She grumbles about the outsiders who mock their school's strict remedial system, leaving a terrified Hajime to sweat in sheer confusion. She vents her deep frustration over people looking down on her capable students, admitting that the constant mockery completely infuriates her. She aggressively shakes Hajime while maniacally declaring that her absolute favorite part of the job is showing off where her students have been accepted upon graduation, prompting Hajime to internally scream for help. Striking a confident pose, she warmly encourages him to talk to her if his grades ever start to slip, promising to support him with everything she has. Exhausted by her intense outburst, Hajime can only muster a weak, polite thank you as she departs. Hajime continues carrying the trash down the hall, pondering a sudden realization. He realizes that his teacher must have known all along that people used to call him a worthless nobody back in middle school. He concludes that she was simply looking out for him in her own unique way, recognizing that she is a good teacher after all. However, his quiet moment is broken by a loud commotion at the school gates, with someone shouting about a problem. At the front gate, the school security guards strictly block a persistent girl, explaining that the school does not allow anyone inside without a proper permit. The girl hilariously begs the guards to just look away so she can sneak inside, leaving the guards insulted, and Hajime watching in absolute bewilderment at her persistence. Spotting Hajime in the courtyard, she suddenly points directly at him, noting his necktie color and shouting for him to come over. Even as the guards hold her back, she loudly demands that they bring her the boy named Takahashi. Hajime calmly points to himself and confirms that he is indeed Takahashi, leaving the girl completely frozen in absolute shock and disbelief. The girl is left completely speechless and frozen in place as Hajime stands before her holding his trash bag in confusion. The girl tearfully apologizes, mumbling that not just any Takahashi will do, especially one carrying a garbage bag like a weapon, leaving Hajime to internally wonder who on earth she is. She explains that the Takahashi she is searching for is a total dreamboat who is top of his class and amazing at sports. She adds that her target is a lean but muscular type, to which a completely deadpan Hajime can only offer a flat, sweating acknowledgement. Hajime internally pauses to piece things together, prompting him to ask if she is referring to Kurokawa, who is currently at the top of their grade. Hearing him refer to her as Kurokawa-san instead of Kurokawa-sama, the girl's face lights up as she excitedly asks if he might actually be Yewa's friend. When a stammering Hajime confirms that he thinks he can call her, that she decides to trust him and promises to reveal everything. She explains that while Yaoi is always put on a pedestal, she is actually super sensitive to others' opinions and can be quite airheaded, which Hajime internally agrees with. She passionately adds that Kurokawa always prioritizes others over herself and pushes herself far too hard, a fact that Hajime already knows all too well. Hajime feels a warm sense of relief and happiness, realizing that this girl truly understands and cares about Kurokawa's well-being. However, her expression turns dark as she growls that the Takahashi punk must have manipulated Yaoi using status and pheromones. Hajime reacts with a completely bizarre expression of sheer shock at her wild and incorrect accusation. She fumes that Yaoi was seen hanging out with Takahashi for hours last Sunday. She declares that if Kurokawa had to endure something awful the entire time, she will never forgive him and will hunt him down no matter what. Introducing herself as Riina Nishizono, she solemnly declares that she is fully prepared to go down with him to protect her friend. Riina extends her hand for a handshake, stating that meeting Yewa's friend here today must be fate. She commands him to join forces with her so that they can destroy Takahashi together, leaving a terrified Hajime completely speechless. Kurokawa admits to herself that being called Yoi-san by Hajime makes her heart flutter a little. Mao gets scolded for coming home later than her brother, but she still enthusiastically enjoys a karaoke session with her friends. A childhood flashback shows young Mao proudly presenting her catch of pill bugs to her supportive older brother. Tired from her long day out, Kurokawa sleeps peacefully inside her family's car on the ride home. Genai-san's sweat drops as he watches Kurokawa hilariously attempt to wave her paper ticket over the electronic IC card sensor of the ticket gate. Back in the classroom, Kurokawa casually mentions to Hajime that the classmate who used to blow kisses in class is finally gone. Hajime is utterly shocked to hear that such a bizarre person existed in their class, while Kurokawa explains that they could hear an annoyed tongue click sound every so often. Kurokawa notes that the clicking sound suddenly stopped around midterms, causing a sweating Hajime to react nervously as he connects the dots. He remembers his own failed attempts at clicking his tongue during his early days at the school, which had accidentally sounded like blowing kisses to the rest of the class. In the present, Hajime nervously addresses Kurokawa in the resource room. Blushing furiously, Hajime sheepishly explains to her that when someone fails to click their tongue properly, it actually ends up making that exact same kissing sound she heard. The room falls into a stunned silence as the realization slowly dawns on Kurokawa while a mortified Hajime buries his face in his hands. Kurokawa blushes intensely as she finally pieces together that the sound was just a failed tongue click, leaving them both trapped in a highly awkward atmosphere. Riina stares with cold intensity, threatening to crush his manhood on the spot if Takahashi turns out to be a worthless nobody. Hajime feels an immediate crisis of his own safety as he realizes just how dangerous this girl is. Attempting to establish her status, Riina proudly explains that her father invented a balancing toy called Mr. Super Sturdy, which can support up to 30 kilograms with perfect balance. The security guard and a thoroughly unimpressed Hajime can only stare in silent, awkward confusion at her bizarre showcase. Riina casually reveals that her family earns roughly 14 million yen a month solely from the toy's licensing fees, causing Hajime's jaw to drop in absolute shock. She explains that their newfound wealth opened doors for her family to join high society social gatherings, leaving Hajime still struggling to process the massive sum of money. She recounts that unlike the kids from older noble families who were drilled in etiquette from childhood, she possessed no such refinement and quickly became the target of their cruel ridicule. Because her father was so happy to attend, she could never bring herself to tell him how painful and isolating those high society parties actually were for her. However, everything changed when Kurokawa approached her at one of the parties, becoming the only person who treated her as a complete equal. Although she was initially highly suspicious and assumed Kurokawa was just teasing her, Kurokawa proved to be a genuinely supportive and loyal friend. Over time, Riina found herself deeply attached to her. She admits that she quickly grew to admire and love Kurokawa's kind nature. She reflects on those days, remembering how truly happy she was to have found a genuine friend. Riina declares that if Kurokawa is in trouble this time, she wants to be the one to step up and protect her. To achieve that goal, she firmly declares that she must take action against this mysterious Takahashi guy. Believing she has to play the villain if necessary to protect her friend, Riina steels her resolve, while a sweating Hajime tries to calmly suggest that they can easily clear everything up with a simple conversation. However, Riina ignores his plea, repeating her terrifying threat to crush his manhood on the spot if he turns out to be a worthless nobody. Hajime is left completely frozen, clutching his bag as his mind reels over the imminent threat to his safety. Realizing he needs to escape before she connects his identity, Hajime frantically decides to make his exit while Riina mutters about how her target still has not shown up. Riina sighs that the sheer number of students might make it impossible to find him, only to be suddenly startled by a voice calling out behind her. Kurokawa suddenly appears and innocently asks if she is looking for someone, sending Hajime into an immediate panic. Hajime frantically asks Kurokawa what she is doing there, to which she explains that a teacher told her she was in the area, while a shocked Riina can only whisper Kurokawa's name. Kurokawa nervously greets Riina, noting that it has been quite a while since they last saw each other. Riina flusters and plays with her hair, awkwardly agreeing that it has indeed been a long time. Watching their incredibly stiff and formal interaction, Hajime internally notes that they are definitely not behaving like normal friends. Kurokawa turns to them and asks if they already know each other, making Hajime gasp in sheer panic. Panic-stricken, Hajime realizes he must take control of the conversation and introduce himself first before Kurokawa can accidentally reveal his true identity. With a dramatic sweat on his face, Hajime quickly declares that, due to some bizarre circumstances, he and Riina are currently searching for a pheromone-leaking Takahashi together. Riina internally questions his awkward phrasing, but admits it is technically correct, while a bright red Kurokawa frantically covers her face and yells a denial when she wonders if they are talking about something lewd. Riina composes herself, stating that things will be much easier now that Kurokawa is here, and requests her to bring the Takahashi guy over if it is not too much trouble. Laughing dismissively, Riina points to a sweating Hajime and specifies that she does not mean this Takahashi, but rather the handsome one, asking Kurokawa if she knows him. Kurokawa is left standing in complete and utter confusion, surrounded by mental question marks. Desperate, Hajime leans in and winks at Kurokawa, silently begging her to play along with the ruse. He internally begs her to just play along with him in front of Riina for the time being. Kurokawa blushes slightly before her expression instantly shifts into a determined, locked-in focus. Kurokawa steps forward and loudly addresses Nishizono-san to grab her attention. With absolute confidence, Kurokawa gestures proudly at Hajime and loudly declares that this Takahashi is actually very handsome too. Hajime reacts with absolute shock, his face turning bright red at her unexpected words. Kurokawa stands blushing intensely as voices off-screen loudly question her statement and frantically ask if she seriously meant what she just said. Riina stammers in utter confusion, asking if this guy is actually the handsome Takahashi she has been looking for and wondering who the other Takahashi is supposed to be. Kurokawa firmly states that she does not know any other Takahashi besides him, while Hajime covers his face and screams in intense embarrassment. Riina stares blankly at the two of them as they stand awkwardly together. Riina's eyes widen in sheer horror as the true realization of the situation finally hits her, causing her to scream out loud. The story flashes back to the night before, where a chibai Kurokawa excitedly holds up different outfits in front of her mirror. She carefully packs her bag on her bed, mentally checking off items like her handkerchief, tissues, makeup, pouch, sewing kit, and wallet. She even diligently practices handing over exact change from her wallet to prepare for her first public transit trip. Noticing how late it has gotten on the grandfather clock, she panics and realizes she needs to go to sleep immediately. She quickly climbs into her large bed and pulls the heavy covers up tight. However, she ends up just staring wide-eyed over the edge of her blanket, completely wide awake. Blushing under the covers, she admits to herself that she is incredibly excited for their outing tomorrow. She quickly shakes her head and frantically tells herself that she needs to focus entirely on falling asleep right now. Despite her best efforts, her heart continues to pound loudly in her chest as she lays there in the dark. The narration notes that she was completely unable to fall asleep for the entire night. This overwhelming excitement was the actual reason why Kurokawa ended up sneaking out of her house at 5 in the morning. A chibai Kurokawa kneels on the floor and bows apologetically with a heavy blush and tightly closed eyes. Determined to get some rest, a chibai Kurokawa hides her smartphone under a pillow, creating a temporary seal to stop herself from getting distracted. Returning to the present, Riina points forward with wide eyes, completely paralyzed by the shocking revelation. Hajime frantically shakes his head and waves his hands in a blur to deny the situation, while Kurokawa stands beside him looking highly startled. Riina suddenly goes completely still and radiates a dark, terrifying aura, causing a terrified Hajime to slowly back away, while Kurokawa watches the exchange. Riina's expression drops into a blank, defeated stare, leaving both a sweating Hajime and a deeply confused Kurokawa completely unsure of what to do next. Without saying another word, Riina abruptly turns around and stiffly walks away, leaving a shocked Hajime and a confused Kurokawa standing motionless in the courtyard. Hajime and Kurokawa watch in absolute silence as Riina quietly makes her way out through the school gates. Now, inside the school's resource room, a flustered Kurokawa frantically asks if she was not supposed to reveal his identity to Riina, while a relieved Hajime sips from a teacup and wonders if Riina really just left. Kurokawa apologizes profusely for the misunderstanding, explaining that she thought he was signaling for backup, while Hajime awkwardly laughs and admits that trying to communicate his complex plan purely through eye contact was definitely a stretch. Remembering her bold declaration that he was handsome, Kurokawa covers her mouth and blushes fiercely in intense embarrassment. Her face turning completely red, Kurokawa nervously peers over her clasped hands as she struggles to collect herself. Still hiding her face, she stammers awkwardly as she tries to bring up her earlier comment and explain herself. Hajime smiles brightly and waves his hands, cheerfully cutting her off to assure her that he knows it was just flattery to help him out, so she does not need to worry about it. Hearing his easy dismissal of her sincere words as mere flattery, Kurokawa falls silent, her eyes widening in quiet shock. Hajime frantically protests, reiterating to himself that they are supposed to be looking for that other handsome Takahashi, completely ignoring her sincere comment. Kurokawa looks down with a deeply embarrassed and slightly hurt expression, her face burning bright red at his quick dismissal. Still awkwardly rubbing the back of his head with a nervous smile, Hajime is completely caught off guard when Kurokawa quietly mutters that her statement was not just flattery. Leaning forward with an intensely flushed face, Kurokawa forcefully scolds him, telling him that he really does not give himself enough credit, leaving Hajime utterly stunned. Overwhelmed by her own emotions, Kurokawa loudly declares that she is the one explicitly calling him cool, so he needs to accept it. Hajime stands frozen in absolute shock as Kurokawa passionately begs him not to put himself down anymore. Trembling and looking away shyly, Kurokawa admits that her bold declaration today was a special case to help him out. Puffing her cheeks in a cute display of frustration, she directly warns him that if he continues to be overly humble next time, she might actually get mad at him. Completely overwhelmed by her intense sincerity, a stiff and heavily blushing Hajime awkwardly stammers his agreement. Holding his head in confusion, Hajime internally scrambles to figure out if he was just praised or scolded, while aloud he asks her to please clear up the misunderstanding with Riane. Kurokawa suddenly looks up, her eyes widening in sheer horror as a terrible realization suddenly hits her. Gripping her skirt in deep shame, she tearfully apologizes and confesses that she accidentally deleted Riane's contact information. Hajime stares blankly at her, offering a weak acknowledgement as he processes the disastrous mistake. The school day finally comes to an end as evening falls over the campus building. After waving goodbye to Kurokawa outside the school gates, Hajime walks home alone, letting out a heavy sigh as he reflects on the chaotic events of the day. He suddenly throws his fist forward with a burst of intense energy. Hajime celebrates wildly in the street, his mind fully focused on the incredible fact that the beautiful Kurokawa literally called him super handsome. He emotionally remembers that absolutely no one outside of his own mother and sister has ever called him handsome in his entire life. Skipping down the street in pure joy, he admits he did not even ask what she specifically meant by it, but he is completely overjoyed regardless. Smiling blissfully as he walks home, Hajime enthusiastically declares that today is officially the best day of his life. Still riding his high, Hajime rounds a corner and abruptly bumps right into Riane. His joyful expression instantly vanishes as he freezes in absolute shock. Staring at him coldly, Riane remarks on the coincidence and asks if he minds talking for a bit. Without a second thought, Hajime immediately turns and sprints away as fast as he can. Riane desperately chases after him down the street, demanding that he wait, but Hajime fiercely refuses to stop. Frustrated, Riane shouts at him to stop and wait. Terrified, Hajime refuses, yelling that there is no way he is going to let her crush his manhood now. Struggling to keep up, a desperate and tearful Riane screams out that she just wants to apologize. Hajime skids to a sudden halt in confusion as Riane bends over to catch her breath, sincerely apologizing for jumping to conclusions and believing rumors without thinking. Trying to steady her breathing, Riane admits that ever since Yayoi entered high school, she has looked much more at ease, and Riane could immediately tell that he had built a genuinely good relationship with her. Tears forming in her eyes, Riane looks down and quietly notes that this must be the reason. She remembers seeing Kurokawa smiling radiantly while holding her high school enrollment form. Still looking down with a sorrowful expression, Riane begins to state her purpose. She looks up at him with a serious, tear-filled gaze. Bending into a deep bow, Riane loudly declares that she has a major favor to ask of him, leaving Hajime completely bewildered. The two of them walk together past a karaoke establishment with Rihanna apologizing and explaining that her favor is something she does not want others to overhear, which Hajime calmly acknowledges. Looking slightly nervous, Hajime quietly processes the fact that they are heading into a karaoke booth together. Hajime checks his open wallet and notes that he only has 921 yen on him, calculating that he can just about afford a 30-minute session. Rihanna suggests selecting the free time option so she does not have to worry about a time limit, causing Hajime to panic over her going all in, though he internally reassures himself that a student discount will save him. A nearby notice states that the establishment does not offer student discounts and that the free time option costs nearly 3,000 yen. Hajime's face drains of color as he stares forward in absolute open-mouthed terror at the crushing price. Rihanna sits quietly at her desk, studying diligently late into the night. Completely unaware of his internal financial crisis, Rihanna cheerfully promises to treat him later and cover the expenses, noting that he is doing her a huge favor just by listening. Settling into the private karaoke room, Hajime nervously asks if she is truly sure about paying, and Rihanna casually replies that she specifically picked a slightly nicer place with treating him in mind. An awkward silence falls over the room as a nervous Rihanna looks down while a stiff, sweating Hajime waits for her to speak. Rihanna suddenly smiles brightly and hands him the menu, encouraging him to order whatever he likes, and even offering to pay his taxi fare home, which leaves Hajime visibly startled. Hajime nervously accepts the menu, sweating heavily as he suspects there must be some terrifying catch, but Rihanna earnestly insists that she genuinely just has a favor to ask. Rihanna nervously begins to state what the favor entails while Hajime stares back with an anxious, sweating expression. Hajime awkwardly interrupts to ask if the favor involves something ball-related in reference to her earlier threat, prompting a flustered Rihanna to loudly yell that of course it does not. Looking down with a heavy blush, Rihanna stammers that she simply wants him to deliver a message to Yayoi. Hajime repeats her request in confusion, and Rihanna explains that she has already tried to do it herself several times, but her words completely fail her whenever she is actually standing in front of Yayoi. Hajime stares at her blankly, offering only a confused murmur of acknowledgement as he tries to follow her explanation. Rihanna lowers her head, biting her lip tightly in quiet frustration as she struggles to articulate her feelings. Rihanna sorrowfully confesses that she did not get into Shubai High School, explaining that, while it was already a massive academic reach for her, she pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion studying every day just because Yayoi wanted to go there, yet she still failed to make the cut. Tearfully recalling their past, Rihanna explains that Yayoi always put her first, actively lowering her own performance level in their extracurriculars to match Rihanna's, and staying fiercely loyal even when other people gossiped behind Rihanna's back. Rihanna remembers staring at her phone screen when it displayed her high school rejection notice, explaining her deep fear that if Yayoi had seen her intense academic struggles, Yayoi would have completely given up on attending Shubai just to stay with her. Gripping her phone tightly with a pained expression, Rihanna struggles to hold back her tears as she explains that her fear of holding Yayoi back is the true reason for her recent distance. Rihanna admits that when she failed her exam, she forced herself to act like she was totally fine, claiming she was actually glad. Hajime voices his confusion. Rihanna explains that she told Yayoi she had wanted to go to Salija High from the very beginning. Laughing, Rihanna recounts how she claimed that failing her exams for Shubai was entirely on purpose. She begins to formulate her next sentence. She falls silent as the memory hits her. She recalls how Yayoi reacted with a look of utter shock and deep hurt. Rihanna pauses in horror at the memory. She remembers Yayoi apologizing for pushing her so hard without even realizing it. Rihanna admits that it was only in that moment that she realized just how wrong she had been. She notes that since Yayoi had always seen her as an equal, the idea that Rihanna might have failed purely on her own merits had never even crossed Yayui's mind. Rihanna confesses that to make matters worse, her lie made it seem like she had only ever hung out with Yayoi out of a sense of obligation. She explains that from that moment onwards, she started getting incredibly nervous around Yayoi and found her voice completely failing her whenever she tried to talk to her properly. Rihanna explains that she had been genuinely looking forward to seeing Yayoi enter Shubai. She clarifies that when she claimed failing her entrance exams was entirely on purpose. Crying heavily, Rihanna confesses that what she had actually meant to say was that Yayoi should not worry about her and should just enjoy her time at Shubai. Rihanna begs Hajime to tell Yaoi on her behalf that she is sorry for hurting her and to clarify that she failed simply because of her own lack of ability. Hajime processes her request before stating that if that is the true story, he bluntly declares that he cannot help her. Hajime begins to respond, starting to voice an objection to her request. Rihanna suddenly throws a wild tantrum, throwing her leg up and letting out an ugly, loud groan of anguish that leaves Hajime completely startled. Rihanna breaks down into loud, messy tears, wailing uncontrollably. Hajime stares in absolute horrified shock at her intense outburst. Rihanna drops to the floor and continues to bawl loudly, sending a terrified Hajime scrambling backward to press himself against the door. Hajime imagines himself and Kurokawa standing together with blank, shocked expressions. In his imagination, he looks panicked while Kurokawa suddenly stares with intense, starry-eyed fascination. He envisions himself looking relieved while Kurokawa calmly turns her head away. Back in the present, Rihanna sits on the couch sniffling and apologizes for completely losing her composure, while Hajime sits exhausted on the floor, internally amazed that girls can make such bizarre crying noises. Regaining her seriousness, Rihanna agrees with his earlier hesitation. Gripping her skirt, she admits that he has no real reason to listen to a request from someone who cursed him out the moment they met. Hajime forcefully interrupts, declaring that this is exactly why he will do everything he can to get Kurokawa to hear her out. Rihanna looks up at him with tearful surprise. Hajime explains that he completely understands how hard it is to talk to someone once a wall has been built between them, leaving Rihanna confused. Hajime loudly and intensely adds a firm condition. He recalls a past incident where other students tried to apologize on behalf of a girl who had bullied him, noting that when someone else speaks for you, the true feelings do not come across. He remembers standing silently while they pressured him to just forgive his tormentor, realizing that second-hand apologies carry absolutely no weight. Returning to the present, Hajime passionately yells that he refuses to let either Kurokawa or Nishizono go through a hollow experience like that. Rihanna tearfully stammers that she does not think she will be able to express her feelings properly. Hajime loudly reassures her that her explanation does not have to be absolutely perfect. He firmly states that Kurokawa would never treat someone insincerely as long as they are being completely honest with her. Rihanna stares back in wide-eyed silence as his sincere words sink in. A flashback begins with Rihanna asking Kurokawa why she chose to talk to her. In the memory, Rihanna points out that people constantly mock her behind her back and call her nouveau rich. Kurokawa smiles gently and replies that she dislikes blindly believing the bad things people say about others. Kurokawa explains that she decided she wanted to be friends with Rihanna after noticing her and her family politely thanking the doorman at a high society party. When a shocked Rihanna asks if that was the only reason, Kurokawa cheerfully confirms it, noting that their two families were the only ones who actually thanked the staff that day. Kurokawa smiles warmly, explaining that since many people cannot even manage basic courtesy, she wants to deeply cherish those who face everything with true sincerity. Back in the present, Rihanna clasps her hands and cries, softly agreeing with Hajime's assessment. She emotionally admits that Kurokawa's sincere nature is exactly what made her like her in the first place, declaring that she will do her absolute best to make things right. Later that night, the city is quietly illuminated under the night sky. While waiting for a taxi, Rihanna thanks Hajime for his help, to which he awkwardly replies that he is just glad his manhood survived intact. She then brings up her previous mention of a supposed friend investigating Kurokawa last Sunday. Rihanna apologizes and confesses that she mixed a bit of truth into her lies to make them more believable, explaining that the girl who investigated Kurokawa was likely jealous of their friendship and trying to sabotage her, leading Rihanna to realize she has very few people she can genuinely trust. Hajime smiles encouragingly and enthusiastically vows to do everything he can to support her reconciliation setup. He confidently assures her that their combined efforts will definitely yield sweet results, leaving Rihanna looking pleasantly surprised by his unwavering support. A taxi pulls up to the curb to pick them up. Rihanna hands the driver a 10,000 yen bill, instructing him to take Hajime home and telling him to keep the change as a tip. Hajime thanks her from the back seat, while the driver internally marvels at how much money high schoolers carry around these days, just as Rihanna calls out to Hajime one last time from the sidewalk. Rihanna smiles and tells Hajime to let her know if any other losers try to approach Yaoi, promising to crush them for him. When Hajime hesitantly asks if she literally means crushing their testicles, Rihanna enthusiastically confirms it, leaving the taxi driver utterly shocked. As the taxi drives away, the driver mutters to himself about how terrifying high school girls are these days. Sitting in the back seat, Hajime realizes his only job now is to build a bridge between the two friends. He reasons that whatever happens after that is entirely up to Kurokawa and Rihanna. He acknowledges that he understands this reality. However, he recalls Kurokawa telling him on the very first day they met that she had always been completely alone. Knowing that her belief is not true, Hajime resolves that he must find a way to let her know the truth. The next day at school, Hajime sits nervously at his desk with his arms crossed, unable to calm down. Sitting nearby, Kurokawa looks at her phone in the middle of class. Kurokawa notices her phone buzzing under her desk and realizes that Hajime has been behaving incredibly fidgety all day. She reads a text message from Hajime asking if they can talk for a bit in the reference room later today. Kurokawa stares silently at the text message in surprise. She wonders what could possibly be going on, especially since they already talk in the reference room after school every day anyway. Once inside the reference room, a nervous Hajime awkwardly changes the subject by randomly blabbing about a pet turtle he used to own, leaving Kurokawa completely dumbfounded. Kurokawa smiles in amusement as Hajime continues to nervously gesture and ramble on. Hajime continues to nervously ramble on while Kurokawa watches him with an amused smile. Suddenly, a flustered Hajime tells her to completely forget about the turtle's story, prompting a startled Kurokawa to quickly agree before looking at him with deep confusion. Kurokawa quietly calls out his name, causing a sweating Hajime to pause and look at her. She gently assures him that whatever he needs to talk about, she is completely ready to listen. Hajime is momentarily taken aback by her gentle and receptive attitude. He begins by explaining that back in elementary school there was a girl he used to be quite close with. He recalls how that girl had been hesitant to buy a certain manga volume at a bookstore, and just like he had done with Kurokawa, he actively stepped in and strongly pushed her to buy it. Although he had assumed she bought it willingly and was happy about it, he was shocked the next day when his classmates started gossiping that he had forced her into the purchase. Kurokawa gasps in disbelief at the cruel turn of events while Hajime forcedly laughs it off as a truly awful memory. He explains that from that point until middle school his classmates constantly labeled him a creepy otaku, which even escalated to some bullying here and there. He remembers how incredibly painful it was, adding that, at their middle school graduation, the girl finally apologized, but hollowly passed her excuse through someone else claiming she had only meant the whole thing as a joke. Seeing Kurokawa suddenly grow incredibly furious on his behalf, a startled Hajime quickly panics and begs her to calm down, explaining that this was not actually the main point he wanted to make. He explains that he still occasionally runs into that girl at the station near his house, admitting that at first simply spotting her would send him into a cold sweat and make his heart race with anxiety. He contrasts those painful memories with his new life in high school, noting that he now gets to talk with Kurokawa and has even managed to get decent test scores thanks to her help. He reveals that after spending just a few days genuinely enjoying his new life, seeing that girl doesn't even bother him anymore. Hajime explains that she has simply become someone who doesn't matter to him in the slightest anymore. Suddenly, Hajime bows deeply and apologizes, confessing that he actually heard a great deal about her past from Nishizono. He explains that when he heard the story about Nishizono lying to her, he couldn't help but see a reflection of his own past in it. He sheepishly admits that while the two situations are not exactly the same, they have very similar pain. He warns her that if things continue down this path, he is deeply afraid that Nishizono will eventually become just another person who doesn't matter to her anymore. Hajime directly asks Kurokawa if she is truly okay with letting things end that way between them. Kurokawa hesitantly objects, stammering that Nishizono probably hates her now. Hajime counters her doubt, pointing out that if Nishizono truly hated her, she never would have pushed herself to take their school's incredibly difficult entrance exam just to stay by her side. Kurokawa is struck with absolute silence as the realization of Nishizono's dedication suddenly hits her. He asks if she remembers all the times they spent studying together, recalling how Nishizono would happily bring over a bag of raw donuts for a break. He asks if she can really look back at those silly moments, like when they both ate raw donuts together and joked about the bizarre texture, and let it go. He asks if she doesn't want to find a way to return to those happy days of true friendship. Hajime urgently implores her to take the first step and go listen to Nishizono's true feelings before they end up becoming complete strangers to each other forever. Kurokawa stares back at him, deeply moved by his intense and sincere words. After a brief silence, Hajime realizes he might have gotten carried away and sheepishly asks if he ever actually told her what happened with that other girl, leaving a sweat-dropped Kurokawa to ask what on earth he is talking about. In a flashback, the classmate holds her phone, recalling how the boy happily stated he was glad Kurokawa was enjoying everything as much as he did, while she nervously promised to keep everything a secret so that nobody else would find out. The classmate stands in stunned, wide-eyed silence as she processes the situation. After the boy bids her a nervous farewell and departs, she is left standing alone in the empty room, clutching her phone tightly against her chest. She internally questions if she is truly okay with how things are turning out. She stares at a cute photo of Kurokawa on her phone screen, gradually squeezing the device tighter as her resolve begins to waver. Suddenly, she spins around and dashes out of the room. She frantically runs down the hallway, telling herself that if she doesn't act right now, she will regret it for the rest of her life. With tears in her eyes and a fiercely determined expression, she prepares to make her voice heard. Reaching her hand out toward the boys retreating back, she desperately runs forward to stop him before he fades away into just another member of the crowd. Back in the present, Kurokawa resolutely agrees to take another step forward and try once more, which prompts a cheering Hajime to gasp in surprise when she politely asks if he can give her Nishizono's contact information again. Hajime suddenly realizes to his absolute horror that he forgot to ask Nishizono for her contact information. As Kurokawa stares back in blank dumbfoundedness, Hajime sweatily laughs and awkwardly explains that he simply is not used to exchanging contact details with people. He sheepishly confesses that he was so overwhelmingly satisfied with just adding Kurokawa's contact info that he did not think any further ahead. Kurokawa stands frozen in silence, looking like a blank chibai in disbelief. However, her face quickly brightens up with a warm smile as she realizes she might actually know Nishizono's home phone number, promising to try finding it again. Hajime watches her with a soft, supportive look as she prepares to head home. Kurokawa excitedly bids him farewell and rushes to clean up the reference room before leaving, while Hajime enthusiastically cheers her on. As Hajime later walks down the school stairs, he wonders how things will progress between the two friends from here on out. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. He turns around to find his teacher standing there smiling as she holds a large bag of garbage. Hajime grumbles to himself about always being used for chores, but he begrudgingly takes the heavy trash bag anyway. As he carries the trash bag to the gate, he is startled by a loud commotion where the security guards are once again arguing with a persistent Nishizono. Nishizono suddenly spots Hajime from the gate and loudly calls out to him. With an intensely emotional and heavily blushing face, Nishizono directly expresses her profound gratitude to him for all his help. After aggressively shaking him and proudly declaring her job is done, Nishizono departs, leaving a bewildered Hajime to return to the reference room where he checks in on Kurokawa. He is greeted by a beautiful, serene smile from Kurokawa, realizing that she was finally able to say exactly what she needed to say. Hajime looks at her in quiet admiration, noting how happy and light she looks now. The narrative concludes that she has officially taken a major step forward. The scene shifts to the exterior of an apartment building on a bright morning. An alarm rings on a smartphone screen at 6 in the morning on Tuesday, June 1st. Hajime wakes up and sits on his bed, realizing that the long-awaited day has finally arrived. At school, classmates gasp in absolute amazement as Kurokawa enters the classroom, greeting everyone with a cheerful good morning. She smiles warmly as she wishes everyone a great morning. The reason for everyone's excitement is revealed to be the official switch to short-sleeved summer uniforms. Kurokawa gently tucks her hair behind her ear as she gets ready at her desk. Watching her, Hajime's heart races as he recognizes her gesture as the exact signature move his favorite idol AI Tan always performs. He internally panics, realizing that the change to summer uniforms has brought back the pure excitement of seeing her idol-like behavior at full force. Kurokawa leans in close and gently remarks on how hot the weather is today. Overwhelmed by her sheer proximity, Hajime suffers a massive nosebleed while internally celebrating how glad he is to be alive. The entire classroom erupts into sheer chaos as worried classmates scream that Hajime is coughing up blood and dying while he desperately tries to explain that it is just a simple nosebleed. Later in the reference room, Kurokawa concernedly asks if he is feeling any better, to which Hajime nervously laughs and assures her he is completely fine. He proudly declares that he has been studying incredibly hard this time around, which Kurokawa commends since their final exams are right around the corner. With sparkly eyes of pure determination, Kurokawa holds her study material tightly and promises not to make him worry about her grades this time. However, when Hajime mentions his own studying, Kurokawa suddenly turns red and begins frantically packing her notes away, sending Hajime into a sudden panic. Hajime stands up in a panic and frantically begs her to stop confessing that he was only joking and that he actually desperately needs to borrow her study notes. Blushing heavily, Kurokawa shyly warns him that her notes are far from perfect, but agrees to let him use them since it cannot be helped. Hajime prepares to reveal what he calls his ultimate secret weapon, leaving Kurokawa clutching her bag in utter confusion. Kurokawa is momentarily frozen in sheer wide-eyed shock at his sudden intensity. Suddenly, Hajime drops to his knees in a dramatic doujza, begging her to bless him with her study notes. Kurokawa blushes heavily and hides her face behind her bag in absolute embarrassment. She reluctantly agrees to let him borrow them, prompting a tearfully grateful Hajime to hold the notebook up high in complete triumph. Watching him celebrate so happily, Kurokawa feels a warm blush as she realizes how truly desperate he was to study using her notes. The quiet moment is broken by a sudden buzzing sound as Kurokawa's phone vibrates on the desk. Kurokawa happily says that she was successfully able to exchange contact details with Nishizono again, warmly thanking him for his encouragement. However, Kurokawa suddenly shifts, nervously looking away as she prepares to bring up another topic. Blushing heavily, she shyly admits she heard a rumor that Hajime and Nishizono went to a karaoke parlor together. A sweating Hajime quickly confirms the outing, explaining that they only went there to discuss how to help her reconcile with Nishizono. Kurokawa looks down with an incredibly shy and quiet expression, leaving Hajime to wonder what is on her mind. Suddenly, a massive realization flashes in Hajime's mind as he stares at her. He instantly compares her slightly pouting, adorable face to a classic scene from his favorite romance manga, Love Mav. He reasons that just like the heroine in his manga who got incredibly jealous over a karaoke outing without her, Kurokawa must simply be expressing her desire to go to karaoke with him too. Recalling the smooth, romantic line the manga protagonist used to resolve the situation, Hajime confidently decides to use the exact same response. Feeling the intense pressure to deliver the line smoothly, Hajime blushes furiously and prepares himself to speak. A heavy, tense silence falls over the reference room as the two students sit facing each other. Kurokawa can only stare back at him in spiral-eyed, quiet confusion. However, Hajime's brain suffers a complete system overload from the embarrassment, causing him to accidentally blurt out that he thinks she is incredibly cute before frantically panicking to correct the massive misunderstanding. Kurokawa stands completely flustered and blushing, stammering that she is not too sure what to say, while a thoroughly embarrassed Hajime is left frozen and dazed. Attempting to ease the sudden tension, Kurokawa gently tells him that she understands the general idea of what he was trying to say, leaving a dejected Hajime to internally lament his painful introversion. At a store counter, a clerk presents a heart-shaped necklace and politely announces that the total price will be 8,700 yen. Both Hajime and his younger sister, Mao, react with absolute wide-eyed shock at the steep price. The shopkeeper explains that the item is actually only imitation jewelry, leaving Mao to complain about the price, while Hajime stands utterly bewildered that a fake piece of jewelry still costs so much. Mao turns to her older brother, blushing with intense sibling pride and declaring that she firmly believes he is the kind of guy who can pull this off. The two siblings stand in silence, staring at each other as the pressure mounts. Mao suddenly mounts a terrifying multi-panel campaign of intense sibling pressure, aggressively demanding that her brother just buy the gift. Completely worn down by her relentless demands, a sweating Hajime finally surrenders and tells the clerk they will take the necklace. Mao triumphantly holds up the fancy gift bag, celebrating that they successfully bought their mother's birthday present, while a devastated Hajime internally bids a tearful farewell to his savings fund. As they walk away, Mao happily declares how glad she is that they traveled all the way into the city while Hajime can only muster a weak, exhausted agreement. Mao suddenly stops when she spots an adorable dress on a mannequin, turning to her brother to point it out. Instantly sensing another impending financial disaster, Hajime forces a terrifyingly fake smile and frantically insists that they head straight home, much to Mao's annoyance. The two siblings walk down the street bickering loudly, with Mao demanding that he at least buy her a crepe and Hajime grumbling that she only ever acts like a sweet sister when she wants him to buy her something. Their argument is abruptly cut short when a voice suddenly calls out Hajime's name, causing him to freeze in surprise. He turns around to find a casually dressed Riina Nishizono standing before them, leaving Hajime completely stunned. Hajime's face immediately contorts into a highly distorted comical mask of absolute terror as he lets out a silent internal scream of horror. Riina reacts with sudden irritation, demanding to know why Hajime reacted so dramatically to simply seeing her face. Hajime quickly bows and apologizes, sheepishly explaining that his body just instinctively reacts with fear whenever they meet, prompting an offended Riina to yell that he is being incredibly mean. Riina eagerly introduces herself to Mao as a friend of her older brother, to which Mao introduces herself with a slightly suspicious and tense expression. Mao is left completely bewildered, wondering how on earth her brother managed to become close with such a glamorous girl in such a short amount of time. Hajime quickly shifts the topic of conversation, asking Nishizono what she is doing out in the city today. Riina happily explains that she and Yaoi went shopping together because Yaoi wanted to look for cute clothes, which prompts an excited Hajime to ask if Kurokawa is nearby too. Riina confirms it, adding that Kurokawa's grandfather Genai-sen accompanied them, as well, pointing out that the elderly man already seems to be searching for food. Riina enthusiastically encourages Hajime to come check it out, revealing that Kurokawa is currently in a fitting room trying on an outfit. Hajime is left completely dumbfounded when Riina casually adds that the outfit is a swimsuit. His mind immediately races as he struggles to process the mental image of Kurokawa wearing a swimsuit. Riina calls out to check if Kurokawa is done changing, to which a heavily blushing Kurokawa nervously peeks out and worries that the outfit shows too much cleavage. Kurokawa gasps in utter shock as the curtain is suddenly pulled aside. The curtain is swept open in a swift motion. Although Riina and Mao react calmly, a panicked Hajime covers his face in absolute shock, internally screaming that he caught a split-second glimpse of her. It turns out Kurokawa was actually trying on a normal summer outfit instead of a swimsuit, and after a flustered exchange where a panicked Kurokawa scolds Riina for the misunderstanding, she shyly calls out to Hajime. Hiding her face slightly behind her large son, Kurokawa quietly greets him while a blushing Hajime warmly returns the greeting. Mao is surprised to recognize Kurokawa from their previous encounter, while Hajime and Kurokawa continue their nervous conversation. After clarifying with Riina that this is her brother's friend, Mao politely steps forward and bows in greeting to Kurokawa. When a surprised Hajime asks if they already know each other, Riina explains that they crossed paths previously, prompting Mao to stand rigidly at attention. Kurokawa smiles radiantly and warmly introduces herself as Yaoi Kurokawa, expressing her sincere pleasure at finally being able to greet Mao properly. Mao stands completely flustered, stammering her own name and returning the polite greeting to Kurokawa. She turns away, blushing deeply in extreme embarrassment. Riina suddenly changes the subject to point at Hajime, comically imitating his terrified expression and claiming that he makes that exact face like a conditioned reflex whenever he sees her. Seeing Riina's silly face, Kurokawa's eyes sparkle with absolute adoration as she declares how incredibly cute it is. Both Riina and Mao are left completely dumbfounded, staring blankly in reaction to Kurokawa's bizarre standard of cuteness. Kurokawa excitedly begs Hajime to make that same face at her too, but a flatly unimpressed Hajime immediately shuts her down, declaring it to be entirely impossible. Kurokawa looks down with a saddened expression, prompting a slightly apologetic Hajime to look at her with regret. Kurokawa shyly asks if he only makes that face on special occasions, but Mao casually chimes in, explaining that she also makes that exact face whenever she simply does not care about someone. Fearing she will misunderstand, Hajime frantically screams a denial, blushing as he passionately declares that Kurokawa is the one absolute person he never wants to show that face to. His intense declaration leaves Mao quietly amused and a blushing Rihanna completely flustered by how unexpectedly romantic his words sounded. Rihanna closes her eyes and softly sighs, commenting on what a shame it is for him. Meanwhile, a pouting Chibai Kurokawa clutches her hat in frustration, noting that she has not even had the chance to explain what she actually meant by her earlier comment. Rihanna is left in comical shock as she realizes that perhaps no one else is capable of replicating Hajime's bizarre horrified expression. Later on, the school building is shown under a dark and gloomy sky, reflecting a heavy atmosphere on campus. Inside the classroom, the students nervously whisper among themselves, wondering what could have possibly happened to cause such a tense mood. Kurokawa sits silently at her desk with an incredibly dark and brooding expression, prompting her classmates to worry that she is furious about something. Watching her, a sweating Hajime nervously rests his chin on his hand, wondering if she is still angry about the events of last Sunday. Looking at her from afar, Hajime worries that she might not even show up to their usual spot in the reference room after school today. Hajime arrives at the reference room to find Kurokawa already waiting for him. Kurokawa quietly asks if there is truly no way he would ever make that same funny face at her. A startled Hajime immediately bows to apologize for his earlier outburst. Kurokawa pouts and declares they should move on, leaving Hajime completely bewildered as she begins reviewing the latest chapters of their manga while visibly sulking. Even as she prepares to leave, Kurokawa continues to sulk while nodding her head, though Hajime internally notes that she still manages to look incredibly graceful. Hajime stands alone, still completely baffled by her reaction. Walking home, Kurokawa remembers Hajime's passionate declaration and continues to pout on the street. Back at home, Rina receives a phone call from Kurokawa and gasps in absolute shock when her friend asks for advice on how to be more like her. Kurokawa sadly explains that since Hajime refuses to make his comically horrified face at her, she is deeply worried that she has failed to build a genuine relationship with him. Rihanna frantically waves her hands, desperately explaining to her on the phone that Kurokawa's interpretation is completely backward. Rihanna suggests that Hajime likely behaves that way because she is the one person he desperately wants to impress, but just as she is about to say the word love, she suddenly pauses. Rihanna internally panics, wondering if she is even allowed to be the one to point that out to her. She immediately decides that she absolutely cannot be the one to say it. Realizing that the realization needs to come from Hajime himself, Rihanna quickly scrambles to change her words. Rihanna stammers on the phone, struggling to think of an appropriate word that fits her previous syllables. She finally blurts out the word loaded, leaving a curious Kurokawa to repeat the word in confusion. Rihanna frantically rolls with the excuse, intensely declaring that they are locked and loaded, which a gullible Kurokawa completely accepts. Wiping her brow, Rihanna sighs in immense relief that she somehow managed to dodge the bullet before quickly bidding her friend farewell. The phone screen displays that the call has officially ended. Left alone, Kurokawa crosses her arms and mutters to herself that she still does not understand what any of it meant. Kurokawa turns to Genai-san and asks if she can seek his advice on something, to which he enthusiastically agrees. She asks what a man's thought process would be when trying to impress his partner, prompting Genai-san to confidently state that the answer is actually quite simple. He explains that when it comes down to it, a man simply wants to win against that specific person. Kurokawa gasps in complete surprise at his explanation. Genai-san elaborates that even if a man knows he is completely outmatched, he desperately desires to stand on equal footing or come out on top, preferring to pretend to be strong rather than show any weakness. Applying this advice to her own situation, Kurokawa wonders if Hajime's reaction simply meant he views her as someone strong. As Kurokawa politely thanks him, Genai-san internally sheds a proud tear, realizing that he was just given his granddaughter's very first love consultation. Kurokawa cheerfully declares that he has helped her find a new ray of hope, which Genai-san accepts with a courteous bow. Kurokawa notes that even someone as perfect as Genai-san must have had a special person like that in his life, expressing her desire to meet them if the opportunity ever arises. Genai-san gently clarifies that the special person she is referring to was actually her grandfather, Kayawashiru-sama. Kurokawa is left standing alone in the grand hallway as she quietly absorbs this piece of family history. The scene shifts back to the school building on a clear afternoon. Hajime nervously peeks around the door of the reference room, wondering if Kurokawa has showed up today. He is relieved to find her already sitting quietly inside. However, he is immediately thrown off when he notices that the desk and chairs are arranged in a way that feels strangely like a formal date. Kurokawa gently instructs him to take a seat, prompting a nervous Hajime to quickly sit down. As he sits down, blushing, Kurokawa surprises him by quietly apologizing for everything she has put him through recently. She mentions his previous declaration that she was the one person he never wanted to make that face around. Blushing deeply, Kurokawa confesses that the thought of being the only person excluded from seeing that side of him makes her feel incredibly sad and hurts her chest. She softly adds that despite her sadness, she still genuinely wants to respect his feelings, leaving Hajime completely stunned. Kurokawa suddenly speaks up to change the tense mood. She extends her hand across the desk and challenging Hajime to settle their differences with a friendly arm wrestling match. A surprised Hajime hesitantly agrees after a determined Chibai Kurokawa demands that he face her with everything he has got. They lock hands over the desk and prepare for the match. They brace themselves as the match officially begins. To Hajime's absolute shock, Kurokawa instantly slams his arm down with incredible strength. Panting from the effort, Kurokawa blushingly cheers him on to do his absolute best. Hajime grits his teeth and strains with everything he has to push back against her grip. With a final surge of effort, Hajime manages to pin her hand to the desk. Both of them collapse over the desk, panting heavily from the intense exertion. A panicked Hajime quickly checks to see if her hand is okay, but a smiling Kurokawa softly assures him that she is completely fine. Hajime happily admits that he had to go completely all out against her, and initially felt like he was going to lose for real. Flustered, Kurokawa confesses that she is actually not that strong, but promises to slowly show him her true self from now on, and playfully tells him to prepare himself. Hajime's heart races as he comically screams in intense fluster, internally lamenting that he feels like he has already lost. A side story begins with a young Kurokawa walking hand in hand with Genai-san during a trip to England. The young Kurokawa excitedly suggests playing a game of hide and seek. Genai-san politely agrees as the young girl declares that she will be the seeker and tells him to go hide. The young Kurokawa squats down, covers her eyes, and begins counting down to start their game of hide and seek. She finishes her countdown and prepares to open her eyes. She quickly spins around to begin her search for Genai-san. She looks around the massive fountain in the courtyard, but finds no sign of him, calling out his name in confusion. Wandering around the large garden, she continues to call out for Genai-san, growing increasingly anxious as she searches alone. Realizing he is nowhere to be found, she is struck with the sudden terrifying thought that Genai-san has completely vanished. Unbeknownst to her, Genai-san is simply hiding nearby behind a pillar, desperately holding back his laughter at her reaction. Thinking she has been abandoned, the young girl rubs her teary eyes and cries out for him in distress. Overcome with fear, she wonders if Genai-san has suddenly passed away, which startles a nearby gardener who approaches to check on her. Sobbing hysterically, she wails that Genai-san has died, sending the hidden butler into a complete panic. Realizing the game has gone horribly wrong, a panicked Genai-san immediately runs out of his hiding spot to comfort her. Relieved but furious, she angrily demands to know where he was, repeatedly punching his leg, while a sweating Genai-san apologizes and reminds her that they were just playing hide and seek. The scene cuts to later that evening with a clock on the wall showing that it is nearly 5 o'clock. Genai-san gently tells her that it is time to head inside, though she continues to playfully punch him to check if she actually heard him earlier. The narrative transitions to the second part of their memories. When Genai-san asks how she is liking her new school, the young girl sadly admits that she has not managed to make any friends yet. She quickly tries to cheer herself up by brightly declaring that it does not matter as long as Genai-san is there with her. Genai-san looks down with a somber expression, gently pointing out that he is much older and will eventually pass away, before she does, leaving the young girl completely shocked. Terrified of losing him, she tearfully hits his chest and begs him not to die, insisting that he must live a very long life. She loudly demands that he must promise to live even longer than she does. Genai-san looks down, nervously sweating slightly in response to her dramatic demands. He admits that her impossible request has put him in quite a difficult bind. The story moves forward to the next part of their memories. The young Kurokawa approaches Genai-san's bedroom doors and knocks gently while calling out his name. Receiving no response, she quietly pushes the door open a crack and peeks inside the dark room. She gasps in sheer terror when she finds Genai-san resting in his grand bed. Genai-san weakly apologizes, explaining to her that his body simply has not adjusted to the 8-hour jet lag from their trip to England. However, the young girl instantly panics and starts crying, hysterically begging him not to die. She tearfully wails that she does not want Genai-san to be taken away from her too. The narration reveals that Kurokawa's real mother, Kurokawa, tragically passed away due to massive blood loss while giving birth to her. The narrative explains that Kurokawa's intense, deep-seated fear of death likely stems from learning about her mother's tragic passing. Hearing her cries, Genai-san warmly reassures her that he will not die so easily, prompting her to eagerly ask for confirmation over and over. She tearfully holds out her pinky finger and asks him to make a promise. Genai-san smiles gently and raises his own finger, agreeing to her request. They lock pinkies, sealing the solemn promise between them. Returning to the present, Kurokawa stands before Genai-san as he rests on the sofa, gently warning him that he will catch a cold if he sleeps there. Kurokawa warmly thanks him for his hard work today, while Genai-san smiles and apologizes for causing her any worry. They gently clasp hands, silently reaffirming their deep bond and the promise they made long ago. They seal their promise with another pinky swear. Looking at her hands, Genai-san reflects on how quickly time has flown since she was just a small child. He proudly vows to make sure he lives a long and healthy life to stay by her side. Kurokawa looks up at him with deep gratitude. She offers him a warm, emotional smile. They walk down the grand hallway together, happily reaffirming their promise. In another childhood memory, the young Kurokawa cries hysterically when she is temporarily unable to find Genai-san. In a different memory, Genai-san gently scolds her for eating cotton candy in a highly unseemly manner at a festival. In a brief comedic extra, Hajime screams in terror when he finds 5 bizarre art figures at home, prompting his sister, Mao, to aggressively yell at him to shut up. Another extra comic shows an adorable chibai Kurokawa pouting and huffing in mock anger. After Rihanna breaks down crying, her hot bowl of ramen suddenly arrives, forcing her to comically eat through her tears, while a sweating Hajime internally comments on how tough she is. Meanwhile, back at her mansion, Kurokawa happily giggles over a floating tea stalk in her cup, believing that something wonderful is bound to happen. An illustrated extra details Hajime's childhood story about losing a pet pond slider turtle, only to find a completely different turtle inside his tank 3 days later, alongside his original turtle waiting outside the lid. In a final comedic scene, a dark and terrifyingly jealous Kurokawa interrogates them about their karaoke trip, prompting a sweating Rihanna to quickly abandon Hajime and leave him to handle the fallout alone. Mao notices that Hajime is spacing out with a completely blank expression once again. In a flashback, Kurokawa acts surprised when she hears that someone was unable to reserve an entire amusement park for themselves. Rihanna aggressively points out that only spoiled rich kids would ever demand something so ridiculous. Rihanna explains that waiting in long lines with a crowd is actually part of the fun of theme parks, which leaves an innocent Kurokawa thoroughly intrigued. Rihanna confidently asserts her point, teasing Yaoi that she clearly has no idea how to properly enjoy an amusement park. Rihanna remembers how they had eagerly promised to visit an amusement park together once their high school entrance exams were finally over. Staring at her bed, Rihanna wonders if Yaoi has forgotten that promise, but still searches through her notes to find the Kurokawa family's direct phone number. Back in the present, Rihanna anxiously prepares to make the call, reflecting on how much has happened between them since they last spoke. Rihanna nervously dials the number and asks if she has reached the Kurokawa residence, only to gasp in shock when Yaoi immediately answers and calls her by her name. Stealing her courage, Rihanna asks about their old amusement park promise, prompting Kurokawa to blushingly ask if that promise is still valid. Hearing those words, Rihanna breaks into tears of absolute joy and relief. Rihanna eagerly agrees, prompting Kurokawa to happily declare that there is so much she wants to talk about first. Kurokawa stands over the desk and tells Hajime that she is going to make him realize how weak he truly is, prompting a startled Hajime to ask how she plans to do that. With a soft, blushing expression, Kurokawa simply responds that it is simple. She reaches down to her collar and begins unfastening her outer school uniform. Kurokawa slides off her outer jacket and immediately begins unbuttoning her dress shirt, leaving Hajime to gasp in complete shock and confusion. Hajime blushes furiously and frantically waves his hands begging her to wait and asking if she is about to do something lewd. Hajime suddenly wakes up with a gasp in his bed, realizing that the entire intense encounter was nothing more than a wild dream. He opens his eyes only to find his younger sister, Mao, crouching right beside his bed, staring down at him with a completely deadpan expression. Mao loudly runs out to tell their mother that her big brother is acting weird again, prompting an annoyed Hajime to yell back at her to keep it down so early in the morning. At school, the students sleepily greet each other as they settle into the classroom on a tired morning. Kurokawa cheerfully greets Hajime as Takahashi-kun, causing a flustered Hajime to nervously stammer a good morning in return. Looking at her, a sweating Hajime internally blames the adult manga industry for overusing the trope of making someone realize their weakness, which caused his wild dream. As Hajime desperately tries to shake off his distracting thoughts and focus on studying for their upcoming finals, the teacher suddenly announces that the ping-pong hall is undergoing repairs for leaks. The boys react in absolute wide shock when the teacher announces that their physical education class today will instead be joint basketball with the girls. Hajime repeatedly tells himself to stay focused on his studies as they enter the gym while the gym teacher watches from the side. Kurokawa prepares for the basketball match by tying her long hair up into a high ponytail. Hajime and the other boys stare through the dividing net in absolute awe, completely mesmerized by the sight of Kurokawa with her hair tied up for gym class. Although one of the boys quickly tells everyone to quit staring and get back to their own game, they are all captivated as Kurokawa easily dribbles past her opponents and shoots a clean basket. Hajime beams with absolute pride, internally praising Kurokawa for being incredibly talented, even at his favorite idol Ai Tan's favorite sport. Kurokawa maintains an intense, serious expression as she runs across the court during the fast-paced game. Standing behind the divider net, Hajime watches her play with quiet, focused admiration. The basketball swooshes cleanly through the hoop, securing another smooth point for her team. The girls on the court erupt in passionate cheers for Kurokawa, leaving Hajime to watch their intense adoration in amazement. Kurokawa blushingly smiles as her teammates warmly praise her performance while Hajime continues to observe her from across the gym. The scene transitions to the quiet school lockers after the joint physical education class ends. Meeting up at the reference room later, Kurokawa remarks on how refreshing it was to have physical education class together today, and Hajime warmly agrees. Kurokawa shyly asks Hajime if he saw her make that basketball shot, and Hajime enthusiastically confirms that he did and calls it awesome. Hajime looks down sheepishly and admits that compared to her, he feels like he is rather weak. Kurokawa is momentarily frozen in sheer wide-eyed shock at his sudden confession. Kurokawa curiously asks why he came to that conclusion, prompting Hajime to sheepishly explain that it was from watching her play basketball. Hajime quickly waves his hands and apologizes, telling her to just forget he said anything. However, Kurokawa's expression grows intensely serious and her eyes begin to swirl with a deep-seated determination. Kurokawa suddenly points at him and loudly declares that him being weaker than her is entirely unacceptable. Hajime gasps in complete surprise at her sudden, intense reaction. Hajime internally panics as he realizes the word weak has triggered Kurokawa, who has now entered a dominant stance right in front of him. Kurokawa steps forward and demands to know exactly why he thinks he is weak, so that she can present a solution, grabbing Hajime's shoulders as he struggles to answer. Kurokawa leans in incredibly close and fiercely states that he is not allowed to go home until he gives her what she needs, leaving a sweating Hajime to point out that she is using that line completely wrong. Kurokawa aggressively presses him to tell her, while Hajime recalls his own poor performance at dribbling and shooting during basketball. Hajime looks down with a heavily blushing face and groans as her hand rests on his shoulder. Hajime softly confesses that her serious expression while playing sports was incredibly captivating, and that watching her play was when he finally came to his realization. He explains that seeing the version of her that everyone else admires made him feel left out and depressed, sheepishly joking that his mental strength is paper thin, which leaves Kurokawa processing his words about her serious face. With a heavily blushing face, Kurokawa brightly suggests that if that is all it takes, she is more than willing to show him that serious expression anytime he wants. Hajime is left completely speechless, his face turning bright red in response to her sweet offer. Hajime stammers out a nervous thank you which leaves both of them blushing in embarrassment, until Kurokawa happily declares that their problem has officially been solved. As she heads for the door, Kurokawa turns back to assertively remind him that he is definitely not weak, cheerfully wishing him a good tomorrow. After she departs, and the door shuts behind her, Hajime sits alone in absolute silence, before clutching his face in a wild panic, internally screaming about how terrifying that was while also realizing that she smelled incredible right after gym class. Suddenly, Kurokawa peeks back inside the room blushing heavily. Hajime is completely startled by her sudden return. Kurokawa blushingly explains that she forgot to grab her bag, and Hajime admits that he was not paying attention either, while internally screaming in sheer embarrassment as the chapter concludes. A humorous extra panel notes that while they were busy talking, it somehow turned to night due to an art mistake. Chapter 28 begins with Kurokawa and Nishizono enjoying a warm, sunny day together. Walking outside, a horrified Hajime overhears rumors that Kurokawa has been spotted hanging around the South Building lately. 3 intimidating schoolmates confront him, demanding to know if he understands what her recent behavior means. The boys seriously declare that it is finally D-Day, sending a shiver of terror down Hajime's spine. Hajime internally worries that those who worship Kurokawa will not react well to a nobody like him hanging out with her. Though he does not regret getting close to her, Hajime is completely terrified of getting bullied or worse. The leader of the group leans in and tells Hajime that they should not beat around the bush, prompting a panicked Hajime to put his hands up and ask what they are planning to do. Hajime nervously asks if they plan on recording a video of him or something similar. The 3 boys look at him in absolute confusion, repeating his question about a video. Looking completely unsettled, the blonde classmate asks Hajime if he is actually the type of person who is into that sort of thing. Hajime gasps in complete shock and embarrassment at their misunderstanding. Hajime frantically screams a denial, explaining that their framing makes him sound like a complete pervert, though one of his classmates casually remarks that he wouldn't mind if he did. The glasses boy agrees, and the leader confidently declares that they should get right into it, leaning in with a sinister smile that causes Hajime to let out a silent scream of terror. Suddenly, the 3 boys drop down to their knees in a dramatic bow, desperately begging Hajime to teach them the secret way of the South Building. Looking completely dumbfounded, Hajime tells them that to get to the South Building, they just have to walk there. The glasses boy furiously yells that this is not what they meant at all, leaving a panicked Hajime to stammer out an apology. Leaning in closely, the blonde classmate warns him not to play dumb and explains that they are referring to the rumor about the curse of the South Building's resource room. Hajime is left standing in complete blank-eyed bewilderment, having absolutely no idea what they are talking about. They explain that as an elite prep school, Shubai High suffered a major crisis a dozen or so years ago, when none of the graduates applied for backups, setting a record of repeat test takers who had nowhere else to go. Enraged by this disastrous result, the school founder allegedly took drastic actions. The legend goes that the founder locked all the failed students inside the resource room and massacred every single one of them. Ever since that tragic event, rumors claim that cursed souls still linger in the area, and anyone who walks down those stairs will fail their remedial tests, while visiting the resource room itself will cause them to repeat an entire school year. While Hajime thinks the story is far too ridiculous to be true, the boys explain that they did not believe it at first either, until every single student who tried to follow Kurokawa into the South Building ended up failing their remedials, leaving Hajime as the sole exception. They ask if he remembers when the girls in their class tried to keep Kurokawa in the classroom to prevent her from visiting the cursed South Building, before moving on to explain what happened next. They reveal that Kurokawa's after-school walks to the South Building eventually became incredibly fast, leaving everyone completely unable to stop or follow her. The blonde boy desperately points out that while Kurokawa is a special exception, Hajime is just a normal student like them, begging him to his secret for avoiding remedial hell. Sweating nervously, Hajime awkwardly explains that he simply studied incredibly hard. His simple explanation leaves the 3 boys completely silent and dazed before they slowly collapse to the floor in total heartbroken dejection. Later on, when Hajime mentions the rumor to his teacher, She flatly scoffs at the idea of a massacre and points out that the resource room is not even large enough to fit 60 people, dismissing the entire story as complete nonsense. While Hajime is relieved to have his suspicions confirmed, his teacher suddenly adds that the jinx about failing remedial exams or repeating a year is actually entirely real. Hajime is left frozen in sudden shock at her ominous words. The teacher explains that although nobody knows the exact cause, anyone who hangs out in the resource room too much is completely done for, mentioning that even a teacher she knows ended up repeating a year back then because of it. A massive realization suddenly hits Hajime, and he nervously asks his teacher if she actually graduated from this very high school. The teacher smiles and confirms his suspicion directly. She goes on to explain that this is why the South building is practically abandoned, adding that the school even considered tearing it down at one point. However, the founder fiercely opposed the demolition because the building was used as a setting in a manga, declaring that he would protect the sacred spot of his favorite character, AI Tan, with his life. Hajime is surprised to realize that the founder is actually a fellow fan of the same romance manga. Walking down the hallway, Hajime sighs to himself that all he learned was useless trivia about the founder while observing his classmates studying hard in their classroom. He reflects on how, unlike him, everyone else at the school is studying diligently to aim for prestigious universities. Realizing Kurokawa is likely aiming for a good university too, Hajime approaches the resource room only to spot her opening the door, which prompts him to gasp in surprise. Kurokawa looks back in surprise as Hajime suddenly dashes forward and slides across the floor toward her while screaming in a panic. He slams his hand against the wall to block her path. Hajime successfully performs a sudden wall pin on Kurokawa. Panting heavily, Hajime urgently tells her that she must not go inside the resource room, leaving a flustered and blushing Kurokawa to ask why. Hajime looks away, sweating nervously as he prepares to explain the reason. He explains that if she goes inside, she will be cursed to repeat a school year. To ensure she does not fail her university entrance exams, he desperately begs her to never come to the resource room again. Hajime shuts his eyes with a highly emotional and embarrassed look on his face. Kurokawa stares back at him with a soft and deeply touched expression. Kurokawa softly murmurs that she understands. She admits that she was surprised by his sudden worry before asking if this means he will not be coming to the reference room anymore either. Hajime confidently declares that he will keep coming, explaining that it is still a sacred place for him. Kurokawa blushes heavily and puffs out her cheeks, pouting as she shyly suggests that they should talk somewhere else from now on instead. Suddenly, Kurokawa steps back inside and slides the door shut behind her, leaving a startled Hajime to gasp in confusion. Hajime frantically bangs on the locked door, desperately screaming for her to open it and crying out that the curse is real. Outside the reference room door, Hajime continues to desperately shout and plead for Kurokawa to open the door. From inside the room, an emotional and blushing Kurokawa loudly demands to know why it is fine for Hajime to visit the room but not for her. Hajime yells back that he only wants to protect her from the university entrance exams curse. Kurokawa tearfully points out that if the curse was actually real, it would already be way too late for both of them anyway. Hajime stands frozen in silence as the logic of her statement suddenly hits him internally, admitting that she has a very good point. Chapter 29 begins as Kurokawa walks down the sunny hallway. Hajime suddenly cheers up and reasons that since both of them successfully avoided remedial classes, there might still be some hope. Kurokawa looks down quietly, wondering if the curse only affects those who actually know about it. Standing inside the room, she softly asks Hajime what he would say if she admitted that she did know about the curse all along, and asks if he would be angry with her. Kurokawa reveals that on the day of the entrance ceremony, when she first received the key to the South building hallway, their teacher told her all about the curse. Kurokawa confesses that she actually thought the curse was perfect, leaving a shocked Hajime completely speechless. She explains that most of the people who followed her to the school only wanted a connection to her wealthy family to secure a good job or university, meaning failing would be a total disaster for them, while she simply wanted a quiet place to be left alone. Hajime quietly absorbs her words as she continues her explanation. She admits that when Hajime first came to the room, she was incredibly surprised and happy because someone with ulterior motives would never visit such a cursed place. Kurokawa reflects on how she realized that Hajime was a genuine person who truly just enjoyed talking with her. Looking down at her feet, she softly concludes that the resource room is incredibly special to her as well. Kurokawa blushingly confesses that she wants to keep talking with him in this very room. She apologizes, stating that she does not want this special place to be ruined. Standing on opposite sides of the closed sliding door, she explains that she does not want this room to become a place of regret for either of them. Looking down with tears welled up in her eyes, Kurokawa feels deeply moved. She reflects that knowing the kind of person Hajime is, his desperate warning was truly meant entirely for her own sake. Suddenly, the sliding door opens, and Kurokawa softly tells him that she understands. A relieved Hajime smiles warmly and thanks her for understanding his concerns. However, Kurokawa suddenly steps forward and dramatically points her finger at him, leaving Hajime completely confused. Kurokawa brightly challenges him to a bet on their upcoming final exams, leaving a sweating Hajime to complain that she did not actually understand him at all. She suggests that if they can both overcome the curse, then it should be perfectly fine for her to keep coming to the resource room. Hajime can only blush furiously in response to her intense proximity and determination. Hajime sheepishly admits that technically speaking she is correct, which prompts Kurokawa to eagerly cut in. She outlines the terms, stating that if either of them fails their exams and ends up in remedial classes, it will result in a loss. Kurokawa declares that if she loses, she will accept it as her loss and promise to never visit the resource room again. However, she adds that if both of them pass, it will be her victory, and she will keep coming to the room as usual. Kurokawa giggles and excitedly suggests adding one more element to the bet as a little reward. She enthusiastically promises to grant him any wish he wants if he manages to score higher than her on the test, leaving a dumbfounded Hajime to question if he could ever actually beat her on an exam. Seeing his hesitation, Kurokawa blushingly points out that beating her in just one subject is fine too, prompting Hajime to internally note how extra generous she is being. Kurokawa cheerfully adds that if they score high enough, they can easily get university recommendations and remain safe from the curse, while Hajime nervously agrees. Kurokawa raises her pinky with a beautiful radiant smile and asks him if they have an official deal. Hajime raises his pinky in complete surprise, unsure of what to make of her request. They gently interlock their pinkies, sealing their deal. Kurokawa beams with a bright smile, declaring it a promise, and encouraging him to truly try his best to beat her on the exam, while a flustered Hajime is left staring at his hand and wondering what just happened. Kurokawa giggles and teasingly warns him never to let his guard down and to remember to take responsibility for their pinky promise, while an embarrassed Hajime asks if he can at least grab his bag first. She leaves with her pinky still held high in a playful gesture. As Kurokawa packs her belongings, Hajime nervously calls out her name. He asks her if she had been confident from the very beginning that she would get into university when she first started coming to this room. Kurokawa gently glances back at him without saying a word. She departs from the room without giving him a direct answer. Later, Riina sits at a large table in a lavishly decorated room. Riina reacts in absolute disbelief, shouting to confirm if Kurokawa is actually making that kind of bet. After Kurokawa brightly confirms it, Riina sighs and says that while she is sure it will be fine since it is her, she still warns her to make sure she does not fail the tests. Kurokawa softly explains that the bet is also meant as a little reward for Hajime, adding that as long as neither of them ends up in remedial classes, she will be perfectly satisfied even if she loses. She points out that if it helps him gain confidence, it will be a win-win situation for her, prompting a startled Riina to ask if she actually plans on granting Hajime's wish if he wins. Kurokawa simply smiles, which leaves Riina staring at her with a highly skeptical expression. Kurokawa assures Riina that it is fine because she is certain Hajime is a sensible person who would never cause any money-related trouble. Riina stammers that this was not what she meant at all. Blushing deeply, Riina frantically shouts to ask what Kurokawa would do if Hajime asks for something naughty instead. Kurokawa looks ahead with a serene, gentle smile on her face. Riina mimics her smile while staring ahead in absolute wide-eyed shock. When Riina stammers about him asking for something, a heavily blushing Kurokawa asks what she means by something naughty. Riina is completely flustered, waving her hands as she struggles to find the words to explain. Riina attempts to convince herself that Hajime would never behave that way, but Kurokawa crosses her arms and pouts that it is too bad. Riina intensely quotes advice stating that according to a manga, every boy's heart races, and they begin having naughty thoughts the moment they see a girl. When a startled Kurokawa asks if that applies to Hajime too, their conversation is interrupted by a knock on the door as Genai-san enters to serve them tea. Kurokawa turns to Genai-san and directly asks him if all boys truly think of nothing but naughty things. Genai-san is completely caught off guard and struggles to find an answer. Recalling his past failures, the butler completely freezes up and remains unable to answer, leaving Kurokawa in shock. As Kurokawa repeats Riene's claim about every boy's heart racing when they see a girl, she suddenly blushes. Kurokawa suddenly realizes that her own heart has raced whenever she looks at Hajime. She internally panics, wondering if this means she has also been thinking naughty thoughts about him. Both Riene and Genai-san watch her in stunned silence. Seeing Kurokawa slump over with spiral eyes, Riene sighs that her friend is completely overheating. Back in the reference room, Kurokawa blushingly explains the entire situation to Hajime. She quickly tries to dismiss it as her just getting flustered before confidently stating that Hajime would never think about such naughty things, which prompts Hajime to look away an object. Hajime suddenly steps forward and loudly declares that he actually would think about those things, leaving a stunned Kurokawa to gasp in surprise. Stepping in close, Hajime leans over her chair and confesses that he is actually a very naughty guy. Kurokawa is left gasping in absolute wide-eyed shock as her face turns bright red. Later that night, Kurokawa lies awake in her bed completely flustered as she hides under her blanket. She restlessly tosses and turns under her covers, unable to calm her racing thoughts. The next morning, birds chirp as a bright new day begins at school. At school, Kurokawa blushingly tries to rationalize her feelings, telling herself that her indecent dream was just due to confusion, and that the flutter in her chest is simply because Hajime is her very first male friend. Suddenly, she receives a message on her phone from Hajime asking if they can talk for a bit after school by the emergency staircase. Clutching her phone tightly, Kurokawa nervously reassures herself that it must not be about anything naughty before heading out to meet him. Meeting up by the stairs, a blushing Hajime nervously tells her that there is something he wants to ask her. Kurokawa tenses up in extreme anticipation, her face turning completely red. Kurokawa nervously asks what it is, while internally recalling his previous confession about being a really naughty guy as her heart beats rapidly. Before he can even speak, Kurokawa suddenly shrieks in terror, startling Hajime. Hajime quickly asks if she is okay, but a huddled and shivering Kurokawa insists that she is fine and begs him to please continue. Hajime awkwardly agrees and begins rummaging through his school bag to retrieve what he wanted to show her. He presents her study notes and asks if it would be all right if he did them with the other boys in their class. Kurokawa is left standing in absolute blank dumbfoundedness at his completely wholesome request. He explains that when his classmates recently asked him how he avoided remedial lessons, he realized that it was entirely thanks to her notes. Hajime acknowledges that she made those notes specifically for him, but admits that keeping something so incredibly helpful all to himself feels unfair to the others. Looking at him, Kurokawa's eyes shine with deep affection as she silently notes that he truly is a wonderfully kind person. Kurokawa warmly tells him that the notes are already his, and that he is free to use them however he likes, prompting a deeply grateful Hajime to thank her. Kurokawa adds that he is giving the notes too much credit, gently pointing out that people often do not realize how truly amazing they themselves are, leaving Hajime surprised. Waving her hand as she walks down the stairs, she tells him that he will understand soon enough, while Hajime calls out her name as he follows behind. As Kurokawa walks down the stairs, Hajime reaches out and gently removes a stray strand of hair from her shoulder, mentioning that she has some hair on her shoulder. Kurokawa shrieks in sudden surprise at his touch, which prompts a thoroughly panicked Hajime to loudly apologize as Kurokawa embarrassedly covers her face. With a bright red face, Kurokawa shyly assures him that she is fine and frantically insists that she did not think his gesture was naughty or anything like that. Though Hajime is left scratching his head in confusion, Kurokawa quickly runs away while loudly wishing him good luck on his test. Hajime stands alone on the walkway, awkwardly responding and wondering to himself why she brought up the word naughty. Inside the school, the homeroom teacher calls out to Hajime from the staff room doorway. In a flashback, Mao is counseled by her junior high school teacher about aiming higher in her school choices, but she dismissively claims that she is too dumb, though she proudly notes that her older brother was smart enough to get into Shubai. When Hajime gently suggested in the past that she could get in too if she actually put her mind to it, Mao reacted defensively and told him to shut up. Mao reflects on how her brother never seemed to care about others' opinions before he successfully entered Shubai High. The scene shifts to the exterior balconies of an apartment complex. Returning home, Mao realizes that if Hajime actually knew how much effort it took her to get into high school, he would not casually tell her that she could do it if she tried, reflecting on his own intense struggles. Chapter 31 begins by showing how incredibly hard Hajime studied, devoting every ounce of his energy to his desk. Back in the present, Hajime holds out his final study guide to his classmates, kindly offering to make them a copy to help them avoid remedial classes. The three boys look at him with expressions of absolute awe and excitement. However, as the boys carefully review the detailed pages of his study guide, their expressions gradually shift to sweat-dropped concern. Hajime brightly explains that if they solve the problems in the guide 2 or 3 times and finish with a standard workbook, they will easily avoid remedial classes. The 3 classmates simply stare back at him in absolute stony silence. One of the boys awkwardly pushes the study guide back, admitting that, while they appreciate the thought, it is far too advanced for them, leaving Hajime completely bewildered. The boys look completely exhausted just reading his plan, commenting that doing all that work sounds much harder than just taking remedial lessons. An utterly defeated Hajime can only mutter that he understands as he slumps in disappointment. The blonde boy decides that they will simply give up on visiting the South Building before grabbing Hajime and desperately begging him for a strange favor. He hysterically begs Hajime to get massacred in their place if anything bad happens to Kurokawa, prompting Hajime to internally yell that his classmate is mixing up the founder's ghost story again. The blonde classmate apologizes to Hajime for previously calling him just another ordinary guy like them. He tells Hajime that he is truly amazing and must be one hell of a guy just to sit next to Kurokawa in class. The 3 boys walk away in peace, leaving a bewildered Hajime standing alone. Though he knows it was meant as a compliment, Hajime's sweat drops and grumbles to himself that the scale of their praise is far too small for him to feel good about it. Checking the school clock, Hajime realizes there might still be enough time to find her. The scene shifts to the street outside the school where several cars are parked. Dashing outside, Hajime spots Kurokawa about to leave in her family car with Genai-san and loudly calls out her name. Running up to them, a panting Hajime bows, deeply surprising Kurokawa, who asks what is wrong as he nervously brings up the curse and his earlier warning. Hajime blushingly confesses that in truth he also really wants to talk with her in the resource room. Kurokawa's eyes go wide and she blushes deeply in complete surprise at his honest confession. He passionately declares that from now on everything depends on how hard he tries, before quickly bowing in embarrassment and stating that was all he wanted to say. Hajime immediately bolts away in a frantic blushing panic, internally screaming to himself. Left behind, Kurokawa clutches her racing chest as she stands there completely flustered. Soon the day of the final exams arrives and the teacher instructs everyone to begin after making sure they have their test sheets. As he works through the test, Hajime reminds himself that he avoided remedial classes last time and hopes that staying focused will guarantee he is fine this time too. He casts a determined glance over at Kurokawa, resolutely aiming to score over 80 points this time around to win their bet. During the final exam, Kurokawa writes her answers intensely on her test paper. She stays completely focused, sweating under the immense pressure of the exam. The chime rings to signify the end of the test, and the teacher claps his hands to announce that time is up, instructing the students in the back to collect the papers. Hajime clenches his fist in relief, feeling confident that he successfully answered the questions. Kurokawa quietly walks up to the teacher's desk and turns in her exam paper before exiting the room. As classmates whisper and wonder what is wrong with Kurokawa, noting that she looked rather pale, Hajime listens with growing concern. For the rest of the day, Kurokawa's desk remains completely empty as she does not return to class, concluding the chapter on an ominous note. While sitting at his desk, Hajime notices a new incoming text notification and realizes it is from Kurokawa. He opens the message to read that she went home early because she was not feeling well, but still kindly wishes him good luck on his exam. After processing her message, Hajime quickly types back a supportive reply, politely asking her to take care of herself and rest well. Chapter 32 begins with Kurokawa happily giggling as she enjoys a warm, light-hearted moment. Later that night, as the stars shine over her family mansion, Kurokawa is awakened in her bed by the buzzing sound of her phone on the nightstand. She checks the screen and notes in surprise that she has received a new message from Hajime. The message shows a goofy photo of Hajime holding up 5 strange art figures, accompanied by a text explaining that he actually has 5 of those models at home. Looking at his silly message, Kurokawa cannot help but giggle and smile warmly. Her soft laughter quietly echoes through her dark bedroom. The next day, on the second day of finals, Kurokawa is immediately surrounded by worried classmates in the school hallway, asking if she is feeling better, and she politely thanks them while they beg her not to push herself. As other students crowd the busy hallway, someone bumps past her, causing Kurokawa to quickly hold her school bag close to protect her personal space. Hajime offers a polite apologetic bow as Kurokawa sits next to him. Hajime feels a wave of relief, realizing her early departure yesterday was not due to anything serious, though he quickly starts to worry about how she fared on her exam. Looking at his report card, Hajime notes that even he managed to score high enough to avoid remedial classes for the finals. The class president calls for everyone to stand and bow as the school day officially ends. Before Hajime can talk to Kurokawa, the teacher slides open the door and calls her name, prompting her to quickly stand up and answer. The teacher instructs Kurokawa to go to a specific room after school, and she quietly agrees, leaving Hajime watching with a sinking feeling. The narrative notes that remedial classes officially begin that very day. As Hajime walks down the stairs, he is surprised to find Kurokawa waiting by the reference room door, brightly wishing him good work for the day. Hajime can only stammer in complete shock at her sudden appearance. He slowly steps into the doorway of the quiet reference room. He looks down, struggling to find the words to speak as his heart grows heavy. He internally calls himself a complete idiot, recalling her strict terms that if either of them ended up in remedial classes, it would be her loss and she would never come here again. Gripping the sliding door tightly, he despairs at the realization that Kurokawa will never be allowed to visit this room again. Overwhelmed by his emotions, tears begin to stream down Hajime's face. The scene shifts to the empty, quiet hallways of the school. The school PA system announces that the building is now closing and instructs all remaining students to prepare to head home. Walking away, Hajime sadly wonders if Kurokawa has already realized the outcome, imagining that she is probably laughing happily in her classroom right now. He pictures her radiant, soft smile that always brings warmth to his chest. Slumped on the floor in absolute dejection, he reasons that she will do completely fine without him, but despairs at the thought that they will likely just drift apart from now on. With tears welling up in his eyes once more, Hajime softly whispers that he absolutely does not want that to happen. Kurokawa blushingly confesses that she even started reading fashion magazines to prepare for their next outing and could not stop thinking about what they would do next. Hajime listens in stunned, emotional silence as his face turns bright red. Hajime drops to his knees before her on the floor, emotionally declaring that if he had known things would end up like this, he would have done things differently. He grabs her uniform sleeve tightly in his emotional state. He looks up at her with a highly emotional and desperate expression. Suddenly, Hajime blinks and looks up as if snapping out of a trance. Kurokawa offers him a sweat-dropped, incredibly sweet smile, realizing how dramatic and forward his posture is. Hajime screams in absolute shock and panic. Hajime frantically scrambles backward on the floor and stammers out an apology, explaining that he genuinely thought she was just another hallucination, leaving a confused Kurokawa to repeat his words. When Hajime sheepishly confesses that he has actually seen illusions of her a few times, a shocked Chibai Kurokawa blushes and points out that he could have just talked to her instead. Kurokawa explains that she did try to talk to him a few times, but his loud, frantic muttering completely drowned her out, which prompts a thoroughly embarrassed Hajime to apologize. Hajime's face turns red as he nervously asks her how much of his dramatic self-deprecating rant she actually heard. Kurokawa coyly asks what he is referring to, leaving a relieved Hajime to brush it off before quickly changing the subject to ask how she fared with the remedial classes. Kurokawa happily holds up a peace sign, clarifying that she was only taking makeup exams for the classes she missed and successfully avoided remedial altogether. A stunned Hajime can only blink in surprise, asking if makeup exams were even an option. Kurokawa explains that it is a special exception because she entered as a top student, and the school wanted to protect their ace, leaving Hajime to grumble about classic private school bias while thanking God for it. Hajime laughs nervously and confesses that he is incredibly glad to hear that, prompting a soft, blushing look from Kurokawa. Looking down at her clasped hands, Kurokawa softly confesses that she does not want them to grow distant either. Hajime looks at her in surprise as she gently calls out his name. Sitting quietly, she points out that although she avoided remedial classes, she still technically lost their bet, declaring this to be her forfeit. Kurokawa blushingly explains that as part of their deal she will grant him exactly one wish. She quickly adds that her promise applies as long as it is something within her power to do, leaving a surprised Hajime to stare at her in confusion. Hajime repeats her words in a daze, wondering what his wish should be as the chapter concludes. The scene transitions to the outside of the resource room with its door sign hanging on the wall. Hajime is shown in profile, still processing the idea of having a wish granted. Facing her in the resource room, Hajime continues to ponder what his wish should be. Chapter 33 begins with an illustration of Kurokawa sitting on the floor looking back with a soft, blushing smile. Hajime asks if absolutely any request is on the table, to which Kurokawa confidently agrees, and she reassures him that she definitely won't be creeped out when he asks if she will be weirded out. Blushingly, Hajime tells her that his wish might sound slightly wrong. He explains that back on the day they first met, if it had not been for the resource room, he does not think she would have listened to anything he had to say. Hajime reflects that at first he only wanted to cherish this room because it was the place where he was given the chance to get close to her. He continues speaking softly with a serious expression. He confesses that, when he was left alone in the room, he never realized how empty and dark the south building really felt despite the sunlight, noting how quiet it was. Tearfully, Hajime confesses that the room only felt bright because she was there, realizing that visiting his favorite sacred sites was only ever fun because he was with her. Kurokawa blushingly asks him to keep coming to the room for her sake, promising that she will also do her absolute best to never fail exams, and she happily vows to come here every single day until graduation. Hajime's heart races, and he is left deeply moved by her passionate promise. With a sweet and tearful smile, Kurokawa softly thanks him from the bottom of her heart. They clasp hands tightly as Hajime calls her name. Hajime suddenly yells in a blushing panic, telling her to just hurry up and make her request already. Before they can do anything else, the homeroom teacher suddenly slides the door open with a deadpan expression, startling both of them. Both of them sweat nervously and blush deeply as Hajime awkwardly stammers to ask what they did wrong. The teacher furiously bellows at them to get their butts home since school closed ages ago, which prompts a terrified Hajime to quickly apologize. As they head out, the teacher mentions that she is finally locking up the building, while a nearby security guard kindly warns them to be careful on their way home since it is already pitch black outside. Hajime and Kurokawa bow frantically to apologize for making everyone wait up for them. As they begin their walk home, Hajime bids her a nervous farewell for the day, to which a blushing Kurokawa softly agrees, though Hajime hesitates, as if he wants to ask something else. Kurokawa brings up his earlier question about whether she came to the resource room because she was confident she would get into university. She directly answers that the answer is actually no. With a serious and downcast gaze, she confesses that if anything, she actually wanted to fail. She explains that, while she was allowed to attend any high school, she wanted the trade-off was that she had to attend whatever university her grandfather picked out for her. Kurokawa trails off sadly, leaving a curious Hajime to ask what she would have to do at that university. Kurokawa tightly clutches her uniform tie as she struggles with her emotions. She stutteringly offers to keep making him test prep notes before nervously asking if he would be willing to do something else. Kurokawa blushingly declares that she is willing to make him entrance exam notes too. With tears in her eyes, she passionately asks him if he would aim for the same university as her, declaring that she feels like she can actually do it if she is with him. Although a startled Hajime admits that he had not really thought that far ahead, yet he quickly and warmly agrees to her request. Hearing his agreement, Kurokawa's face lights up with absolute joy and sparkling relief. Kurokawa blushingly holds up her pinky and declares that it is an official promise between them, leaving a flustered Hajime completely speechless. They tightly link their pinkies together to seal their heavy promise. Hajime laughs nervously and comments on how much she seems to like pinky promises, which prompts a blushing Kurokawa to shyly admit that she does. Kurokawa runs off after waving goodbye and wishing him see you tomorrow, leaving a dazed Hajime standing alone in the dark, staring at his pinky finger in utter bewilderment. Kurokawa runs toward her family car and apologizes to Genai-san for keeping him waiting, to which he politely responds that it is no problem at all. Settled inside the car, Kurokawa looks out the window with a beautifully bright and blushing face, as she declares her firm determination to work incredibly hard for university. She excitedly explains to Genai-san that she has made a solemn promise to aim for the exact same university as a certain someone. Genai-san warmly teases her about the friend she made a promise with, to which a blushing Kurokawa quickly pouts that it is a secret. Looking up warmly, Kurokawa smiles as the narrative playfully notes that the young man now has a massive amount of responsibility on his shoulders. In a cute flashback, a young Chibai Kurokawa enthusiastically runs to Genai-san, proudly holding her hands together and announcing that she has caught a gecko. Genai-san completely freezes in absolute terror, maintaining a polite but strained smile. The flashback reveals Genai-san resting sick in bed under a thick blanket, while the young Kurokawa sits beside him to nurse him back to health. Crying and sniffling, the young girl repeatedly apologizes, explaining that she had no idea he was terrified of geckos, while a sweat-dropping Genai-san weakly tells her that it is simply his own weakness. Trying to comfort him, she blushingly promises to read him a book to help him recover much faster. She proudly holds up volume 3 of her favorite manga series, noting its release date. Genai-san asks if the book is a manga, and she happily confirms it, explaining that the maid let her borrow it specifically for him. She explains that the maid called it a rom-com and mentioned that her favorite chapter was the one about a turtle, which leaves a sweat-dropping Genai-san to wonder how turtles fit into a rom-com. Kurokawa determinedly declares that the book is 160 pages long and that she will do her absolute best to read the entire thing out loud to him, making Genai-san sweat at the sheer volume of pages. As she begins reading beside him, she points to a word and asks Genai-san how to pronounce it, to which he kindly explains that the word is crush. Genai-san looks on in absolute wide-eyed horror as she begins reading out the highly provocative chapter titles from the table of contents. Sweat dropping in his bed, Genai-san internally prepares himself for a very long night, with the narrative dryly noting that they did not manage to finish the entire book in a single night. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher reacts in absolute wide-eyed shock when Hajime announces that he wants to apply to Saudi University. When Hajime nervously asks if it is too early to be thinking about college, the teacher comically slams her desk and enthusiastically declares that it is not at all, advising him that it is always better to start working toward his goals from his very first year. She smiles warmly and commends him for thinking seriously about his future, before suddenly breaking into dramatic comical tears of joy that leave a sweat-dropping Hajime completely bewildered. The teacher candidly confesses that she initially assumed Hajime was the type of student who would ignore college prep until his third year, gets swept up in the mood, take the exams half-heartedly, and fail entirely, prompting an offended Hajime to complain that she is being far too harsh. The teacher comically gasps and dramatically asks how he could possibly blame her for thinking that way. She explains that no matter how passionately the school staff discussed college life, Hajime would always space out, make a weird face, and stare vacantly at the ceiling. Chapter 34 begins with Hajime clutching a folder of college materials, blushingly reflecting that he needs to take his daily life more seriously, while thanking goodness that Kurokawa was not there to witness his embarrassing meeting. Looking over his university pamphlets, he notes that he ended up receiving an overwhelming amount of information about Saudi University. As he walks down the school corridor, he reflects that since neither of them failed their exams, the curse of the resource room was likely just a harmless superstition, only to suddenly stop in his tracks as a realization hits him. He wonders if the legendary curse somehow has no effect on dedicated fans of the same romance manga. Outside the reference room, Hajime mentally offers his profound gratitude to both the Holy Ground and the late school founder. He slowly slides the door open a crack and peeks inside. Spotting Kurokawa sitting quietly inside, a deeply emotional Hajime holds his chest and internally expresses his sincere gratitude to her. He notes with a rapid heartbeat that her summer uniform looks exactly like his favorite character's outfit from the first volume, before recalling her sweet request for him to keep coming to the room for her sake. Hajime blushes furiously and covers his mouth, suddenly panicking as he wonders if asking her to stay for her sake was actually an incredibly presumptuous thing for him to say. He reflects on how they barely even interact inside their actual classroom, admitting that he did not fully realize the distance between them until now. Crouching on the floor and clutching his head in a wild panic, Hajime despairs over how he is supposed to face Kurokawa, now frantically wondering what he should do, since she went completely out of her way to meet him. Kurokawa suddenly peeks inside the room and startles a screaming Hajime before stepping in to greet him with a soft good afternoon, and teasingly reminding him that they already saw each other in class today. Hajime laughs awkwardly and agrees, but internally notes with a racing heart how incredibly calm and collected Kurokawa seems to be compared to him. He wonders if he is simply overthinking everything, admitting to himself that her calm demeanor almost makes him feel a little bit sad. Shaking off his melancholy, Hajime brightly thanks her for the study notes, enthusiastically declaring that they helped him immensely once again. He asks her about the superstition regarding repeating a year from remedial classes, prompting Kurokawa to recall a conversation she had with Genai-san about the matter. In a flashback, Genai-san serves tea and explains that since Shubai High is an expensive prep school, it is not a place families choose lightly unless they are very wealthy. He notes that students aiming purely for academic advancement are under immense pressure, meaning any bad rumors on top of that would cause anyone to crack, which is likely the true source of the superstitious curse. Genai-san adds that he still finds it highly unusual for a teacher to actively spread such a damaging rumor, suggesting that looking into the origin of the story might yield interesting results. Back in the present, Kurokawa finishes her explanation, leaving Hajime to quietly contemplate the idea of a curse that only manga fans are immune to. Hajime suddenly changes the subject to point out that her study guide highlights were not bolded in their textbooks, yet they perfectly match the questions on the actual exam, eagerly asking how she knew. Kurokawa offers a beautifully bright closed-eye laugh and playfully claims that it is mostly just her intuition. Hajime reacts in flat, wide-eyed skepticism at her simplistic answer. She explains that she closely observes the unique personalities of each teacher and listens to minor shifts in emphasis during class lectures to accurately predict how they will structure their exam questions. She casually adds that her grandfather uses the exact same method to predict winning racehorses, leaving a sweat-dropping Hajime to think that such an ability goes far beyond simple test analysis. Hajime realizes that if she is capable of analyzing human thought processes with such incredible precision, she might be capable of even more. He contemplates how she can construct a complete picture of someone's personality with only a tiny amount of information. He recalls how she was easily able to perfectly imitate his favorite manga character. Snapping out of his thoughts, Hajime looks up with a start, only to find Kurokawa watching him with a heavily blushing face. Feeling the sudden tension, both students quickly and blushingly look away from each other in awkward silence. Hajime nervously calls out her name, causing a blushing Kurokawa to startle and ask what he wants. Hajime notes to himself that they have not made eye contact even once today, leaving him feeling incredibly awkward. Hajime suddenly panics and bows deeply, repeatedly apologizing and claiming his own lack of virtue is entirely to blame, which leaves Kurokawa utterly confused. When Hajime begs her to tell him what he messed up for his future reference, Kurokawa frantically waves her hands and insists that he did absolutely nothing wrong. Hajime looks up at her in quiet confusion. Kurokawa steps in close and gently places a hand on his shoulder. Kurokawa stands extremely close to him, her face turning bright red in absolute embarrassment. She suddenly blurts out that she is not feeling very well today and must head home immediately, dashing past a thoroughly shocked Hajime. She stops at the door to quickly apologize for her rude behavior, explaining that it is just lingering effects from her recent illness and telling him not to worry. Kurokawa bids him see you tomorrow and quickly departs, leaving an awkward Hajime to stammer a reply. Sitting alone in the resource room, Hajime tries to reassure himself that her sudden departure cannot be helped if she is still recovering from being sick. The scene shifts to Kurokawa walking down the school hallway. Leaning against the hallway wall, Kurokawa pants heavily as she struggles to catch her breath. Clutching her face in her hands, she blushingly admits to herself that she cannot even look at Hajime's face properly anymore. Volume 4 of the series begins with an illustration of a deeply blushing Kurokawa. Genai-san comments that she seems quite obsessed with the scent of soap lately, to which a huffing Chibai Kurokawa blushingly claims that it is a lady's duty to smell nice. Kurokawa suddenly peeks inside a room, prompting Hajime to frantically scream for her to get out of there. The sliding door is slammed shut with a loud bang. A flashback illustrates Kurokawa standing alone on the day of the entrance ceremony, quietly planning to verify all evacuation routes, since she assumes she will be lonely the entire time anyway. Kurokawa blushingly confides in Riina about her dream where Hajime called himself a naughty guy, leaving a sweat-dropping Riina to question if that even qualifies as a naughty dream. Meanwhile, Hajime sits alone at his classroom desk, on the verge of tears, repeatedly telling himself to keep it together. Kurokawa runs out to apologize to Genai-san for keeping him waiting, while her butler quietly notes in surprise that she has made some kind of pinky promise with the boy. In order to see Hajime's comically horrified face, once again, Kurokawa decides to try playing up her own weaknesses. However, she struggles because she has no actual weaknesses and hates failing on purpose, easily handling geckos and basketballs, leaving her to frustratedly lament her own perfection. In truth, there is an important detail she remains unaware of. Kurokawa has no idea that she already triggered his horrified face once before, but was simply too focused on registering his contact details on her phone to notice. The volume concludes as Kurokawa struggles with a racing heartbeat and avoiding eye contact, noting that her confusing new emotions could be summed up in a single word. The story transitions back to the school building under a clear sky. At school, classmates gasp in surprise to learn that Kurokawa is absent today, prompting Hajime to realize that she was indeed pushing herself too hard since their final exams. She remembers how Hajime looked at her, and her lips curl up into a soft, quiet smile. Chapter 35 begins with Kurokawa lying flustered in bed, unable to sleep, as she blushingly thinks that her fever cannot be cured by simple medicine. The doctor examines her files and calmly informs Kurokawa that she is perfectly healthy. Kurokawa sits up in bed, reacting in complete surprise. The doctor explains that her medical tests are completely normal, and she has no physical symptoms, leaving a confused Kurokawa to protest that her heart was pounding incredibly hard just the day before. When the doctor asks how her heart feels right now, Kurokawa admits that it feels completely normal, prompting the doctor to suggest that it might be a psychological issue, and ask if she has any idea what triggered the palpitations. Kurokawa repeats the question to herself, instantly blushing as she begins to think of a potential cause. She remembers the intense moment when Hajime stood extremely close to her and confessed his true feelings. Back in the present, Kurokawa blushingly claims to the doctor that she does not know the cause, before later hiding under her sheets to look up her symptoms on her phone. She uses an online artificial intelligence assistant to search why her heart races whenever she is near a boy. The search result suggests that it could be an adrenaline surge due to nervousness, or even a medical condition like tachycardia, leaving Kurokawa to contemplate both possibilities. The search results continue reassuring her that continuously getting flustered from seeing a boy will not cause any permanent harm or kill her. Kurokawa stares blankly at her phone screen, her eyes swirling in utter shock. The search engine playfully advises her to try discussing her feelings with a female friend. Flustered by the search results, Chibai Kurokawa comically throws her phone onto the bed in a blushing fit. As Kurokawa contemplates the advice to talk to a female friend, Riina suddenly bursts into her bedroom. Kurokawa warmly thanks Riina for coming over on such short notice, and Riina casually replies that it is no problem since it is their school's anniversary day off anyway. Kurokawa shyly admits that just like she mentioned in her messages, she does not think she can solve this dilemma on her own, leaving Riina looking quite surprised. Kurokawa blushingly confesses that Riina is the only person she can talk to about this, which causes Riina's eyes to light up, as she celebrates her long-awaited chance for a genuine love talk. Confident in her expertise, Chibai Riina boasts that she has religiously read her favorite romance manga and is fully prepared to answer any relationship questions she has. Riina crosses her arms confidently and encourages Kurokawa to ask her absolutely anything. Kurokawa seriously asks how she can stop her adrenaline from surging, leaving a flabbergasted Riina to react in utter shock. Riina stammers in confusion at the mention of adrenaline, while Kurokawa quietly repeats the scientific term. Riina stares in silence as Kurokawa blushingly looks away and clutches her hands. Riina is comically devastated, internally housing a sense of defeat that this is not the sweet love talk she had envisioned, while a worried Kurokawa asks if she is all right. Riina summarizes the situation, asking if Kurokawa essentially wants to stop feeling so nervous around Hajime, and a blushing Kurokawa eagerly confirms that is exactly what she wants. Riina determinedly suggests that they should use training to solve her problem, leaving Kurokawa to wonder what kind of training she means. Riina suddenly puts on a paper mask of Hajime's face to help her train. Wearing the Hajime mask, Riina proudly boasts that she asked Genai-san for Hajime's photo and created this mask just in case a day like this ever arrived, leaving Kurokawa to wonder if she carries it around with her everywhere. Riina sits in silence wearing the mask, while Kurokawa blushes intensely just looking at the paper face. Peering through the mask, Riina ponders what style of speaking Hajime normally uses when talking with Kurokawa. As Riina tries to mimic him, Kurokawa continues to watch her with a heavily blushing face. When Kurokawa blushingly turns away, Riina comically scolds her, warning her that the training will not work if she refuses to make eye contact. Kurokawa forces herself to look back, her face completely red with embarrassment. However, Kurokawa completely freezes up, repeatedly opening and closing her mouth without making a sound as Riina watches in confusion. Riina urges her to speak up so she can hear her, which causes Kurokawa to burst into a blushing, wordless scream. Kurokawa loudly yells that Hajime only ever calls her Kurokawa-san, correcting Riina's usage of her first name. Kurokawa frantically dives headfirst under her bedsheets in embarrassment, leaving a sweat-dropping Riina to apologize and internally question if her friend is ever going to be okay. Riina assertively repeats that no matter what she must not look away, while a heavily blushing Kurokawa quietly peeks out from under the covers. Lifting the mask, Riina seriously warns her that at worst, constantly looking away might make Hajime start distancing himself from her, directly asking if she would really want that to happen. Riina wears the paper mask of Hajime, offering a warm and gentle smile. A deeply blushing Kurokawa looks down and quietly replies no. Riina strikes various exaggerated and playful poses while wearing the mask, loudly telling Kurokawa to get used to looking at him. Kurokawa completely breaks down, covering her eyes and yelling that Hajime would never make such naughty poses. As the next day begins at school, Genai stands by at the family mansion with a tea tray, cheerfully noting that Kurokawa will not be needing any medicine after all. Walking down the school hallway, Kurokawa quietly pumps herself up while passing classmates admire her from a distance. Kurokawa nervously approaches Hajime, recalling Riina's advice to take the initiative and greet him first if she ever loses her confidence. Kurokawa steps up to his desk and softly wishes him a good morning. Hajime stares at her with a heavily blushing face and stammers out a good morning in return. As they both sit at their desks, Kurokawa mentally celebrates, greeting him normally, while Hajime notes to himself that she feels rather alluring today. The clock on the classroom wall ticks slightly past 3 o'clock. Kurokawa sits nervously at her desk while Hajime works quietly nearby. The classroom clock ticks forward to 10 minutes past 3. The teacher finishes his lecture and gives the class a thumbs up. Kurokawa clutches her chest in a panic, wondering what she should do next. She mentally panics over the fact that school is almost over, and she has not even made eye contact with Hajime yet, realizing her heart is already ready to burst. She quietly practices a casual greeting about the weather to herself, deciding to use that as her next move. Kurokawa jolts in surprise as she notices Hajime approaching. Realizing Hajime is right there, Kurokawa loudly and nervously stumbles over her practiced greeting about the weather. Startled by her sudden outburst, Hajime awkwardly agrees that it is sunny, while Kurokawa sits rigidly on her stool in the resource room. As Hajime watches her in confusion, Kurokawa hides her face and internally screams, completely hating how awkward she is being. Hajime breaks the silence by gently asking if she is feeling better now, while Kurokawa nervously covers her mouth. Kurokawa stammers out a weak confirmation, realizing to herself that she still cannot bring herself to look him in the eye. Hajime stares at her intently, quietly coming to a realization. He remembers how she quickly turned away and ran from him the previous day. Sweating nervously, Hajime looks downcast as he notes that her current behavior is exactly like that time. Hajime apologizes and tells her that he is taking back his request for her to come to the resource room for his sake. Kurokawa stares back in complete shock at his sudden words. As Hajime nervously suggests she can stop coming if it makes her uncomfortable, Kurokawa abruptly stands up and loudly interrupts him, declaring that it is not like that at all. Overcome with emotion, a fiercely blushing Kurokawa pants heavily as she struggles to find her words. Sitting back down, she nervously clutches her hands and apologizes for making him feel uneasy, clarifying that she really does not hate coming here. She confesses that she actually wants to keep coming, explaining that this is her first time experiencing something like this, and she has absolutely no idea what she is supposed to do. Kurokawa casts her eyes downward, blushing deeply in her vulnerability. Recalling Riene's warning that her behavior might make him distance himself, Kurokawa firmly vows that she will definitely get over her nervousness. Clutching her chest with tears welling in her eyes, Kurokawa desperately begs Hajime not to leave her. Hajime stands frozen, his mouth slightly open in absolute silence. A deep blush spreads across Hajime's face as he stares at her in complete astonishment. Hajime admits he honestly thought she hated him, prompting Kurokawa to tearfully yell that such a thing would never happen. Hajime gently suggests that they talk in whatever way is easiest for her until she feels better, and a tearful Kurokawa thanks him, promising that she will definitely overcome her nerves. Hajime suddenly pumps his fist and enthusiastically shouts, "Let's go," completely startling a chibai Kurokawa. Hajime covers his face in immense relief, admitting he really did not want her to hate him, while a flustered Kurokawa loudly reassures him that she could never dislike him and will wait as long as it takes. Flashing a bright smile and a thumbs up, Hajime cheerfully tells her to take her time and recover at her own pace. Kurokawa stares at his kind smile, deeply moved as she mentally notes that this exact part of him is what she. The narrative highlights her profound realization of her feelings, simply stating the word "like." Kurokawa looks up with wide, emotional eyes, completely stunned by her own realization. She reflects that before the tests, she was too worked up to sleep and ended up feeling sick. She realizes that her anxiety was not about the exams at all, but rather her strong desire to talk with him in the resource room, while Hajime notes that he felt the same way. With tears streaming down her blushing face, Kurokawa covers her mouth and internally admits that she accidentally fell for him hard before trailing off out loud. Hajime stammers in utter confusion, awkwardly asking if she was about to say the word "like." Kurokawa internally panics, with swirling eyes, frantically telling herself that this is not the time to be sentimental, and she needs to dodge the situation before her heart gives out. She frantically stammers out a disjointed sentence, trying to cover up her slip by claiming she meant it is likely she can handle things if there is a chance. Hajime looks completely lost as Kurokawa slumps back onto her stool in defeat, awkwardly murmuring that she sees. Hajime offers a nervous smile, noting to himself that he has never seen her this flustered before, while a chibai Kurokawa sits rigidly with swirling, dazed eyes. The scene transitions to the exterior of a building as the narrative moves forward. Sitting on a sofa with Riene, Kurokawa blushingly confesses that she thinks she likes Hajime, clarifying that she means it not just as a friend, but as a member of the opposite sex. Kurokawa leans forward with a bright red face, asking Riene if she is surprised by the sudden confession. Riene stares back with a completely blank expression, bluntly replying no and admitting that she would have fallen out of her chair if Kurokawa had claimed she did not like him. Riene casually points out that anyone could tell Kurokawa is in love, noting that a person does not blush like that around someone who is just a friend, leaving Kurokawa completely stunned. Kurokawa's eyes swirl in an intense blushing panic as she processes Riene's words. Later, Kurokawa paces nervously in the hallway of her mansion and calls out to Genai, muttering to herself that this cannot be true, while Genai approaches and asks what is wrong. With sparkling eyes, Kurokawa loudly declares that she has found someone she likes, leaving Genai completely taken aback. Genai pauses in the hallway and awkwardly replies that her declaration is certainly surprising. Kurokawa breathes a sigh of relief, thanking goodness and convincing herself that Riene was just being unusually sharp, while a sweat-dropping Genai quietly comments that Riene actually hit the bullseye. The scene transitions to the exterior of a music store. Inside, a female staff member notices someone entering and alerts her bespectacled coworker. She notes that a regular customer named Mr. Takahashi has returned as the man stands quietly in front of a display of electric guitars. A flashback illustration reveals Mr. Takahashi as a younger man happily playing a small guitar with a young Hajime and a little girl. The female staff member approaches and asks Mr. Takahashi if he has managed to convince his wife, yet to which he nervously laughs and admits he has not, while the male coworker watches him with pity. Looking at a pricey Gibson Les Paul Standard, Takahashi explains that he knows there are cheaper options available, but he really wants this specific model. He passionately declares that he decided his first guitar absolutely had to be a Gibson, admitting that it might sound a bit dumb. With a serious expression, Takahashi adds that he actually made that decision years ago, while the female clerk listens quietly. Takahashi suddenly pumps his fist and happily reveals that there is talk of him getting a promotion in the next round of personnel changes at work. The female staff member realizes his plan, understanding that he intends to use the promotion as his chance to finally pitch the expensive guitar purchase to his wife. The female clerk tells him to follow her, explaining that they are having an anniversary sale next weekend, and she will secretly give him the promotional flyer, early leaving Takahashi pleasantly surprised. The female clerk hands Takahashi a sale flyer featuring the Gibson Les Paul Standard, wishing him the best of luck with his presentation to his wife. Sometime later, a shocked Takahashi stands at his front door holding an acceptance letter, exclaiming in disbelief that Hajime actually got accepted into Shubai High. A nervous Hajime awkwardly laughs and mentions that the tuition is very expensive, quickly offering to attend a public school instead if the cost is too much. Hajime turns away and tries to brush it off by claiming that he would know more people at a public school anyway, so it would be less stressful, but Takahashi immediately realizes he is lying. Takahashi recalls that Hajime had actually been mistreated at his old school, enduring situations that bordered on bullying. He remembers how he and his wife talked to the school administration numerous times, only for the staff to constantly brush off their concerns. Takahashi guiltily reflects that they had even seriously considered transferring him to a different school entirely. However, Takahashi remembers watching from the doorway as Hajime intensely studied at his desk night after night. He notes that Hajime simply refused to accept defeat and instead stubbornly stuck to his desk to study. Gripping the guitar sale flyer in his hand, Takahashi realizes that Hajime managed to overcome all his hardships completely on his own. With tears welling up in his eyes, a proud Takahashi smiles and tells Hajime what an incredibly strong kid he has become, praising him for doing such a great job. Wiping his tears, Takahashi reassures Hajime that they will manage the costs, admitting that he originally planned to just send him to a local public school, while a surprised Hajime asks about the expensive tuition. Takahashi explains that he has a bankbook full of money he had secretly set aside to help Hajime transfer schools at a moment's notice, combined with all the savings he had initially put away for his dream guitar. Takahashi warmly adds that he is getting promoted soon anyway, meaning his salary will be going up to help cover the costs. Hearing this, Hajime's mother and little sister suddenly peek out from the hallway and excitedly congratulate him on his amazing promotion. Offering a bright, tearful smile, Takahashi promises to work extra hard and tells Hajime that he better enjoy his high school life to the fullest. Hajime stares up at his father, his eyes wide and trembling with profound emotion. Overcome with gratitude, Hajime cries and rubs his eyes, stammering out a promise that he absolutely will enjoy his high school life. Hajime loudly thanks his father while the promotional guitar flyer is shown discarded in the trash can. The scene shifts back to the exterior of the music store in the present day. The male clerk notes that Mr. Takahashi mentioned his child needing the money, concluding that he ultimately gave up on buying the Gibson. Surprised, the female clerk assumes that his plan to pitch the idea to his wife simply did not work out. The male clerk corrects her, pointing out that despite not getting the guitar, Mr. Takahashi actually looked incredibly happy as he left, leaving the female clerk curious. Suddenly, Hajime zeroes in on the prized guitar, loudly pointing out its massive price tag of 300,000 yen, and equating it to 400 volumes of his favorite manga, which completely startles the male clerk. Hajime stands with his mother and little sister in front of the guitar display, awkwardly insisting that they do not have to do this, while his mother proudly declares that they have been saving and cutting back on expenses for this exact reason. Holding up the sale flyer for the expensive Gibson Les Paul Standard, his mother excitedly asks the store clerk if they can get it gift wrapped, leaving Hajime completely stunned. Behind the counter, the two store clerks watch the heartwarming scene unfold with knowing smiles. The clerks cheerfully agree to wrap up the prized guitar for the family. Kurokawa's bold realization that she likes Hajime as a member of the opposite sex echoes loudly in her thoughts. Sitting in the bustling school cafeteria, Rihanna thoughtfully wonders if Kurokawa will be all right, internally worrying that her friend tends to go all in whenever she fixates on a single thing, completely ignoring the chatter of her other friends at the table. The scene transitions back to the exterior of Shubai High School. Walking through the classroom, Hajime spots a crumpled piece of trash discarded on the floor near a desk. As Kurokawa sits quietly at her desk, she watches Hajime casually bend down to pick up the crumpled paper and toss it into the nearby recycling bin. Hajime steps past her desk to take his seat while a heavily blushing Kurokawa continues to stare intensely at him. Clutching her racing chest, Kurokawa internally swoons, convinced that even the simple way he throws out trash is on an entirely different level of cool, while the narrative dryly notes that she is completely losing her mind. A cheerful blonde classmate suddenly approaches and calls out to Hajime with a casual wave. Hajime looks up in surprise and offers an awkward greeting, recalling that this is one of the popular boys from a previous encounter in the hallway. The blonde boy casually pulls up a chair and asks why Hajime is acting so distant, cheerfully insisting that they are already friends. Kurokawa quietly observes the interaction from behind her book. Hajime looks nervously at the blonde boy, who offers him a friendly smile. The blonde boy leans over the desk and playfully mentions a rumor that students are not supposed to talk to Kurokawa when she is reading. Hajime nervously agrees that he knows about the rule. The blonde boy suddenly turns his sharp gaze toward Kurokawa, leaving Hajime sweating in surprise. When Hajime asks what he is doing, the blonde boy laughs and jokes that he was just wondering if his own good looks would be enough to break her concentration. Behind her book, a sweating Kurokawa mentally breathes a sigh of relief, realizing she almost got caught pretending to read while actually staring at Hajime. Kurokawa watches the blonde boy lean in extremely close to Hajime, frantically wondering to herself if that level of physical closeness between male friends is actually normal. The blonde boy suddenly yells out in frustration, realizing that Hajime does not even remember his name, and loudly introduces himself as Kenta Sekiguchi, demanding that he not forget it this time. Kenta sighs and complains that there are only about 200 people in their grade, prompting an apology from Hajime. When Hajime asks if 200 is considered a lot, Kenta casually replies that it really is not. Hajime sweats nervously as he suddenly realizes that this means Shubai High is not actually a massive school like he thought. Kenta laughs and explains that a regular mega school usually has over 1,000 students. Meanwhile, a blushing Kurokawa watches Hajime and internally swoons over how charming his innocence is. Kenta shifts to a more serious tone and mentions there is something he wanted to ask, revealing that someone overheard Hajime talking with the teacher in the staff room. Kenta directly asks Hajime if he is really applying to Saude University, causing an eavesdropping Kurokawa to flinch in surprise. Hajime nervously confirms it, prompting Kenta to lean back in his chair in shock and exclaim his disbelief. Kenta calls the decision insane, explaining that Saude is essentially the private version of Tokyo University, and getting even a few students accepted from their high school is considered a major win. Meanwhile, Kurokawa mentally cheers Hajime on promising to work hard on her prep notes for him. Kenta rests his chin on his hand and sympathetically notes that aiming for such a high-tier university must be a huge burden on him. Kurokawa's expression darkens in quiet concern as she listens to the conversation. Kenta correctly assumes that someone else probably pushed Hajime to aim for that specific university, which causes Kurokawa to freeze up in guilt. Kenta sympathetically points out that having such a difficult goal pushed onto him so late must be incredibly rough, admitting that the pressure alone would crush him. Hajime quickly denies that it is like that, while Kurokawa listens with a deeply guilty and saddened expression. Hajime casually explains that his teacher actually thought he was the type of student who would only realize the importance of exams in his third year, take them half-heartedly, and then completely fail. Hajime admits that his teacher was probably right about his lack of motivation, leaving Kenta sweating in shock, as he notes that her assessment was pretty far beyond harsh. Hajime reflects that unlike everyone else, he had not really thought about his future, until he made a promise with someone he started caring about, realizing that some university departments actually looked really interesting and feeling glad that he was pushed to think about it before it was too late. Kenta covers his mouth in awe and tells Hajime that he is way too good of a guy, joking that he can practically see his ancestors smiling down on him, which prompts a confused Hajime to call the phrasing gross. Meanwhile, Kurokawa listens and determines that she wants to work even harder to live up to those expectations. She vividly recalls the emotional moment when she passionately asked him if he would aim for the exact same university as her. Gripping her book tightly, Kurokawa feels deeply glad that she worked up the courage to say it back then. Hiding her blushing, tearful face behind her book, she admits to herself that the current heavily flustered version of her probably could not have done it. Hajime resolves to work hard on the prep notes so that he can live up to the expectations placed upon him. Kurokawa smiles softly to herself, vowing to be someone who does not fall behind him. She blushes deeply and beams with a radiant smile, hoping that she can keep on smiling right beside him. As the school day ends, Hajime folds up his chair and asks if they should head home soon, to which Kurokawa quietly agrees as she folds her own chair. While walking out together past the bookshelves, Hajime hesitantly asks if something good happened to her today. He points out that she has been smiling all day long, so he figured something nice must have occurred. Kurokawa glances over her shoulder with a beautiful blushing smile and playfully puts a finger to her lips, telling him that it is a secret. Hajime stares back at her, completely captivated, as a deep blush spreads across his face. As they walk down the hallway, Kurokawa nervously mentions summer vacation, explaining that she will keep her schedule flexible, so she can go anytime, and asking him to take care of her. Hajime awkwardly agrees, fanning himself, and noting that it already feels hot like summer, which causes Kurokawa to suddenly freeze and stammer. Kurokawa rigidly tells him to send her a message whenever their plans are decided, prompting a confused Hajime to agree. Hearing his confirmation, Kurokawa's eyes swirl intensely as she internally declares that the plans are locked in. Blushing furiously, she loudly proclaims that she will respond right away and will be eagerly waiting for him to contact her. Before he can process her words, Kurokawa turns and sprints down the hallway at full speed, leaving a bewildered Hajime standing behind. Hajime calls out for her to wait and tries to ask what she meant before suddenly pausing in realization. Watching her rapidly disappearing figure down the hall, Hajime can only sweat drop and comment on how incredibly fast she is running. Kurokawa bolts off toward home like a startled rabbit, mentally screaming that she actually said it and admitting she cannot handle the embarrassment. Arriving at her apartment building, Hajime's younger sister tugs at her collar and complains about the sudden intense summer heat. Inside the apartment, she notes that no one else is home yet and decides to snag her older brother's ice cream from the freezer. With the ice cream bar in her mouth, she opens the door to her brother's room and turns on the light. Chapter 39 begins with her casually eating the ice cream while a completely shirtless Hajime sits frozen on his bedroom floor in a state of utter shock. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as the ice cream slips from her mouth. The ice cream splatters onto the floor as she recoils and points at her half-naked brother. Ignoring her, Hajime stares into the distance and murmurs that there was no information about a special manga event during summer vacation, prompting his sister to furiously tell him to drop dead. Hajime flashes back to Kurokawa's sweet smile and flustered expressions from earlier that day, trying to process what she meant. He recalls her soft, blushing gaze, wondering if her words mean she is actually looking forward to going out with him. He panics over their next outing, realizing he originally planned to just hit up otaku spots like maid cafes. Hajime despairs that he will totally disappoint Kurokawa if she is expecting a normal date, while his sister sits nearby rubbing her neck in exasperation. He remembers that the characters in his favorite manga went to the pool during their summer break. Hajime's imagination runs wild as he pictures Kurokawa wearing a revealing swimsuit and holding a floral inner tube. He imagines taking her to the pool where other guys stare at her and praise her cute looks, leaving him to sweat nervously over how sexy she would look. Enraged by his own imagination, Hajime clenches his fists and mentally screams at the imaginary guys to stop looking at her with their filthy thoughts. Hajime's eyes widen as an intense wave of protective panic washes over him. He collapses face down onto his bedroom floor in complete defeat, while his sister loudly points out that he is the one acting like a massive pervert. Still face down on the floor, Hajime weakly asks his sister where girls usually like to go. His sister deduces that he must be planning to go somewhere with the cute girl from earlier staring at him with a deadpan expression. She seriously advises him that while it is important to think about what the other person wants, being dragged somewhere neither person is interested in is not fun at all. She suggests that the best place to go is somewhere they can both enjoy together, prompting a blushing Hajime to lift his head and thoughtfully repeat her words. The scene shifts to the exterior of Shubai High School as Hajime continues to ponder a place they could both enjoy. Inside the classroom, Hajime stares at a brightly smiling Kurokawa, still trying to think of a place that would make them both happy. The teacher announces that there are no remedial classes due to the closing ceremony and dismisses the students, leaving a panicked Hajime to realize he spent so long thinking about a destination that summer vacation has officially begun. Kurokawa casts a worried and slightly disappointed glance his way. Walking down the school hallway carrying 2 massive garbage bags, Hajime suddenly snaps out of his daze in complete shock. He angrily berates himself, realizing that there are no remedial classes today, yet he still absent-mindedly volunteered to take out the trash anyway. While Hajime walks down the hall in a deep state of self-loathing, Kenta suddenly calls out his name. Kenta walks over and asks if he is being bullied into doing trash duty, but Hajime exhaustedly explains that he just took it from the teacher out of sheer habit, leaving Kenta bewildered. Kenta casually reaches out and tells him to hand over one of the bags, offering to walk with him since there are no remedial classes today. Hajime stares at him in wide-eyed, blushing astonishment. Hajime emotionally notes that he never thought someone would actually volunteer to help him carry the trash, causing a concerned Kenta to ask again if he is absolutely sure he is not being bullied. Flashing a genuinely happy smile, Hajime reassures him that he is completely fine. Kenta watches his bright expression for a moment before offering a soft smile and accepting his answer. As they change their shoes at the lockers, Kenta points out that Hajime looked pretty down earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Hajime nervously asks Kenta where girls usually like to go. Kenta immediately grins and teases that he must be planning a date, causing Hajime to violently flinch and blush in sheer panic. Hajime frantically backs away and stammers that they are just hanging out, while a highly amused Kenta sarcastically agrees with his terrible lie. Kenta asks if Hajime is going out alone with a girl. When Hajime stammers a confirmation, Kenta bluntly points out that it means it is a date, leaving Hajime completely shell-shocked. Kenta tells him not to overthink it so much, casually adding that these days even elementary school kids go on dates with their friends. Hajime stares in absolute terrified shock, asking if kids actually do that. Kenta holds up a finger and playfully adds that, for the record, foreigners even kiss when they greet each other. Hajime nervously replies that he knows that fact, but there is no way he could ever do something like that. Kenta internally chuckles about how fun it is to mess with Hajime. He then advises Hajime not to make things complicated, suggesting that the best place to go is somewhere they can both enjoy the atmosphere together. As they carry the trash bags outside, Kenta internally wishes someone would record his cool advice, while Hajime notes that his little sister said the exact same thing. Recalling his time walking with Kurokawa, Hajime blushingly agrees with Kenta, realizing that what truly made those moments great was sharing something fun with her. Flashing a bright, blushing smile, Hajime enthusiastically thanks Kenta, declaring that he thinks he finally gets it. Kenta looks slightly surprised before warmly encouraging Hajime to go get that date. A few dozen minutes later, outside the school building, someone loudly yells out a military-style confirmation. A sleek black luxury car pulls up. Inside the car, a nervous Hajime and Kenta sit beside Riina as she starts speaking. Kurokawa sits seriously with her seatbelt on and asks if they should discuss their plans going forward, taking complete control of the situation. A few dozen minutes earlier, a greeting is called out near the dropped trash bags. Kenta asks Hajime if he wants to hang out somewhere to celebrate the start of summer vacation, urging him to come along. As they walk away, Hajime points out that summer prep classes start tomorrow anyway. Kenta begins to complain, but a voice suddenly calls out Hajime's name. Riina waves cheerfully and calls it a coincidence, asking if he is taking out the trash again, while a surprised Hajime asks what she is doing there. Riina giggles and explains that ever since that day, she has been regularly bringing snacks to the school security guards. She states that she plans to become someone connected to the school whenever the opportunity presents itself. Kenta finds her actions amazing, while Hajime notes that he can practically feel the absolute panic radiating from the guards. Rihanna looks confused when Kenta suddenly hums and takes a closer look at her. Rihanna suddenly stops and screams out Kenta Sekiguchi's full name in absolute disbelief. Hajime asks if the two of them know each other, but Rihanna ignores him and pulls out a magazine shouting that Kenta is actually a famous celebrity model who appears in Manhwa magazine. Rihanna blushingly admits that she is a huge fan and never expected to actually meet him, despite hearing rumors that he attended Yewa school. Kenta blushes deeply, realizing this is the very first time he has received such an enthusiastic reaction since starting high school, recalling how cold and uninterested his classmates usually are about his modeling. Kenta complains that even Hajime did not remember his name until recently, prompting Rihanna to call it terrible while Hajime awkwardly apologizes. Kenta asks if Rihanna is a friend of Kurokawa, and Rihanna prepares to answer. When Kenta asks if she can Kurokawa's messaging account, Rihanna instantly rejects his request. Rihanna stares with dark, threatening eyes and declares that she will violently crush the nether regions of any sleazy guy who tries to get close to Kurokawa. Both Kenta and Hajime stand completely paralyzed in absolute terror at her graphic threat. Kenta internally questions how she could say that right after claiming to be his fan, as Rihanna glares back with a bizarre, unsettling expression. Trying to diffuse the tension, Kenta frantically suggests that the three of them should all go hang out somewhere together. Hajime happily agrees since it is their first high school summer break, while Rihanna internally worries about being stuck with the two of them without Kurokawa, there especially since Hajime helped Kenta carry the trash and wonders how she can escape to the resource room where Kurokawa is waiting. As Kenta enthusiastically rallies them to go make some memories, a mysterious figure approaches from behind, overhearing their invitation. Kurokawa suddenly steps forward and calmly asks if they can extend the invitation to her as well. Kenta reacts in complete shock at Kurokawa's sudden appearance. Kurokawa explains that she has long felt her knowledge of ordinary life is lacking, making it an essential life experience for her to understand what people value in the modern world. Kurokawa loudly declares that she wants to accompany them to play, quickly catching herself and correcting her words by claiming she actually wants to conduct market research. Hajime and Rihanna stare back at her in dead silence. Kenta enthusiastically agrees while Rihanna sweat drops, feeling like she can practically see a tiny cheering chibi version of Kurokawa inside her own head. Kurokawa happily declares everything is settled and prepares to have Genai arrange a car large enough for everyone, while Hajime realizes with a panic that hanging out today might count as their actual date. Kurokawa explains that the car will arrive in a few dozen minutes and suggests heading to the parking lot, adding that Rihanna can join them there. As Kurokawa, Rihanna, and Kenta chat warmly while walking ahead, Hajime watches them with a soft expression. Hajime smiles and tells himself that as long as Kurokawa has a good time, that is all that really matters. Upon arriving at the luxury car, Rihanna excitedly leads the way inside and thanks the driver. Before Hajime can get in, Kurokawa gently grabs the back of his shirt, stopping him as she blushes intensely. Kurokawa leans in extremely close and whispers directly into his ear, desperately begging him not to count this group hangout as their official next outing together. Hajime is left completely frozen, his face turning bright red in absolute shock from her closeness. Kurokawa bashfully looks down as she struggles to finish her sentence. As Kurokawa sheepishly asks if he understands, Hajime stammers out an awkward agreement. Sitting in the car, Hajime internally screams in an absolute frenzy, completely overwhelmed by the fact that Kurokawa's breath was right next to his ear. Kurokawa regains her composure and formally suggests they discuss their plans going forward as the narrative catches up to the present moment. Watching her formal demeanor, Rihanna deduces that since Kurokawa has entered her refined lady mode, she must not be close with Kenta at all. While Kenta resolves to cover for Kurokawa if anything goes wrong, a smug Rihanna secretly notes to herself that her friend is definitely not right in the head. Kurokawa hesitantly begins to speak, warning them that her request might be slightly improper and leaving the other three in suspense. With a heavily blushing face, Kurokawa shyly asks if they could experience buying food and eating it right on the street while still wearing their school uniforms. Hearing her remarkably innocent request, the other three stare at her in silent, quiet adoration. Kenta confidently tells Kurokawa to leave it to him, pulling out his phone to search for all the viral shops so they can conquer every popular spot in the area. When Hajime hesitantly asks if they are really going to visit all of them, Kenta acts like it is obvious, leaving Kurokawa deeply moved and blushing in anticipation. The group buys sweet crepes from a food truck and freshly made takoyaki from a street vendor, eagerly eating and sharing the food on the street. Afterwards, they sit down at a cafe together to enjoy large ice cream parfaits while happily chatting about their day. Kurokawa flashes a beautiful, blissful smile as she enjoys her sweet treat, completely captivating Hajime, while Kenta and Riina watch them quietly. Kenta suddenly gets a serious look on his face and asks Hajime if they can talk for a moment. Kenta leads Hajime away toward the back of the coffee shop. Kenta guides Hajime to a secluded corner and drapes an arm over his shoulder, preparing to ask him a question. Leaning in incredibly close with intense blank eyes, Kenta directly asks Hajime if he is hiding anything from him. Hajime can only offer a confused, sweating response in return. Kenta repeats his question, asking if Hajime is keeping secrets, while Hajime stammers nervously. Hajime's mind completely blanks out as a strange, multiplying thought takes over his brain. Hajime panics to himself, wondering why there are suddenly 10 of the strange figures marching through his mind, desperately trying to clear his thoughts. Kenta clarifies that he is trying to find out if Hajime and Kurokawa are actually dating, completely shocking Hajime. Kenta keeps his voice low and cautiously looks over his shoulder to make sure no one is listening. Unbeknownst to them, Riina peeks from behind a nearby corner with a bizarre, wide-eyed expression. Riina holds a silent finger to her lips, flashing a creepy, knowing grin as she eavesdrops on their conversation. Kenta slowly repeats his own name, leaving Hajime completely bewildered. Riina listens in realizing that Kenta is asking about Kurokawa, and noting how incredibly adamant Hajime was about their outing not being a real date. Kenta walks beside Hajime, thoroughly confused that the two of them are not actually dating. Kenta points out that they are clearly flirting and acts completely shocked that they are not together yet. Hajime stammers awkwardly, while Kenta compares the situation to a restaurant serving mandatory appetizers that neither of them has ever been to. Glancing back, Kenta comments on how terrifying Riina is, realizing she has been watching them. Kenta falls silent for a moment before beginning to explain his thoughts. Kenta reflects on his modeling career, admitting his recognition is only like a simple reader model, and that everything about him, from his studies to his life, feels half-hearted. Kenta explains that if you trace back the sponsors of major modeling jobs, the Kurokawa family is always involved somewhere behind the scenes, which Hajime quietly acknowledges. Kenta tells Hajime that he wants Hajime to help him out if he is ever in trouble in the future. Seeing Hajime's completely clueless expression, Kenta laughs it off and says it is fine as long as he understands what he meant later on. Hajime assumes Kenta just wants him to put in a good word with Kurokawa, and as they walk back to their seats, Kurokawa blushes while looking up at him. Kenta reflects back to his middle school days when he first observed Kurokawa. He remembers how Kurokawa used to do everything with a completely blank expression, giving him the impression that she was like an emotionless machine. Kenta notes that despite her cold past, she behaves exactly like an ordinary flustered girl whenever she is around Hajime. The scene transitions to the outside of the coffee shop as their hangout wraps up. Kurokawa politely thanks Genai for making the arrangements, while a sweat-dropping Kenta silently marvels at the fact that they booked out every single place they visited. Genai offers to show them back to the car, and Kurokawa thanks him before turning her gaze to Hajime. Kurokawa stands quietly in front of a poster advertising the upcoming local summer festival. Hajime cheerfully points out that the summer festival is happening again this year, excitedly explaining that the stalls are unique and highly interesting compared to other festivals. Kurokawa softly asks if the summer festival stalls are really that interesting. Kurokawa mentions she has only been to a summer festival once, to which Hajime admits he does not recall it being particularly fun, while Riina tells a curious Kenta to keep quiet. Seizing the moment, Hajime turns to Kurokawa and suggests that the two of them should go to the festival together. Kurokawa gasps in utter shock, her face turning bright red as she processes his invitation. Fearing he overstepped, Hajime frantically waves his hands and backpedals, explaining that he did not mean anything deep by it and just thought going together would be fun. Hajime suddenly freezes as Kenta's previous advice about not overthinking a date flashes through his mind. Hajime silently wonders if he can truly enjoy the festival with Kurokawa, reasoning to himself that even elementary school children go on dates with their friends. Realizing there is no way to think his way out of this, Hajime accepts the reality of the situation and looks at Kurokawa. Gathering all his courage, despite fearing she might be creeped out or reject him, Hajime loudly declares that his invitation is indeed a request for a date. Kurokawa looks up at him with teary shimmering eyes and a deep blush, completely overwhelmed by his confession. Without warning, Kurokawa suddenly turns and sprints away at full speed, leaving a startled Hajime standing completely alone. From down the street, Kurokawa loudly shouts back that she accepts, and suggests they finalize the details over text once she calms down, prompting Riina to approach a bewildered Hajime for confirmation. Riina asks Kenta to confirm if the two are really not dating yet, while Kenta smiles and agrees that they are not together just yet, as a Chibai Kurokawa squeals with joy in the background. The scene transitions to a garage showing two luxury cars parked side by side. Kenta nervously approaches Kurokawa by the car, explaining that he is the type of person who prefers to keep his professional and private modes completely separate. He reassures her that she does not need to worry because he has absolutely no intention of spreading rumors about their hangout today. Kurokawa stares at him in silence as Kenta continues to promise that everything they did today will remain a strict secret. Kenta lets out a nervous chuckle to break the quiet tension. Kurokawa beams with a bright, blushing smile and remarks that she would never have to worry about such things with one of Hajime's friends. Kenta internally notes that Kurokawa is obviously completely head over heels for Hajime, admitting to himself that he is starting to get a little annoyed by it. Kenta asks the driver to pull over, and the car screeches to a halt as the driver acknowledges the request. Hajime is amazed to discover that Kenta lives in a luxury high-rise apartment building. Kenta humbly credits his parents instead of himself, but Hajime insists that being a successful down-to-earth model with great social skills is incredibly impressive, calling Kenta an amazing guy. Flustered by the sincere praise, Kenta blushes and quietly thanks him while Hajime offers a warm smile. Admitting that being praised so much is embarrassing, Kenta bows and retrieves his bag from Genai as Kurokawa watches him with a warm smile. Inside the car, Kurokawa smiles happily while Riina gives her a teasing look. As Kenta walks away, he reflects on Kurokawa's behavior, realizing that if that was her true self, she must have worked incredibly hard to hide it up until now. He quickly corrects his train of thought. Kenta realizes that perhaps everyone else was at fault for putting her on a pedestal and calling her by distant titles. He resolves that the next time they hang out, he will also try his best to casually call her Kurokawa-san instead of using formal titles. The scene shifts to the city skyline glittering under the starry night sky. Back at the mansion, a nervous Kurokawa asks Genai in her nightgown if it would be all right for her to attend the summer festival with Hajime on August 16th. Genai bows deeply and declares that while guarding her will be highly difficult, he will absolutely see it through to grant her wish. Kurokawa looks up deeply relieved. Genai asks how they should handle the report to her father, prompting a blushing Kurokawa to ask if he could keep it a secret once again. Genai readily agrees and wishes her a good night, to which Kurokawa politely bids him sweet dreams in return. Kurokawa quietly whispers her gratitude to Genai as she prepares for bed. Genai politely bids Kurokawa welcome as she walks back to her room. Looking toward her doorway, he quietly contemplates the deep rift that remains between parent and child, wondering if she will truly be able to enjoy her upcoming outing under their difficult household circumstances. Once alone in her bedroom, Kurokawa's eyes instantly well up with glittering starry-eyed excitement as a heavy blush spreads across her cheeks. She repeatedly rolls around her bed and squeals into her pillows, completely unable to contain her sheer, overwhelming joy at the fact that she is going on a real date with Takahashi. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer panic as she connects the summer festival to a traditional yukata, realizing she absolutely has to wear one for the occasion. She immediately begins to fantasize about Takahashi kneeling down in front of her at the festival to help fix a broken sandal strap, leaving her even more flustered at the imaginary scenario. Kurokawa panics as she imagines Takahashi lifting her up in a princess carry during their festival date, leaving her in complete disbelief. Behind her closed bedroom door, Kurokawa frantically panics over what she should do next. Outside in the hallway, Genai walks away and sighs in relief, noting that his worries about her being unhappy were clearly completely groundless. She nervously peeks over her laptop screen, completely distracted by her racing thoughts about their date. Looking at her phone, she sighs in relief, realizing that she was initially incredibly nervous, because she predicted the destination would be a pool only to find out her prediction was totally off. Clutching the phone to her chest, she blushes and smiles warmly, feeling completely certain that this outcome is actually for the best. Kurokawa silently hopes that Takahashi is looking forward to their upcoming date just as much as she is. Meanwhile, Takahashi sits completely frozen, curled up in the corner of his bedroom next to his bookshelf. Takahashi replays the memory of Kurokawa's extremely happy, teary-eyed reaction to his invitation, still in disbelief that she would react that way. He nervously wonders if any ordinary girl would actually enjoy a date like this, or if her intense reaction was just a fluke. He suddenly recalls his own words when he loudly and embarrassedly declared that his invitation was officially a request for a date. Overcome with embarrassment, Takahashi squeezes his face against his knees as a massive wave of shame washes over him. Takahashi violently thrashes around and screams in agony, completely dominated by the delayed sense of intense embarrassment, while his younger sister watches him from the door with complete disgust. Later that night, both Takahashi and Kurokawa lie awake in their respective beds, their hearts pounding loudly in the dark. Both of them struggle to sleep as their hearts race wildly at the anticipation of their date. The next morning arrives over the city as birds begin to chirp. Neither of them manage to get any sleep, leaving both Takahashi and Kurokawa staring up blankly with exhausted, bloodshot eyes. Takahashi weakly sits up in bed, reminding himself that he still has to drag his exhausted body to summer classes today. While a half-dead Takahashi struggles to stay awake on a crowded morning train, Kurokawa sits quietly at her massive dining table, too exhausted from her sleepless night to even touch her breakfast. Upon meeting, the two of them stand together in a state of absolute flustered silence, both of them internally panicking over what they should do next. Takahashi desperately worries that he is so incredibly self-conscious he might not even survive until the day of the festival actually arrives. Kurokawa is shocked to learn that Volume 4 of her favorite manga series is scheduled to drop on May 8th. A special bonus story begins to celebrate the release of Volume 4. Kurokawa runs excitedly through her room, thrilled to hear that the new volume is packed with new illustrations and redrawn panels. She remembers how exceptionally good Volume 3 was, and decides that Genai must also be dying to know what happens next. Determined to the news, she runs down the long hallway of her mansion to tell Genai as soon as possible. As she loudly calls out Genai's name, Genai turns around in confusion just as she suddenly loses her footing and slips on the polished floor. She flies face first through the air directly toward Genai's feet in a dramatic wipeout. Genai panics and screams in terror, asking if she is all right, while Kurokawa lies flat on her face, puffing and huffing on the floor. Ignoring the fall, she quickly picks herself back up and dusts off her dress with a determined look on her face. She turns around and walks away, trying to maintain her composure despite wobbling slightly from the impact. Genai clutches his chest in deep emotional pride, crying tears of joy over how strong his young lady has grown, while Kurokawa walks off holding back her own tears. The scene shifts back to Shubai High School as the female teacher stands in front of the chalkboard, noting that the current math problem is a tough one. The teacher looks out at the class and internally reflects that if the student in question were a regular slacker, she would have scolded him a long time ago. She looks at Takahashi, who is swaying back and forth on the verge of passing out from pure exhaustion, and wonders what the right call is when a sincere student is struggling this much. She realizes that Takahashi must have pushed himself way too hard on his very first day of aiming for Saude University, finding it extremely tricky to call him out without drawing unwanted attention. Seeing that he has officially started dozing off, she finally raises her voice to call out to him. Takahashi suddenly snaps awake in complete shock, his eyes wide as he realizes he was just caught dozing off. Chapter 43 begins with a cover showing a flustered Kurokawa dressed as a sheep next to a sleep-deprived Takahashi, titled The Feelings They Each Hold. Takahashi rubs his tired face and sighs in relief, glad that he seemingly got through the morning without anyone noticing his severe lack of sleep, though his classmate next to him is already fully aware. Sitting at his desk, Takahashi tries to calm himself down by recalling Sekiguchi's advice not to overthink the situation, reminding himself that even elementary school children go on dates. He instantly remembers his own voice shouting out the words of his direct invitation for a date to Kurokawa. Takahashi grimaces and squeezes his eyes shut, his face turning bright red in sheer mortification over his own boldness. He slumps onto his desk in agony, frantically questioning if Kurokawa is actually okay with going on a date with someone like him. In his memories, Kurokawa's soft, blushing profile stands out vividly. Takahashi recalls the moment she looked back at him, questioning why he reflexively looked away from her in embarrassment. He touches his lips and admits to himself that his feelings and reactions have been completely strange since the previous day. The memory of Kurokawa's beautiful blushing expression in that exact moment completely fills his thoughts and refuses to leave his head. Takahashi panics as his heart suddenly starts racing wildly all over again the moment he lets his mind wander back to her. At the front of the classroom, the teacher continues writing on the blackboard. The teacher notices Takahashi's highly flushed and panicked state, telling him to go get checked out at the nurse's office and instructing Arasumi to accompany him. Arasumi stands up and tells the teacher that he is fine and there is no need to interrupt the lesson, before turning to Takahashi and coldly telling him to move, prompting a nervous response. The perspective shifts to the quiet hallways outside the classroom. Walking down the hallway behind Arasumi, Takahashi internally groans, realizing he is not on good terms with this classmate at all. Arasumi suddenly looks back and asks if he is doing all right, to which a startled Takahashi stammers out a confused confirmation. Arasumi quietens down for a moment before casually bringing up Sekiguchi's name. He calmly tells Takahashi that Sekiguchi spoke highly of him, mentioning that Sekiguchi considers him to be a genuinely good person. Arasumi explains that because Sekiguchi meets all kinds of people through his modeling career, he is actually highly adept at reading people's true personalities just by their word choice and intonation. Arasumi frankly warns Takahashi that he has absolutely no intention of becoming friendly with someone who deliberately isolates himself from others. Takahashi stands quietly in the empty hallway, completely caught off guard by Arasumi's blunt words. Takahashi is shown resting inside the school's quiet nurse's office. Lying in the medical bed, Takahashi reflects on Arasumi's accusations, silently reasoning to himself that he never actually had any intention of isolating himself or others on purpose. He recalls his normal routine in the classroom, where he would sit silently at his desk by himself while the rest of the students gathered around to chat in their own groups. He admits to himself that being alone had simply become his normal state, and he had never once paused to consider how lonely or isolated he might actually look to the rest of the class. He is suddenly shaken awake by a female classmate calling out his name, prompting him to let out a groggy noise as he struggles to open his eyes. The female classmate hands him his school bag and informs him that today's classes are already over, asking if he feels well enough to make it back home on his own. Horrified to realize he spent almost the entire first day of summer classes completely passed out, Takahashi quickly reassures her that he is perfectly fine, politely excuses himself, and bolts out the door. As he sprints through the school hallway, Takahashi desperately hopes that Kurokawa might still be waiting for him inside the resource room. Upon sliding the resource room door open, Takahashi stops in his tracks as he spots Kurokawa sitting inside. Kurokawa is sitting peacefully on a chair with her eyes closed, completely asleep. Takahashi quietly approaches her, deeply surprised, since it is incredibly rare to ever see Kurokawa dozing off like this. As she sleeps, her head begins to tilt and sway precariously to the side, causing a panicked Takahashi to reflexively reach his hand out to catch her. Takahashi carefully steps up beside her, gently reaches out his hands and sits down right next to her so she can lean against his side. Kurokawa peacefully rests her head directly onto his shoulder, leaving a completely frozen Takahashi sitting beside her with a bright red blush spreading across his face. Takahashi frantically tries to rationalize his actions, telling himself that waking her up would be too cruel, and that this highly intimate scenario is simply an unavoidable act of God with absolutely no ulterior motives on his part. While Kurokawa continues to sleep soundly beside him, Takahashi's heart begins to pound in a frantic, uncontrollable rhythm. He looks down at her and reflects back on Arasumi's harsh words about him isolating himself, quietly admitting that even if it was never his intention, that must have been exactly how his lonely lifestyle appeared to the outside world. Takahashi remembers their fun group hangout, reflecting on how incredibly enjoyable it was to finally break out of his shell, hang out with everyone, and become real friends with Nishizono and Sekiguchi. Takahashi happily reflects on how the group outing allowed him to witness a whole new side of Kurokawa that she usually never shows when they are completely alone together. He realizes that he really ought to reach out to the people around him more often, but he immediately finds himself questioning why he feels this way. Looking down at their peaceful, quiet closeness, Takahashi confesses to himself that broadening his social circle might mean having less time to spend alone with Kurokawa, and he secretly wishes they could stay just like this for a little while longer. Resting her head comfortably on his shoulder, Kurokawa smiles softly in her sleep. She gently opens her eyes, blushing warmly as she realizes she is leaning against his shoulder. Genai is deeply pleased to see that Kurokawa has successfully made good friends at school. He reflects that such normal social experiences are absolutely necessary for her growth. He looks back as Kurokawa politely apologizes to him for making him wait. Chapter 44 begins with a title cover showing a completely exhausted and dejected Kurokawa, titled "No Time for That." Genai is taken aback by her intensely gloom-ridden expression as she approaches the car. Her extreme listlessness persists throughout the day, showing in how she sits silently in the car, plays the piano with a blank face, and listlessly stares at her schoolbooks. Peeking into her room, a sweat-dropping Genai grows increasingly anxious, noting that her emotional mood swings are becoming far too extreme. Standing outside under the starry night sky, Genai looks at his phone and worries that such a deep level of depression cannot be good for her mental health, concluding that this must be the heavy toll of being in love. A delicious strawberry-loaded tart slice is served on a decorated plate at the Kurokawa mansion. Riina squeals with pure delight, clasping her hands in excitement over the fact that she gets to eat her absolute favorite strawberry tarts from Charles Marine. Genai politely serves the tea and expresses his happiness at her reaction, gently requesting that Riina some of her boundless energy with Kurokawa. Smiling weakly, Kurokawa lifts her plate and listlessly offers her own untouched slice of strawberry tart to Riina. Both Riina and Genai stare back in absolute wide-eyed horror at Kurokawa's complete lack of appetite for sweets. Riina looks across the table and calls out to her friend in a soft, worried tone. She bluntly asks Kurokawa if she has recently gained weight, catching her friend off guard. Kurokawa frantically denies the claim, prompting Riina to warmly suggest that they should simply eat the delicious cake together instead. Riina explains that no matter how delicious a treat might be, eating it all alone would quickly ruin the taste, which is why sharing it is much better. Deeply moved by Riina's kindness, Kurokawa clutches her chest and apologizes for previously giving her such a half-hearted, listless response. Riina tells her not to apologize and enthusiastically insists that Kurokawa must try the cake because it is incredibly delicious, while Genai pours the tea and quietly praises her as expected of her friend. Riina takes a bite and gently transitions the conversation to a more serious topic. She directly asks Kurokawa what exactly Takahashi said to her, which instantly causes Kurokawa to freeze in absolute blushing shock. Riina points out that it is completely written all over her face that Takahashi must have said something incredibly shocking to her. Knowing when to exit, Genai politely excuses himself from the room, though he mutters a terrifying threat under his breath that he will violently deal with Takahashi if he did anything inappropriate. Left alone with her friend, Kurokawa nervously clutches her skirt as she struggles to find the words to explain. Without warning, large tears begin to stream down her heavily blushing cheeks as she breaks down in front of Riina. Kurokawa explains that after falling asleep in the resource room, she woke up to find Takahashi sitting right next to her, only to hear him softly whisper to himself that he wished things could stay like this just a little longer. Riina is left entirely speechless, staring blankly with a fork in her mouth in complete deadpan confusion. When Riina eagerly asks what happened next, Kurokawa shyly admits that was the entire interaction. Riina asks in bewilderment where exactly the sad part is in such a sweet confession, but a sobbing Kurokawa insists that Takahashi actually meant it in a negative way. She tearfully explains that his words made it feel like Takahashi only wants to see her as a simple friend and nothing more. Hearing this, Riina quickly recognizes that Takahashi's evasive behavior is exactly the kind of cowardly excuse he would make due to his own intense nervousness. Kurokawa tearfully worries that while she expected their next outing to be a highly special date, Takahashi probably just views it as casually hanging out with a friend, leaving her terrified that she is the only one getting carried away. Kurokawa admits that once those insecure thoughts took over her mind became an absolute mess, and she completely lost her confidence, prompting Riina to gently place her hands on her shoulders and comfort her as she processes the fact that the two have actually secured a real date. Riina aggressively squeezes Kurokawa in a tight embrace, loudly proclaiming that she is absolutely super-duper cute. Riina instructs her to have more confidence, advising her that if Takahashi is acting so indecisively, she simply needs to use her overwhelming cuteness to force his brain into full romance mode. Riina tells Kurokawa to close her eyes and visualize the entire scenario. She tells her to imagine showing up looking completely different on the day of their date, causing Takahashi's heart to instantly race as he waits for her at the meeting spot. She imagines a blushing Takahashi looking at her with wide, sparkling eyes and excitedly telling her that she is incredibly cute. Kurokawa becomes extremely flustered and blushes deeply at the highly vivid mental image. Riina continues the fantasy, claiming that Takahashi will then secretly wish she would only wear such a sexy outfit in front of him. This incredibly intense thought causes Kurokawa's eyes to spin in absolute shock and embarrassment. When Kurokawa frantically asks what kind of outfit she is supposed to be wearing, Riina casually replies that she was picturing a swimsuit for a pool date, only for Kurokawa to quickly correct her that they are actually going to a summer festival. Kurokawa softly reasons that Takahashi likely chose the festival out of consideration for her comfort, while Riina sighs, feeling it is a shame since they already went through the trouble of picking out an incredibly cute swimsuit together. Kurokawa bashfully suggests that the swimsuit might still come in handy just in case something unexpected happens, prompting a deadpan Riina to comment that it is always wise to have a backup plan. Shifting her focus, Riina opens a fashion magazine with Kurokawa to begin planning their strategy. Riina declares that there is absolutely no time to feel discouraged, immediately getting to work applying makeup to Kurokawa's face. Looking in the mirror, Kurokawa ties her hair back, fully determined to execute their plan to make Takahashi's heart race. Riina points triumphantly at Kurokawa, who stands wearing a beautifully patterned traditional yukata, and loudly declares that she is ready for full romance mode. The calendar on the desk shows the date of August 16th clearly circled for their upcoming outing. Back in her room, Kurokawa clutches her chest with a highly determined expression, her heart pounding with anticipation. Finally, the day of August 16th arrives, and Takahashi stands waiting at Shin-Inuo Station, anxiously wondering if Kurokawa is going to show up wearing a traditional yukata. Takahashi suddenly panics, realizing that if she does wear a yukata, he might have completely messed up from the very start by not wearing one himself. Standing nearby, Kurokawa's heart beats wildly as she nervously waits to meet him in her stunning yukata. Takahashi suddenly flinches in surprise as a voice calls out his name from behind. He quickly turns around with a bright, blushing smile, preparing to greet Kurokawa. He is met with the stunning sight of Kurokawa standing before him in an incredibly elegant floral-patterned traditional yukata, with her hair styled beautifully with flower ornaments, looking up at him with a nervous blush. Takahashi is left completely shell-shocked, his eyes wide as he witnesses a sight that entirely defies all of his expectations. As the bustling crowd of festival goers flows all around them, Takahashi remains utterly frozen in place, unable to take his eyes off her. The narrator notes that Kurokawa and Ai Tan, the main character from Takahashi's favorite manga, look remarkably alike. Because of their striking physical similarity, Takahashi would often catch fleeting glimpses of his favorite manga heroine whenever he looked at Kurokawa in class. Having prior knowledge of Ai Tan's behavior meant that during all their interactions up until now, Takahashi felt somewhat mentally prepared for Kurokawa's actions. However, a traditional yukata scene never actually occurred in his favorite manga. The explanation for this is that due to reader demands and high drawing costs, swimsuit chapters ended up completely taking over the story instead. Because of this, Takahashi had no prior frame of reference, leaving him completely unprepared for the stunning and unfamiliar sight now unfolding right before his eyes. Chapter 45 begins with a title cover showing 3 tiny chaotic chibi versions of Takahashi sitting on his head, titled "It Is a Date." Standing face to face with their hearts pounding wildly, Kurokawa nervously calls out his name to break the silence, causing a startled Takahashi to jump in response. Looking up at him with a deeply flushed face, Kurokawa shyly asks him how she looks today. Takahashi is left entirely speechless, staring at her with wide eyes as his face turns bright red. Overwhelmed with nervousness, Takahashi stammers out a completely garbled response that translates to him finding her incredibly cute. They continue to stand and stare at each other while other festival goers pass between them. Realizing they are blocking the path, Takahashi steps in closer to her to let other people pass, leaving a surprised and blushing Kurokawa with a racing heart. Takahashi internally repeats the word date, his heart pounding in a frantic rhythm as he tries to process the weight of the situation. Kurokawa looks up at him with a puzzled expression, wondering why he has suddenly gone quiet. Takahashi's face turns even redder as he remains completely frozen in sheer, silent panic. Kurokawa reacts in sudden surprise as she notices how intensely flustered he has become. Unable to handle the overwhelming pressure, Takahashi suddenly drops directly to his knees on the pavement, prompting a deeply concerned Kurokawa to rush over to check on him. Takahashi stammeringly assures her that he is fine, explaining that being on his knees actually makes him feel somewhat calmer, though his heart is still racing incredibly fast. Unbeknownst to the couple, Genai and his entire security team are hiding nearby, silently listening in on the entire conversation and celebrating her progress. Terrified by his condition, Kurokawa frantically asks if he has a chronic illness, while Genai pulls out his phone to call an ambulance, forcing Takahashi to desperately yell out that he is just extremely nervous. Trying to play down his intense embarrassment, Takahashi nervously smiles and stammers that going on dates is probably just a normal thing for ordinary friends to do. Kurokawa's eyes widen in quiet, sudden shock at his choice of words. Squeezing her yukata tightly, Kurokawa quietly repeats the word friends to herself, her voice trembling slightly in disappointment. Takahashi quickly tries to clarify, blushing heavily, as he admits that he previously used to think dates were incredibly serious events, that people only went on with actual marriage in mind. Kurokawa is left utterly frozen with wide, blank eyes as the word marriage echoes in her mind, prompting a panicked Takahashi to quickly wave his hands and assert that he thinks much more carefully about these things now. Takahashi frantically assures her that he isn't thinking about marriage right now, while Kurokawa bashfully looks down and confesses that she still cannot bring herself to think of their date as just a casual outing between friends either. Takahashi confesses that this is exactly why he is so incredibly nervous right now, which instantly causes Kurokawa's eyes to spin, as she internally questions why she is the one getting so intensely flustered instead. Looking up with shimmering, determined eyes, Kurokawa resolves that being nervous is not enough and that she needs to take the initiative to make his heart race because of her. Seeing her intense focus, Takahashi offers a soft, nervous smile in return. Takahashi gently tells her that she is free to look at his face now, but Kurokawa shyly clutches her sleeve and admits that she still cannot bring herself to look at him directly. Kurokawa loudly proclaims that she is currently staring at the crown of his head with everything she has got, leaving a bewildered Takahashi to touch his hair, as he finally realizes why she has been looking upward this entire time. Squeezing her eyes shut, Kurokawa frantically mentally orders herself to keep this up and not lose her composure. Kurokawa passionately shouts out that she simply wanted to look him in the face and enjoy the festival together with him. Overjoyed by her brave words, Genai and the security guards tearfully cheer her on, praising her excellent work. Blushing intensely, Takahashi happily tells her that if that is the case, she is more than welcome to look at the crown of his head as much as she wants. Genai and his guards instantly freeze their celebratory expressions, completely vanishing in a state of deadpan disbelief at his absurd response. Inside the monitor room, Riene's sweat drops as she watches the screen, questioning if Takahashi is actually for real, while Takahashi and Kurokawa decide to get moving. Genai drops to his knees in utter despair, clutching his head as he desperately wonders how he could have overlooked such a vital flaw in his plan. He realizes that no matter how much Takahashi's heart might flutter, it counts for absolutely nothing if the boy remains completely oblivious to his own feelings. Peeking through a doorway, Genai reflects that while he initially believed Kurokawa could easily make Takahashi's heart race, the reality is far different. He clutches his head in intense stress, concluding that this mission is actually going to be incredibly difficult to accomplish. He explains to his guards that the root of the problem is simply that both Takahashi and Kurokawa are completely off track when it comes to romance. As they walk side by side, they both remain silent and heavily blushed. Looking at each other's backs in the crowd, they both silently wonder if festivals are always supposed to make one's heart race this much. The perspective shifts back to the sky above the festival grounds. The two continue to navigate their way shoulder to shoulder through the densely packed crowd of the festival. Seeing how crowded it is, Takahashi kindly advises her to grab onto his sleeve so they do not get separated, to which a flustered Kurokawa readily agrees. The physical closeness causes both of their hearts to pound violently as they steal quick, nervous glances at one another. Kurokawa steels her resolve to make Takahashi's heart race before the day is over, entirely unaware that he is already completely infatuated with her. Chapter 46 begins with a title cover showing Takahashi sitting on the floor in a singlet to cool off directly in front of an electric fan, titled "Just a Really Hot Day." Takahashi asks Kurokawa if he should avoid calling her by her name today, but she cheerfully reassures him that it is perfectly fine since she already got Genai's permission. Takahashi nervously asks if it is all right if they stay out a little late, to which Kurokawa agrees, saying it should be fine as long as she texts home first. Takahashi lets out a happy, blushing sigh of relief, feeling glad that their time together will not be cut short. Kurokawa quietly clutches her purse bag, silently wondering to herself if Takahashi has actually planned out some special events for their date. She feels slightly down, worrying that she is the only one whose heart is beating so fast, and wonders what kind of moments actually make a boy's heart race. However, she remembers an entirely opposite theory. She vividly recalls Riina telling her that according to a magazine, a boy's heart always races because he is secretly harboring inappropriate thoughts whenever he looks at a girl. Kurokawa pauses to think about this bizarre claim. Her face turns bright red as she nervously wonders if Takahashi's flustered state is actually because he is having inappropriate thoughts about her. In a panic, she frantically pulls out her smartphone, deciding she must consult Riina immediately to make sure she is not completely misinterpreting him. Meanwhile, at her house, Riina is lounging on her bed reading a magazine when she notices her phone buzzing with a text message from Kurokawa. Riina looks at her screen in complete bewilderment as she reads Kurokawa's highly unusual question, asking if a boy's racing heart means he is a pervert. Kurokawa immediately regrets sending the text, screaming internally as she desperately hopes Riina does not get the wrong idea, while Takahashi watches her in confusion. Trying to distract herself, she watches Takahashi happily scoop up goldfish and buy her a festival snack, but realizes that overthinking everything is only making her heart race faster and making her feel even hotter. She feels increasingly lightheaded and hot, recognizing a very familiar and uncomfortable physical sensation. She recalls a past incident when she felt this exact same way and ended up resting on a park bench under Genai's care. Suddenly, a hand firmly grabs onto her wrist as someone calls out a quick apology. Before she can process what is happening, Takahashi gently but firmly takes her hand and tells her to follow him, leaving a startled Kurokawa completely wide-eyed. He quickly guides her away from the suffocating crowd and pulls her into a quiet, empty back alley behind the food stalls. Takahashi apologizes for suddenly dragging her away, explaining that he rushed them out of the crowd because he noticed she looked like she was on the verge of getting heatstroke, pointing out that while the alley is not very flashy, it is much cooler and quieter. Takahashi suggests they walk through the quiet alleyway and pop back onto the main street if they see a stall that looks fun, before pulling something out of his shoulder bag for her. He hands her a completely frozen sports drink, explaining that holding it against her neck as it melts will help her cool off, to which a grateful Kurokawa thanks him for going out of his way to prepare it. Takahashi happily explains that during their last outing he noticed she seemed highly sensitive to the heat, which prompted him to prepare a countermeasure. Kurokawa is left staring at him in complete wide-eyed surprise at his thoughtful gesture. Takahashi offers a warm smile, explaining that since they are finally at a festival together, he wanted to make sure she could enjoy it to the fullest, while Kurokawa holds the frozen bottle tightly and desires to become even closer to him. Kurokawa silently reflects on how she simply cannot view their date as a casual hangout between friends, hoping that Takahashi is starting to become conscious of her as a girl too. Takahashi looks back at her with a bright, blushing smile as they walk. Kurokawa silently wonders if she can finally allow herself to hope for a deeper relationship. Looking down with shimmering, tearful eyes, she quietly asks herself if she should try her absolute best on their date. Takahashi looks back at her, his face turning bright red in sudden flustered surprise at her emotional expression. Suddenly, a suspicious figure rapidly approaches Kurokawa from behind. In a split second, the passing stranger aggressively snatches Kurokawa's drawstring bag right out of her hand. Both of them gasp in utter shock as they realize what just happened in the blink of an eye. The thief bolts down the alleyway with her purse, casually yelling out a mocking apology while Kurokawa is left standing frozen and empty-handed. Kurokawa's eyes widen as she frantically states that her drawstring bag was just stolen. She loudly calls out that the man is a thief. Reacting instantly, Takahashi bolts after the thief at full speed, loudly commanding Kurokawa to stay right there while she watches him in absolute awe. Left standing alone in the alleyway, a heavily blushing Kurokawa clutches her frozen drink to her chest, guiltily thinking that even though it is hardly the time for it, Takahashi looks incredibly cool. The scene transitions back to the bustling crowd at the summer festival. Takahashi sprints through the crowd, shouting with a determined face for the thief to return Kurokawa's bag. The thief looks back with a mocking smirk, completely dismissive of his demands, until he suddenly notices something terrifying behind Takahashi. Takahashi is entirely focused on chasing the thief, completely unaware that Genai and his entire burly bodyguard team are sprinting right behind him in a massive aggressive wave. As they charge down the street, Takahashi is left entirely bewildered by the terrifyingly intense group running right behind him. The thief breaks into a cold sweat as he frantically weighs his options, desperately considering throwing away the bag to create a distraction. He quickly peeks inside the stolen drawstring bag, only to find a wallet packed with massive thick stacks of 10,000 yen bills. The thief lets out a terrified scream, completely horrified by the absurd amount of money, while recalling Kurokawa's innocent reasoning that she brought plenty of cash because she did not know the festival's market rates. The narrator notes that when a normal person sees such an immense illegal-looking sum of cash, their survival instincts immediately kick in and replace all joy with pure terror. The thief's imagination runs wild, leaving him absolutely convinced that Kurokawa must be the sheltered, incredibly dangerous daughter of a powerful Yakuza boss. In a shocking turn of events, the thief suddenly turns around and runs straight back toward a highly confused Takahashi while sobbing hysterically. The thief slides to his knees and bows down in a deep, formal apology, desperately holding out the drawstring bag to return it to Takahashi. Crying and sweating in absolute fear, the thief pathetically begs Takahashi to take the bag and spare his life. Takahashi stands in absolute stunned silence, his face completely blank as he tries to make sense of the thief's bizarre breakdown. Takahashi internally questions why on earth the man thinks he is going to kill him, while the thief tearfully thanks him for his mercy. Smiling weakly in relief, the thief frantically begs Takahashi to convey his deepest apologies to the terrifying people standing right behind him. A bewildered Takahashi looks over his shoulder to see what people he is talking about, entirely missing Genai and the security guards as they casually disperse and blend back into the crowd. The thief scrambles to his feet and runs away, shouting back one final plea for Takahashi to pass on his regards to the scary men. Staring up at the sky, Takahashi is left completely baffled, silently wondering what on earth the thief meant by the people behind him. Takahashi quickly jogs back to the quiet alleyway, calling out to Kurokawa as she waits for him while cooling her neck with the frozen bottle. Takahashi's heart beats wildly as he internally screams about how incredibly cute Kurokawa looks today, wondering how a girl's vibe can change so drastically, while Genai and his men watch his erratic movements in amusement. Relieved to see him return unharmed, Kurokawa warmly welcomes him back and expresses her deep relief that he is safe. Takahashi holds out her stolen drawstring bag, explaining that the thief surprisingly just handed it right back to him, leaving Kurokawa completely startled. Blushing with deep gratitude, Kurokawa thanks him profusely while privately imagining that he must have fought and wrestled the thief to retrieve her bag, leaving a sweat-dropping Takahashi to wonder if she is fantasizing about something completely different. She suddenly looks down and apologizes, leaving Takahashi surprised by her sudden change in mood. Kurokawa explains that despite her extensive self-defense training, her mind was so scattered that she let her bag get stolen because she was getting too carried away, prompting Takahashi to loudly tell her that it is perfectly fine. He opens his arms wide and reassures her that getting carried away is exactly what summer festivals are meant for. Kurokawa looks up at him completely surprised by his bright and accepting response. Smiling warmly, Takahashi admits that he was initially worried because she had such a troubled, anxious look on her face all day, but he is glad to see her relaxing now. He explains that getting carried away simply means she is finally having fun, adding that, since she previously mentioned having no fun memories of festivals, he is genuinely happy to see her enjoying herself. Raising a determined fist, Takahashi promises to keep a close eye on their belongings so nothing gets stolen again, encouraging her to get as carried away as she wants today. While Kurokawa stares at him with deeply touched eyes, highly embarrassed, Takahashi quickly covers his flushed face, internally groaning that he got too excited and started talking way too fast. Blushing softly, Kurokawa takes a quiet sip of her cold sports drink and agrees to his encouragement. Takahashi looks at her in surprise, his cheeks flushing even redder. Kurokawa quickly turns around and flusteredly declares that she is going to get thoroughly carried away for the rest of their date, leaving Takahashi slightly bewildered. The two go on to spend the rest of the evening wandering through the vibrant festival grounds, happily buying charms, playing games, and walking together through the crowds. Takahashi holds out a wooden game piece with a bright, genuine smile as Kurokawa watches him with an equally happy, relaxed expression. Looking at her, Takahashi offers a warm, gentle smile, his face flushed with pure happiness as they continue their date. Kurokawa lets out a radiant, joyful laugh, her heart completely at ease. The sun slowly begins to set over the town as evening falls on the festival. Takahashi asks if they should start heading over to the riverbed, explaining that the local district hosts a major fireworks display on the night of the festival, which instantly prompts an excited Kurokawa to declare that they should get going right away. While Takahashi happily notes that Kurokawa is totally pumped up to see the show, Kurokawa is privately determined to use this opportunity to make his heart race, entirely forgetting about the actual festival, because she is so engrossed in her romantic goal. The two of them lie back on the grassy riverbed under a sky filled with exploding brilliant fireworks, completely unaware of the dramatic events awaiting them next.